back, baby!
And he's giving you permission to party. So grab a friend.
Because he just added a second show in Durham on April 18th.
Done, son.
Tickets at dpacnc.com.
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payments, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone. With zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
Every second counts in a poison emergency. That's why Poison Help is standing by 24/7 to provide free assistance in over 100 languages. Save Poison Help as a contact in your phone today. Poison Help. 1-800-222-1222.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I had been taking probably 800 milligrams of opioids a day, which is an insane amount.
David is in recovery from an addiction to prescription opioids.
Eventually, my whole life began to unravel. I realized that I needed help. And in recovery, I found my purpose. Addiction is a disease of isolation and loneliness. There is a way out. You don't have to do this alone.
If you or someone you know is struggling, there is hope. Recovery is possible. Visit cdc.gov/RxAwareness.
7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Listening to ESPN Radio on the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80. I'm Emmett Golden alongside Mark Zeno. We are presented by Progressive Insurance. And Dallas Wings PR tried to shut down a reporter's question to AZ Fudd about her relationship with Paige Beckers. Let's take a listen.
Paige announced last year on TikTok that y'all were a couple, and I'm wondering if that is still the case, and if so, if y'all have talked to any other couples in the league about how they negotiate that dynamic as pro teammates.
I understand why you have to ask that question, but we're going to respectfully decline from commenting on our players' personal lives. Go to the next question.
Mark, I feel like PR made it so much worse than it was. To me, understandable question. I thought it was even asked the right way. Let AZ answer it. And if her answer is, I don't want to talk about my personal life, that's fair as well. When PR jumps in, it just made this into a thing that I don't think it had to be made into.
No, I mean, all 3 points are extremely fair. Fair question. She could have answered it on her own and chose to decline, said, I'm here to play basketball, not talk about my personal life. That would have been totally fine as a response. And you made a story out of something that wasn't a story. And this is more proof that the WNBA continues to be a league that does not know how to manage the spotlight. This comes just a few days after the commissioner of the league stepped in it by daring to insinuate that no male commissioner would be asked the same question, of which we have dozens of examples of all the other male commissioners of the professional sports league who are asked questions about their future. The more light we shine on the WNBA, the more they continually prove that they do not have the leadership, the knowledge, or the know-how to operate in the spotlight, particularly in a PR stance, because this is the problem for the WNBA. And since I've been following this league in the last, 2 years, since it came on the spotlight with Caitlin Clark, they have shown me repeatedly that every time they are asked to be in the public light, it's because of things that are not happening on the court. It's because of things that are not about the game. And for a league that desires to grow its game, to get more people in the stands, to get more eyeballs to watch, all they can do is find storylines that are away from the actual game of women's basketball, which, by the way, turns out, Emmett, it's a pretty damn good game.
It's really good.
When you watch the games, they are entertaining. It's a different brand of basketball than the NBA. It's a different brand of basketball than men's college. Even women's college hoops is different than. This is a really competitive league, and it's got competitive games, and they're fun to watch. But somehow, the WNBA can't ever get to that story because they're dealing with dumb stuff like this because they create bad storylines and bad headlines for themselves. And this AZ Fudd thing is another example of a league that cannot get out of its own way.
I think there's two things at play here. Now, I do agree they're growing, and we're seeing some growing pains from a PR standpoint. You're 100% there. I think they've botched a few things. I think the reason why the conversation is never the game is because a lot of people in our business pretend that they watch. Like, they don't actually watch the games. You know, they're like, yeah, I love the WNBA, but they can't really tell you what happens on a night in, night out basis. So you go to the Caitlin Clarks, you go to the Angel Reeses, because all you need is a Twitter account to talk about that stuff. You know, you don't need to necessarily watch the game. So I think two things are at play. They are definitely growing, and that is a great thing. And I do think there's some franchises, I won't put them all, in the same group, some franchises that are just not ready for all the eyes that are on them, but they got to learn, and they have to learn fast, because I don't see this thing slowing down at all. It's only growing.
And here's the other strange thing about the Dallas PR stance here. This isn't the only couple to play in the WNBA. This isn't the only couple to be on the same team in the WNBA. A lot of people may not know that. Right. So the question may seem, as you said, on the periphery, a lot of people don't know how many couples are playing on the same team and things of that nature. And the nature of the question may seem a little bit sort of personal, but the reality is that this is a common occurrence. Like, you didn't need to deter from answering something that is repetitively happening and that they put out there on their own. Like, you just made it so much more of an issue than it ever needed to be. And once again, like I said, we're not mentioning one thing about AZ Fudd's game at all. What it's like playing. We don't mention what they did at UConn together, how they played there. Like, none of that is coming up in this conversation. It's only about the PR stance.
Yeah, it was a swing and a miss for the Dallas Wings PR there. It was, but that's kind of what it is. You get asked about your personal life, you can always decline. PR screwed that one up. He's Mark Zeno. I'm Emmett Golden. Rich Eisen's show is next. You've been listening to ESPN Radio.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. Confetti Craze makes it easy to turn any day into a party with its delicious birthday cake flavor and big birthday energy. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. I bring these tiny bottles everywhere to cakeify my day with tasty caffeine boost. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today. Harry Douglas here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
The Adam Gold Show.
When you look at all the Stanley Cup favorites, Carolina's definitely one of them, and they have almost every element you need. They can score like crazy, and they do it with depth. They do it with speed. They're not just a dump-and-chase forechecking team like they've been in the past. They're as good off the rush as almost anybody in the league. The defense, pretty good since the Olympic break, but it'll get better. Can the goaltending hold up?
The Adam Gold Show, weekdays starting at noon on 99.9 The Fan.
Hey hockey fans, it's Trip Tracy. If you're ready to upgrade your outdoor living space, look no further than TimberTech Decking and Railing. TimberTech is the #1 premium composite decking brand, and it's tough enough to handle anything. It looks just like real wood, but without the costly maintenance of a wood deck. It won't rot, warp, splinter, or peel, ever. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck will last year after year. Connect with a local contractor or order free samples at TimberTech.com to see the TimberTech difference for yourself. TimberTech, everything wood should be.
I'm very honored by this award, and I always just try to work really hard in school and soccer, and it's nice to be recognized with something this special.
The Coastal Scholar Athlete of the Month from 99.9 The Fan and Coastal Credit Union. To nominate your athlete, text AWARD to 919-860-5326.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Golf season is here. Time to score big savings on pre-owned, tailor-made QI35 and Titleist GT medals. Plus, upgrade your bag for less. Bring in your current clubs and take advantage of our trade-in program towards your next purchase. And all month long, every fitting is absolutely free. Just call to schedule your appointment. Visit the Global Golf Outlet store at 7320 ACC Boulevard in North Raleigh. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6. Global Golf, home of the best deals in golf.
I noticed that my central vision started to blur.
Figures that are usually straight started to distort and become wavy.
What are these little dark spots with blurring that I'm seeing?
There's a blind spot like a blob over my vision now.
Is my vision lost forever?
Why did I wait so long to see a retina specialist?
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist in a timely manner have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy. AMD symptoms to look out for are distortion or warping of straight lines, as well as blurred or loss of central vision. Patients with diabetic retinopathy should seek treatment if they notice the appearance of spots or floaters or blurred and distorted vision. Don't delay seeing a retina specialist. It's worth the visit to save your vision so you don't miss out on life's precious moments, like seeing your grandchild grow up, enjoying a sunset with that special someone, or reading a good book. Visit seeforalifetime.org.
Good morning, students! Cartoon Network wants you to start your day off right by speaking up
against bullying.
People can be bullied for all kinds of things.
Who they are, where they're from, what they look like, or what they believe.
That's called identity-based bullying. If you see a student being bullied, be supportive.
Ask if they're okay and invite them to join you. You can be an ally
and make a friend.
Friendship.
Visit StopBullyingSpeakUp.com
and redraw your world without bullying.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Big truck accidents can cause life-changing injuries, and life-changing injuries deserve life-changing money. I know big truck wrecks, and I know how to fight those big insurance companies. If you've been hurt by a big truck, contact us at ritchielaw.com. I'm on top of it.
WCMC-FM HD1 Holly Springs.
Everyone's all about numbers, right? But hopefully it brings light to the kind of player he is. You know, and when we talk about, you know, there's that award that goes around for, in my opinion, the best overall player, the most valuable, that Selke Award. Like, just look at this game tonight. Just look at that game tonight, and just tell me how that's not, you know, a guy that should be, forget in the conversation, but should be, you know, winning that this year.
You know, the man that Rod Brindamore has been talking about has had quite the renaissance season in Jordan Staal.
And being the top defensive forward, Stalzy would be right up there. There's no doubt about it. But would he actually smile if he won the Selke Trophy? I think that would be the bet to take for sure. Good afternoon, everybody, or good evening, or wherever you happen to be listening to us. Perhaps you're in Hawaii. I would say aloha and good morning.
And I'm jealous.
Yeah, and I'm jealous. Hello, Kauai. And all the ships at sea. It's Paul Ihander in for Adam Gold again today. Adam a bit under the weather, trying to get his breath back, trying to get his mojo back, so to speak. Not quite like cryogenically frozen like Austin Powers, if you remember that movie, but it might feel like that. I have no inner monologue. So Adam's sitting another one out today. Hopefully we can get him back in short order in the chair, but yes, indeed, it is myself, Paul Ihander, in for Adam Gold today. Dennis Cox will also come in as well. We'll have a little shift change later on in the program, but of course, holding down the fort as always, the program's anchor, Victoria, is here. Good afternoon, Victoria. Hello.
Hi, Paul, and it's Friday. I always have to say that.
It is a Friday with special sauce and special seasoning.
Absolutely.
There's no doubt about that. There are an awful lot of things going on, including for those of you who live in certain portions of North Carolina who will be dealing with drought and have been dealing with drought. Yeah. By the way, hey, keep soldiering on.
Yeah.
But there was some rain today, apparently, in some parts of North Carolina.
I saw a few drops on my way in, and I thought, oh, where is this coming from? But that quickly ended.
Right. You thought it was someone spraying their windshield in front of you?
I did think, I was like, is that what's happening?
So,
it was only enough to where I didn't have to use my windshield wipers. So
yeah, you got drops in between all the yellow pollen on your windshield.
Exactly,
Like,
yeah.
Should I waste the washer fluid, or is it actually going to rain soon?
Worth it?
I know we need it. We're putting out the water barrels and doing the dances and offering up prayers and whatnot. I know it's tough out there. Some of you with lawns, and obviously the farmers and growers and ranchers and stuff. It's a little rough on you too. So, keep fighting the good fight, y'all. We're all in this together for sure as North Carolinians. And again, if you're just passing through, you found yourself the Adam Gold Show. Paul Ihander in for Adam today. We've got a lot to cover, so I suppose we should get it started.
Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started.
All right, so tonight in I guess the city that Walt built, so to speak, one of the flattest places on the planet where if you stand on a chair, you're the second or third tallest thing around. In Orlando tonight, the Orlando Magic will host the Charlotte Hornets in a win or go to Carolina Beach game, because we always say Cancun, but I like me some Carolina Beach.
Yep.
I do. I reference Carolina Beach an awful lot on this program, and y'all should be grateful for that, because it's a cool place. I do love that place. So the Hornets and the Magic tonight. It's win or go home. The winner will move on to the big kids table in the NBA, rolling on to face the Detroit Pistons in what will be a good matchup, whether it's Orlando or whether it's Charlotte. But I'm soon, or at least I will assume, that the majority of you listening would like to see Charlotte make it into the postseason and play at the big kids table. So let's hear from the head coach of the Charlotte Hornets and talks about this matchup with the Orlando Magic.
Number one, I think that their style of play is pretty consistent. So no matter who plays, I think that they're a really well-coached team, bring a lot of physicality defensively and a toughness to them. And offensively, they attack the paint in a lot of different ways. They have a ton of talented creators in Banchero and Wagner and Suggs and Bain. And then like Carter Jr. is on the glass, and all these guys are kind of slashing behind the defense and stuff. So offensively, they find a lot of different ways to get to the paint, and defensively, their physicality. But I think the things that we have been able to figure out a little bit are just how we need to guard. But then also offensively, playing with some pace, I think has really has helped us not allow them to be able to be as physical as they usually are.
Speed up if you're the Hornets, and do better than last time, right? What do they say? There's a movie out there with Tom Hanks. He coaches the Wonders. The movie is called That Thing You Do, and he meets the drummer for the first time. And this is essentially Charles Lee going to LaMelo Ball after the Wonders just absolutely fell apart in their performance, and drum sets are falling apart and they're off key. And Mr. White tells the drummer, he goes, "Do better tonight than you did this afternoon." That is what Charles Lee is telling to LaMelo Ball. And while LaMelo Ball did have the final points that sealed the deal against the Magic, sealed the deal against Miami, he also shot 2 of 12 from 3. No, 2 of 16 from 3. 2 of 16. So just hit a couple more of those. Hit a couple more of those. Now, expect some defense, right? Con Kneppel can get the mojo back. We made some Austin Powers references today. I apologize for all of them. Not really.
No, you shouldn't. Yeah.
Who does number 2 work for? Con Kneppel will be working on defense for sure and probably posting up against Desmond Bane. And I would see Jalen Suggs going the other way against LaMelo Ball. This could be more of a defensive struggle than we want it to believe. Now, unfortunately, there's a little hip issue, and the hips don't lie when it comes to Moussa Diabate. He has found himself kind of on the will he play, will he not play scenario. And without him, I mean, they could go small ball, a little bit smaller, but also means that you've got to find someone to match up with Banchero, who also didn't have the greatest night the other night against Philadelphia in their loss.
And hopefully Khan doesn't have some kind of back issue, because I don't know if you've seen the rumors of that he might have a little bit of a back issue going on. So that would explain his performances, but if that's the case, hopefully he's better.
On the money line right now, minus 160, minus 165, depending on your favorite entertaining place to put a few dollars down. The Hornets are favored. It opened at 2.5. It's now 3.5. So it still feels like a pick 'em, even with the road magic, so to speak, for Orlando. And again, that one tipping off tonight at 7:30, part of a doubleheader. The second part of that one we could see a couple of vintage players in that one. I hate saying that about Devin Booker, because I remember when Devin Booker was a rookie. And that was about a decade ago. And since then, he's gone through a number of celebrity girlfriends. But the dude can still fill it up. And so that'll be Golden State and Phoenix in the nightcap, where Steph Curry and Booker, I believe, will both go for 30. So if you're placing bets later on in this program and I'm not around, that's the one I like. That is the one I like. But the Charlotte Hornets is a team that you should absolutely like. You should have absolutely no problem leaning into this team. And what Charles Lee is thinking about that Miami win, and again, Hornets fans, you'll be talking about that one for several years. 60,000 of you were at that game, at least to my last count. And he is very faithful that his young group of basketball will have more confidence going into tonight on the road.
I hope they carry a ton of the confidence from winning that game. There's a bunch of moments where you're like, oh, wow, we're in a good spot, we're going to win. And then you're like, oh, no, we could lose this game. But I think that the guys stayed steady. The communication was really good. The execution at crucial moments was great. I think the last 2 days have been really good for us to be able to kind of, rest, recover, eat, sleep, watch some film, prepare. I think everyone between staff and players watched the game last night and understood the intensity at which both teams were going to play at and stuff. So looking forward to now knowing who we play, putting in the game plan and get ready to hoop.
And I think he's referring to that Orlando-Philadelphia game, which for me, I thought both teams kind of sleptwalk through it. I didn't feel like the Magic were just kind of kept at arm's reach. You see those cartoons with the taller cat or taller person.
Yep, hanging on their forehead.
Yep, and they're just pushing their hand against their forehead, and they just keep running and running and running, and they can't get there. That's what Philadelphia felt like when they were taking on Orlando. And so with the Hornets, if you want an X factor, I think it's about seeing if Miles Bridges can do another 28 points and have another one of those first quarter performances that everyone just kind of goes, ooh, that's the Miles Bridges that we know and want to love and embrace. But Con Kneppel's got to get off the back. He's got to get back on the court, get back on the horse, and start shooting the way I think everyone knows he can shoot. But I think he will draw the tougher defensive assignment tonight because Desmond Bane is a walking bucket. I know that's cliche, and it comes out a lot, but that dude can flat out shoot. Like, his step-back threes and turning ball around a couple of times, and we know LaMelo Ball isn't, the most defensively inclined kind of dude, but he can stay in front of you at least, but Bane made him look silly, can make people look silly from time to time, and that'll be a guy to watch certainly for the Magic, along with Banchero, who has that array of moves in the low post. Now, if you defend him right, and Diabate is in there and can put a body on him, much like the 76ers did a couple nights ago, then the Hornets should be paving their path. And again, I do have them advancing. I said this a week ago. I said I believe the Hornets will advance to the big table and move forward.
Yeah. And how exciting would that be?
It would be very exciting. It would be very exciting. Mm-hmm. Speaking of exciting, the Carolina Hurricanes, we now know what the playoff schedule looks like with the Ottawa Senators. Came out after midnight. After midnight, the NHL released its schedule for the first round of the Eastern Conference. And with the first round of the Eastern Conference, who gets to kick things off but the Metropolitan #1 team, the Carolina Hurricanes. They will play Ottawa in the first game of the 2026 Stanley Cup playoffs Saturday at 3 o'clock in Raleigh at Lenovo Center. I'm told you need to get there early because they're going to do something special. So if you have tickets, they're going to do something kind of special with lights, and I'm told there will be towels involved.
Oh, always.
There's going to be a towel.
They've already shown them on their Twitter.
Oh, did they?
Sound the siren.
Is that what it is?
Uh-huh.
Sound the siren?
Yeah.
I was thinking no leaks.
Yeah. Right.
You know?
Right.
Or,
Hopefully.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Something weather punny. But sound
Plus,
the siren works.
I'm telling you, too, like, you want to get there early anyway because you know people are going to be tailgating all day.
That tailgate starts at 8.
Yeah, exactly.
You get into the lot at 12, but the tailgate starts at 8. You will have eggs out there on the flat griddle.
Mimosas, yeah.
You'll be having a good time. Be perfect day right up until they're going to let you in to the building because it's going to be like 90 degrees in Raleigh, I believe, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. So
wow.
It'll be a good time. So Saturday, 3 o'clock, Game 1, Ottawa, Carolina. Monday, Game 2, Carolina hosts Ottawa. Monday night, 7:30. So a little bit later. Game 3 in Ottawa on Thursday. And then Game 4, same time, Saturday, 3 o'clock in Ottawa. So listen, if you have an invitation to a wedding that you are regretting you RSVP'd to, you are in luck. You have an excuse.
Yes, exactly.
Canes fans have an absolute excuse to make that happen. So that's how that shakes out a little bit. Hurricanes, just to let you in on a few things, a few odds and ends from yesterday. They are practicing as we are recording and doing this show live here. Logan Stankoven back on the ice. So either they flew his mom in to give him chicken soup or he's feeling much better. And Freddie Anderson was the first goalie off the ice. So it looks like Freddie Anderson will get the Game 1 start. This kind of falls in line with head coach Rod Brindamore, who usually, he likes veteran presence. And Freddie Anderson has played some fairly good hockey. And one of the weird parts about the Carolina Hurricanes-Ottawa Senators matchup is the almost kind of like fantasy booking. Have you ever read fan fiction of anything? It feels like there's a lot of fan fiction being written about Ottawa right now. That Ottawa's going to be like the big spoiler because they've been playing really good hockey in the last 10 to 20 games of the season or so. Like this is the team that's going to knock down all the doors and not have to do anything. And then what's being dismissed about Carolina is the goaltending. They keep dismissing the goaltending, and I think to myself, I was like, okay, Anderson, since he came back, certainly after the Olympic break. God, that feels like a forever and ever ago.
It really does.
I think when Freddie Anderson got to play for his home country, get around a bunch of Danes, right? Speaking the language, like he got kind of like, this is why I play hockey. I play for my teammates. He got to play for his country, comes back, and I think he dialed himself in. At the same time, Brandon Bussie came back, still put up decent numbers. Neither one of these guys got shelled. And that's the weird part about the narrative that's being pushed out there is that, Carolina's goaltending or whatever it is. You know what? Ottawa has that same issue. It's not that Brandon Bussie went, 31-6. Like, 31 wins weren't flukes. It's not like, and I said this on my program that I hosted in Raleigh earlier today, every morning at 9 o'clock. I said, it's not like Brandon Bussie had to save these games by making a Marc-Andre Fleury take a photo, put it in a frame, and put it on your office wall kind of save, right? It didn't have to be crazy. Like,
no.
He just had to be solid.
Yeah, he even talked about it. He's like, I'm so grateful that I have these guys in front of me to help my job be easier. So, he's awesome anyway. So, he's clutch when he needs to be.
He was solid in goal.
Yeah.
And even after the last game, he said, hey, we still have work to do. So even Brandon Bussie understands that, and Freddie Anderson understands that. So this is where I get confused about the narrative about goaltending, because it's not like Ottawa's Linus Ullmark has been a spectacular either. He has, he's performed better. I mean, that's what it is. Like lately, no problems there. But is it because, again, this is the same question about the Carolina Hurricanes. Is the defense stronger in front of Ullmark at this point? Ullmark, remember, stepped away for mental health reasons. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's actually a good thing. He understood there was something going on. But James Reimer is not the answer behind him. Like, that is not. I'm like, if you think to yourself about the Carolina Hurricanes goaltending, and I get it, folks. I get it. It's the absolute low-hanging fruit when you talk about playoff series. It always comes down to goaltending. Because we know in the playoffs, the ice gets tighter. We know the defense ramps up a little bit. It gets a lot more physical, and goals are a lot harder to come by. So where does it always come back to? It always comes back to goaltending. It's the easiest thing to pick on, and it's the truth. It is. If you look at the goaltending cores of these two teams, and I'm not even talking about Pyotr Kochetkov for Carolina, I'm just talking about Bussey and Anderson for the Canes. And Linus Ullmark and James Reimer on the other side, I will take Bussey and Anderson any day of the week.
Same.
I just don't understand it. But you are talking about an analytical darling when it comes to Ottawa. And we always thought Carolina was that team. Carolina's the analytical darling. No, Paul. It's Carolina. No, Ottawa's the same kind of bit. Like, their 5-on-5 scoring is top 10. But you have to remind yourself that while Carolina won 2 of the 3 meetings between these two teams, the meeting that Ottawa defeated Carolina with, and I hope they're listening because they're probably going to, well, there's that guy in the air saying this is how it happened. And no, we played a much better hockey game. Jordan Stahl and Jordan Martinook did not play in the loss at all. 2 of those goals came on power play goals. So what do the Canes need to do? Let's just knock it out simply. Check mark. Stay out of the damn box.
Please,
don't
Svetch. I'm looking at you.
Don't
or
get
Blake.
Yeah, don't get lazy and trip somebody. Keep your sticks on the ice. It's the simplest thing, right? Don't hook a guy. If you know it's a clear breakaway and you have that trust in your defensive unit, I guess. I mean, but I don't need to see Jackson Blake in the box for something stupid.
No.
I don't want to see Svetch in the box for doing something stupid. And they're going to try to draw them into those kinds of games because they're the popular underdog pick right now.
Right.
Across the board. Across the board in the NHL. They're like, this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen.
They're the Charlotte Hornets right now of hockey, it feels.
The Charlotte Hornets of hockey. That's so funny. Like, we were like, the Charlotte Hornets were the Carolina Panthers of the NBA in terms of rebuild.
Right.
And then now the Ottawa Senators are the Charlotte Hornets of hockey.
Yeah. People who've never even been to Ottawa are like, yeah, let's go.
Listen, bring me some Timbits next time y'all come down, Senators.
Yeah.
And I'll pick you a little bit. But, there is depth up front. There's no doubt about it. You're going to get to hear the name Tim Stützle a ton, and they've got a Tkachuk. Of course they have a Tkachuk.
Of course.
So,
that's all you need to know.
And they were in the postseason last year. They took care of Toronto, and Toronto's not in, and Ottawa's there. So it will tell you something about the Ottawa Senators. This is not a rollover team. I do not want to mislead you by any means, but I think a lot of people are kind of discounting the Hurricanes as much as possible. Not a hockey city, so they don't know what's going on down there, yet they've been there before. And I know Rod was asked yesterday about whether or not this was the year.
Right.
And he goes, well, we always want it to be the year.
Of course.
Every year is the year.
Yeah.
Do the Stars align this year? And I'm not talking about the Dallas Stars or the defunct Minnesota North Stars. Did the Stars align this year for the Canes? I think there's a lot of living, breathing people within the state of North Carolina and just Canes fans who are spread out all across the country and certainly on other parts of this planet who are like, yeah, this is going to be the year. This has to be the year.
Yeah.
Everything lined up. Our defense is relatively healthy. They're seasoned. We've got some playmakers now on offense. We're much more versatile in that aspect. We feel like we're a much more offensively minded team than defense these days. And the goaltending really hasn't let us down all year. You don't win the Metro in a fluke.
You don't.
And that's the weird part about it, is it still seems like people believe the Carolina Hurricanes won the Metro in a fluke.
Yeah. It's just so easy to discredit this team for some reason. For others, even national media are guilty of that.
I don't want to pretend that Carolina Hurricanes are sliding under the radar anymore. They aren't.
Right.
They absolutely can't. They've been in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Eastern Conference Finals, a couple of seasons here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't quite get it done against Florida a couple times. Florida is not playing in the Eastern Conference.
Nope.
So here's what you do. You take your fist, you pound it on your chest, you hum.
Or take the towel and whirl it over your head.
And you act like the big dog and you eat. And be the big dog. That's the thing. Don't be afraid to do that.
Yeah.
We can't always... Not everybody gets to be the underdog. Not everybody gets to go, well, maybe it's our turn.
Right.
Maybe this is what we need to do. I'm like, just own the damn thing. Just full throat. Own it. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
So, game one. Wow. That was quite the rant there. Saturday, 3 o'clock, Lenovo Center. Bring your towels if you can't find one. And what was the thing that they put on them?
Sound the siren.
Sound the sirens.
Yes.
You can make one at home. You can make one at home and wave it around.
You probably needed to wipe the sweat off your face because it's going to be 90 degrees
For
tomorrow.
sure. And here's the deal. Let's hope you get to take your shirt off and wave it around like a helicopter 3 or 4 times tomorrow.
Yes.
That's what it'll take. Ice gets tighter in the playoffs. We all know this. All right, a few odds and ends in the college stuff and certainly some portal news for you that has come out. Musa Sanya for NC State has hit the portal. I believe the 9th player at State to hit the portal. So pretty much everyone's gone. There's Michael Williams, I believe, is who's left. It's the Will Smith meme, standing in the room with the empty furniture.
Right.
There's one dude.
Yeah, exactly.
There's one dude from last year's team. A couple of guys did join new teams from NC State. If you hadn't heard, Jerry Deng has moved on to Memphis. So 3 days after hitting the portal, he's got himself a scholarship. We'll just say that. I don't know what kind of money it is. It's not like he's going to come out and say, this is the check that they cut me to play in the American Conference. So Memphis, new big man, Deng, dude can jet. There's no doubt about it. He can get above the rim too, and so he'll do well at Memphis, I'm sure, with some extra playing time. Cole Klower, who never took a tip off, never took a shot for NC State, moves from NC State to the SEC. He will play for Alabama. That seems to be that is his landing spot at this point. And yesterday, I think it broke during this program, Manny Diaz signed a contract. Did that happen during the show yesterday? I don't think so. Manny Diaz at Duke signed a contract extension through 2031, which for Manny Diaz, good for you. I'm like, job security one, knowing that you're at a school that so far in the 2 seasons that you've been there has played the portal near perfectly. Now, conscious uncoupling with the former quarterback, and boy, the name escapes me, and I feel so stupid for not realizing his damn name. The guy who left last year, he was the ACC Player of the Year, the quarterback who went to Miami. I am absolutely brain farting. Someone hit me up on YouTube because I absolutely lost it. Malik Murphy was the quarterback who was there and went to Oregon State, and the quarterback last year at Duke. And maybe it's just because I want to forget. Someone's going to remind me of this, and I literally can't remember his name. This is slightly embarrassing, and someone needs to just tell me, please. Just tell me. The quarterback at Duke last year came from Tulane. I can't remember. I just absolutely lost it. Quarterback from Duke, QB, Darian Mensah. My God! How did it take me that long for... Oh. Okay, so I need to take some cognitive tests.
It's Friday.
No, that's one of those things. It's like that just shows you how far removed we are from college football season and that whole saga.
That feels like a lifetime ago.
That Darian Mensah left Manny Diaz. So I was just going to say that Manny Diaz had to navigate that as well. And now there's a litany of quarterbacks that are entering the room at Duke, and they've just worked their way through spring practice. So we'll see who actually emerges from that. But for Diaz to sign an extension, I think it's good for him. I think it's also good for the school because maybe they won't have to mine the portal as hard when it comes to those solid skill positions and where you need to be. So those are those college odds and ends that I wanted to give you. One last thing here, and I know you've probably heard a lot about some big event that's happening in Las Vegas. It's WrestleMania weekend, folks.
Oh,
I watch professional wrestling. Not as much as Victoria watches UFC because she watches a lot of UFC and Pride and whatever still exists out there.
Yep.
I do watch professional wrestling. There's a deep heritage here in North Carolina. I'm acknowledging that for sure.
Yeah.
Do we wish that instead of Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton, we had Dusty Rhodes and Cowboy Bob Orton? Yeah, I think for some of you old timers, you might go for that. Cody Rhodes is the son of a plumber.
Yeah.
So he would be the grandson of a plumber.
Right.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Orton's a generational superstar too. So that's one of the main events. CM Punk and Roman Reigns is another one. Everyone seems to be excited about Brock Lesnar, who is 48 years old, by the way.
Oh, wow.
He's
going to be feeling that the next day.
He's 48. He's wrestling a guy by the name of Obafemi. That's not his real name. That's a stage name. But Obafemi threw track and was a shot putter at Alabama, and they're calling him kind of like the next superstar in the making.
Okay.
The crowds eat him up.
Yeah.
He's got great charisma. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that there is a big professional wrestling weekend that is going on there in Las Vegas for 2 nights. Oh, I totally forgot, and I feel terrible about this one because it was on my mind, and I was going to do the part of the odds and ends college stuff. There is a monster 3-game college baseball series in Chapel Hill this weekend at the Bosch. Number 2 Georgia Tech, who won 13 games in a row, taking on number 3 Carolina in a 3-game set.
Wow.
So in the ACC, we talk about ACC as the basketball conference, or we kind of want to. ACC plays good football.
Right.
ACC is the baseball conference.
Right.
Let's call it what it is.
They do things there.
Yeah. I'm like, number 2 and number 3, it's the first time that, in terms of significance, in terms of a matchup like this, at the Bosch, almost in a decade. And so they have a night game tonight at 6 in Chapel Hill, and then it's day games on Saturday and Sunday. So if you want to see maybe a taste of what the College Baseball World Series would look like in Omaha, or maybe an early look at these regionals, because we're only a month away from the ACC tournament in Charlotte, that's kind of the weekend you want to go do. I mean, They got West Durham on the call this weekend.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
So I'm like, Darren Vaught's on tonight's call, and West Durham's calling ball.
That means business.
That means something's happening.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Something's happening. So, Wes, what's up, brother? Darren, what's up, brother? Because we're thinking about you. It's going to be huge. That's going to be an awesome weekend up there. So, that is very cool. Victoria, where should we go next? We got to go somewhere next. I know where we need to go. We need to really dig into the NBA play-in because we're running out of time for the Hornets. Because if they do not win tonight, they're going to be hanging out with me at Carolina Beach here in a week.
Yeah.
Paul Iander in for Adam Gold today. It's the Adam Gold Show.
Delivering more hits than the Canes forecheck.
He scores!
The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Hey, Carolina Panthers fans, it's Dennis Cox from 99.9 The Fan.
And me, Chris Lee from WRAL TV.
We're in the offseason, but our podcast, Panthers Playbook, presented by Wake Orthopedics, rolls on.
In every episode, we'll keep you up to date on Panthers news as the NFL Draft approaches.
Insights on free agents and prospects.
Plus all the insider info on who the Panthers want to pick at number 19.
Follow and subscribe to Panthers Playbook wherever you discover your favorite podcasts or watch on YouTube.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friends at FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. We all love the NBA play-in tournament, don't we? Here's another reason to love it, because FanDuel's got a play-in palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the play-in tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your play-in palooza token, then you're automatically entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel.com/local. If you didn't like the play-in tournament before, I bet you love it now, thanks to FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and over and present in North Carolina. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit 1 entry. Profit Boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable Profit Boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
It's bow time. There's something special about the first bite of a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Like an edible alarm clock that slaps you awake with bold Cajun flavor. The moment you sink your teeth into that soft, fluffy, made-from-scratch biscuit, then strike gold with a juicy piece of fried chicken, you'll know. Nothing beats the first bite. Except the second first bite. Get a Cajun Filet biscuit combo today at Bojangles. It's bow time.
It's bow time. Time to satisfy your craving for Cajun with a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Enjoy a Cajun fried filet tucked inside a hot made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. Make it a combo and add your choice of fixin' and legendary sweet tea. And remember, Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuits are served all day, every day. Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking? If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This is Adam Gold.
The American Cornhole League. I don't know if you can wager on it. Let me go to FanDuel and find out if you can wager on it.
I think I read you can get a scholarship. Kids in high school can actually get scholarships for cornholing. Who knows? I don't know what the technical term is.
I'm just not going to say anything.
The Adam Gold Show.
There are people rolling their windows down right now in their vehicles, as they should be. As they should be.
Oh, yeah. This is a banger.
You're going to get out at the stoplight, dance a little bit, have people look at you weird, but who cares?
Who cares?
Who cares?
It's a Friday. Let
There
them judge you.
There you go.
It's
Paul
fine.
Ihander in today for Adam Gold. Victoria is here as well. We'll have a shift change at some point during the program here. Dennis Cox is out hanging out at Carolina Hurricanes practice today, so hopefully he'll bring back some good stuff. My son and I, by the way, this morning, just to share a little story about bangers like that and some EDM and dance, we were playing air guitar in the car at a stoplight this morning.
Fun.
My son plays guitar. He's been taking lessons for more than a year, and I used to drum back in the day. In my high school days, played drums on our stage band and stuff. And so we were just can't remember what it was. It may have been I know what it was. It was Paradise City.
Oh.
It was Paradise City. It was towards the end because it just keeps. It feels like it's getting faster, but it's not.
Yep.
And we're just jamming out in the car. It's 7:00 in the morning, right? And we're just and people. There's a dude at the stoplight right next to us because we're turning left, and he's sitting there. He's like, "What is happening here?"
Still trying to wake up, rub his eyes. Like, am I seeing this or dreaming this?
And it's a two lane left turn, so there's someone on our left too, and they're looking at us like, "Oh my God, we need to go fast so they don't do something crazy."
Right.
Speaking of doing something crazy, there's something crazy that's happening with the narrative with the Charlotte Hornets as they go into tonight's game with the Orlando Magic. It's a play-in game, by the way, just to reset the story for you. If the Charlotte Hornets win, they make the big kids table. They go to the NBA playoffs and will play the Detroit Pistons, a team that they have history with, a team that everyone's like, oh, this would be a great matchup. This would be good. There's a budding rivalry and whatnot. And, a part of that, again, has to do with the fact that Miles Bridges and Moussa Diabate were suspended back in February when they got in a little fight. There was a fight.
Mm-hmm.
And they got suspended for 4 games. Not just fighting, but escalating. So, we didn't just fight, we kept fighting.
Yeah.
We threw one punch, and then we pushed, and then we shoved, and then we said something, and fingers were pointed.
Mm-hmm.
And then we did it again.
They're really excited for WrestleMania, too.
Perhaps that's what it is. And it's funny because it's Detroit. And for those of you old heads who remember the NBA back in the 80s and 90s, Detroit, they were known as the Bad Boys.
Mm-hmm.
This is Bill Laimbeer. This is Scott Hastings. This is Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumars, Vinnie Johnson, James Edwards. It's amazing I still remember those names. So I'm not just an old head. I do love me some NBA. And they were known as the Bad Boys. That's what it was. They would just throw people around like Larry Bird and Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson. They all have stories about playing the Pistons. Back in the day, they were the Bad Boys. And it's interesting to see, because of the LaMelo Ball thing,
mm-hmm.
that the Charlotte Hornets are developing a similar reputation.
Right.
And I'm conflicted about this. Maybe this is some of the hand-wringing that I'm doing. And again, I got no fight in this game. Would I like to see the Hornets win because I'm here in North Carolina? Absolutely. I would root for the Hornets more than the Sixers. I would root for the Hornets more than the Wizards. I would root for the Hornets more certainly than the Magic tonight.
Yeah.
But and this is where I'm like, okay, do you lean into that just a little bit? Thinking that we enter the court tonight as a team, a young team that has very little playoff experience, but now has a win, so they have the taste of victory. But do you lean into that just a little teeny bit harder? And again, do you imagine Con Knepel putting on a mean face?
Right, yeah. Poor guy.
Like,
He looks like he wants to give you a sweet tea. Yeah.
You know, you're like, right? Okay, I'll kind of buy it. Sort of.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'll kind of buy
Leave that
it.
to Ball. Ball's like
Right.
the easiest unlikable player, probably. So it's easy for him. He could lean all the way in.
The easiest unlikable.
Yeah. I mean, especially with the Hugo thing where he got a little rough with Hugo the mascot.
Did Hugo come out and say anything afterwards,
I know
though?
that he loved it. He was dapping him up, I think. I
Yeah,
feel like that
I
was
know.
just excitement.
There's no statement that's been issued on behalf of Hugo, which I think they missed. They should have done it immediately
They should
afterwards.
have.
Saying, listen, Hugo understands in the heat of the moment,
Yes.
players who are celebrating, you know, I'm that guy that they come to and want to party with.
And I've got a lot of padding, so it's fine.
Who wouldn't want to party with Hugo?
Right. Exactly.
So-
that was a total Twitter miss. They could have had a little
There could have been
quote.
something. Again, again, in the heat of the moment, what do you think about? But if I'm the Hornets, I lean into this a little bit. I think to myself, you know what? We're the bad guys.
Mm-hmm.
We're the bad guys, and we're coming to get you. And it is a wrestling trope. And I know we're weaving some wrestling into this, but you want the bad guy to be the bad guy. But when the bad guy wins, what are they? They celebrate. They get the big neck chain with the video monitor that replays the shot. They get to smack the mascot around. You know, they get to embrace that kind of stuff with themselves. They pull up their shirt, right? They always do this. Like, yeah, let's go. You know, and those of you who aren't watching on YouTube, I'm like pinning my shirt with my pinky, my ring finger and thumb, and holding it up. And you see that at all levels of sports. Like, yeah, I'm representing. This is us. I'm like, why not own that? If people want to believe that about you, and again, I struggle to believe it with the amount of basketball that I've actually watched this season in the NBA, especially when it comes to the Hornets.
Yeah.
Like, LaMelo Ball is not a troublemaker shooting threes from 32 feet out.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
And would I like to see him drive into the lane and create buckets? Absolutely, because he can do that. He has that ability with his handles to make that happen. But I don't see him out there just throwing legs and tripping dudes.
No.
Like, I just don't buy that from this team. But if people want to embrace that, then go full Little Giants. Put Alka-Seltzer in your mouth, pretend that you're foaming,
right,
and just go out there and just eat them alive and just say crazy stuff. Like, I'm so on the brink right now of saying something bad. I'm seriously, I'm right there. I'm like, if you want to be the bad boys of the 2020s, then be that team because no one else is doing it. Like,
Right.
no one else is trying. I'm like, you get some of that toughness. I mean, Draymond Green is Draymond Green. He's that guy. Like, he plays good defense. He's tough. He is a tough guy. He's a legitimate tough guy. But there aren't that many around out there.
No.
Like, LeBron James can't be the enforcer forever. You know, when he's just a big dude and can shoot and he can say what he wants. He's the king. Totally get that. But then look around the rest of the NBA and go, like, who are these tough guys? Are there actual tough guys that are out there?
Yeah.
And again, when you look at the Hornets starting five, you're like, well,
yeah.
outside of Diabate,
Yeah.
maybe Miles Bridges.
Right. Maybe.
And Bridges needs to go off tonight again, like he did in that Miami game.
Right.
Like, if he can have a strong first quarter and LaMelo can shoot better than 2 of 16 and Con Knepel can at least hit just 1 or 2 threes
Right.
at this point.
Because otherwise, his game is great. I mean, he played a great game. It's just none of his shots were going in.
Yeah, I don't want ugly tonight. I think
Yeah.
the worst thing that could happen is that Charlotte has to play an ugly basketball game to beat Orlando because Orlando won't have any problem making it ugly
Yeah.
at all. Like, they'll do their best. And Franz Wagner dealing with, I believe, an ankle thing, you know, may or may not play. I'm sure he'll try to give it a go. I mean, why wouldn't you? It's winter, go to Carolina Beach.
Exactly.
Or,
Play some golf at the beach.
Or in Orlando, I suppose it's win and go to Daytona Beach. Whatever it is. Daytona Beach, by the way, is kind of a neat place.
Yeah.
But it's mostly outlet malls and Daytona International Raceway. Like, I've driven around the raceway there, and it's all the way around. Like, it's almost like 20 minutes. Like, you're just like, man, I'm still going around the track.
Right.
Still going
We're
around the track.
Still going around.
Right.
Whoa. Okay.
Right, there
we're
you go.
still
All right,
going
let's
around.
take a left. Oh, look, the airport's over there. Oh, look, what's on the left? Oh, Daytona International Raceway.
I'll be there next month.
Yeah, you can take just as many left turns around Daytona outside as the drivers do inside.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
That is a monster building. So
Yep.
Tonight, Charlotte Hornets, if you want to lean into it, and I think they should. I think they should absolutely just lean into that.
works.
Lean into that image for one night if you're going to do it, but still manage to play your game. Charles Lee hopefully will have a few more chess pieces in his pocket because he almost ran out. He almost ran out. The worst thing I've said when it comes to the end of a basketball game is when everybody jumps up to make a defensive play, and it's more than one person. So you've increased the probability of someone getting called for a foul.
Yeah.
It didn't happen on Tuesday night, thankfully. That's why the Hornets get to play the Orlando Magic tonight.
They've got to keep their foot on the gas, too. Like, you can't – all the amount of times that they would have this huge, almost 10-point lead and then just lose it at the very end. Like, the roller coaster, you can't play with your food like that. I think the Magic will not.
It's at home, too.
It's
at home again for Orlando, so it's
True.
at home. It's a home game for Orlando, and the crowd can get a little bit rowdy there at that downtown arena. So, again, be the cartoon. Take your big hand and just hold the forehead of Orlando, Charlotte, and just hold them back. And then maybe while you're doing that, just give them a little, pull a couple of eyebrows out, just to feel like you're being naughty.
Right.
Just something.
This
something
is me being
something
the
to
bad guy.
remind them that you aren't going to be a pushover and that we aren't always going to be hunting for 3-pointers.
Yeah.
Just, you could surprise everybody. Surprise the NBA tonight, surprise the national audience.
I know. That was frustrating me more than anything during that game. I'm like, you do realize you can shoot inside the 3-point line.
There's more court inside 22 feet.
Right.
I promise you.
Have to make threes.
Right. I promise you. You can go into the post. There's that thing called the key.
Right.
Just don't stay there for longer than 3 seconds. All right. Paul Eihander in for Adam Gold. That's Victoria. On the way, a few one-timers.
Questioning goalie interference calls since day one. The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Distracted driving kills. Every glance away from the road puts lives at risk. Eating and drinking, texting, changing the music, or checking your phone. It can all wait. Behind the wheel, your only job is to drive. Buckle up, stay focused, keep your eyes on the road and your hands on the wheel. Protect yourself, your passengers, and everyone around you. Every seat, every time. This message is brought to you by the Governor's Highway Safety Program and the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
Carolina Complete Health. From neighborhoods in Charlotte to families in Greensboro, Raleigh, and Durham, all the way to Asheville and Wilmington, and everything in between. We are here for communities across North Carolina, connecting you to the care and support you need. We are here to make healthcare easier to access and understand. We are here to bridge the gap, because your health matters. Your community matters. You matter. We are here for your health. Visit hereforyourhealthnc.com.
This April, during Line Worker Appreciation Days, we celebrate our hometown heroes, the public power line workers who keep our communities powered and connected. From powering homes and businesses to restoring service after storms, public power line workers show up every day, rain or shine, to keep the lights on in the communities they serve. Join us in saying thank you to these dedicated, skilled professionals by visiting electricities.com/thankalineworker.
Are you ready to make a difference? Become Mental Health First Aid certified with the Governor's Institute. This free one-day training will give you the skills to recognize, understand, and respond to mental health and substance use challenges. Whether you're a friend, coworker, or caregiver, you can be the support someone needs. The training is available in person or online and is open to everyone. No experience required. Take the first step today. Visit milvetacademy.org to learn more.
Are you struggling with your Medicare drug costs? The NC Department of Insurance SHIP program may be able to help. The Extra Help and Medicare Savings programs are available for those who qualify, but you have to apply. Contact SHIP today to see if you qualify. Visit ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212. SHIP provides free, unbiased help in all 100 counties.
Project supported by grants from the Administration for Community Living. Contents do not necessarily represent official views of, nor an endorsement by ACL, HHS, or the U.S. government.
Measles is spreading in North Carolina. It's highly contagious and can make infants and children very sick. Pneumonia, brain swelling, long-term health problems, hospitalization, and death can occur. Protect your child with the MMR vaccine. It provides lifelong protection. Serious side effects are extremely rare. Millions of children are safely vaccinated each year. Insurance covers the cost and free vaccines are available. Make sure your child is up to date. Talk to your doctor or visit ncdhhs.gov/measles. Paid for by NCDHHS.
The
North Carolina Healthcare Association invites you to listen to this month's podcast, Conversations on the State of Healthcare. This month we examined the Thrive 5, developed by Thrive OBX. The Thrive 5 is a way to bring the community together using outside partnerships to stay healthy as you age. My guest is Amy Montgomery, Executive Director of Operations at Outer Banks Health.
So Thrive OBX is about inspiring well-being and longevity through a community-wide cultural movement. The goal is simple: to help people thrive. Research shows that only about 30% of our longevity is tied to our genetics, and 10% depends on access to health care. So that leaves roughly 60% is determined by daily lifestyle choices, like how we eat, move, manage stress, sleep, and connect socially.
You can learn more and join our latest Conversations on the State of Healthcare wherever you listen to your favorite podcast, and find out more by visiting nchealthcare.org.
This is Adam Gold.
I told Tim, who does the afternoon show, I said, I'm about to turn this game around. We need Cheez-Its. So I went to go get magical lucky Cheez-Its, and guess what? Boom. Period 2, tied it up. And then at the end of the game, I still had like 8 Cheez-Its in the cup left, and I said, lucky Cheez-Its.
There you go. The Adam Gold Show.
Oh, my goodness. What are we doing?
I'm trying to get the people going on a Friday.
Clearly.
This weekend. We
Tell
got
you
a
what,
lot of good stuff going on.
If there are people listening to us in Eastern Europe right now, they are getting ready to go clubbing. You've got the perfect soundtrack going for them.
Yes.
And honestly, someone probably out there might be going clubbing right now, and they could be getting themselves ready to go. So
They're
that's great.
tailgating now.
That's Victoria. Paul Eihander in for Adam Gold today. It's good to be back in the chair with all of you. Dennis Cox is on his way back from practice, I promise. So we'll have a shift change here coming up at some point during the program. But as usual, it is time for a few of your one-timers.
Okay, well, now that our YouTube stream is up and running so you can see us there, we'll start things off with Justin.
Justin,
Will
what's
State
up?
and Carolina have any freshmen joining their basketball rosters, and can they still be bringing in some talent via recruiting, or do they wait until next year?
Yes, to the question about bringing in freshmen. Absolutely. And so it's already happened. Kenny Smith's kid at Carolina, who just Malloy just signed his letter of intent 2 days ago. So at Carolina, they've got a freshman. Will he get some meaningful minutes? Probably. Will he be counted on to be a starter? Probably not. Michael Malone's got a big challenge ahead of him, and the question is it how much of a challenge will it be because of whatever checks that they can cut to bring in some players and bring in some meaningful help. There are visits coming up. We know that they have reached out to former state guys, Paul McNeil. Matt Abel has them in their top 7 right now, as far as we know. That still is holding. So we know that recruitment is being pushed out there by Carolina. And the same thing applies for NC State. They could bring in freshmen who decide that they don't want to go where they have committed to, but a lot of that ship has sailed, to be honest. They're going to have to find, uncut gems. The panning for gold, whatever analogy you want to use for that. There's still possibility for freshmen, but it would have to be one of those things where they would probably have to turn a little bit more local to grab some of those guys, because most of those freshmen have already committed to their schools. So this will be a transitional, transformational, transfer portal year for both Carolina and State. But I won't rule out freshmen. Those who have committed, again, Malloy Smith just signed 2 days ago. So at least some of them are keeping their commitments. But honestly, I don't blame athletes these days, regardless, male or female, whatever sport they play, to go out and get what's right for them, because the gravy train may just collapse upon itself. The money may not be there. So, I think that's a good place to leave it.
There you go. Next up from Mindy. Hi, Mindy.
Hey, Mindy.
Friday one-timer for both of you. If given the choice, would you never see another snowfall in Raleigh or never see another day above 100 degrees here? And she said that she said bring on the snow days.
So one of these I have to get rid of. I get rid of snow, or I get rid of 100 degree plus days.
Yes.
I can tolerate, wow, that's a good
I would get rid
question.
of 100+ days because 95 is hot enough for me.
My kids aren't listening.
And I love snow.
My kids aren't listening. I would take out the snow days.
Would you?
Yeah, I would.
Well, if it was actual snow and not this like weird mixture of stuff.
Both are equally kind of rare.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, there's a sticky 100 and there's a dry 100. And I don't know if you've had either one of those. The sticky one sucks.
Yeah.
And when that happens around here, I'm like, I'm not happy about it. But snow, the way snow cripples everything and then how stupid people get when it snows, I'm like, I can't get out of my driveway. Or I got somebody rolling up and down the block in a snowmobile that, they bought just a few days prior. Or the magical run for milk, bread, and eggs that, listen, at this point, after the pandemic from 6 years ago, everybody should be a master baker where they don't need to buy as much milk and eggs, but still, we go buy a ton of milk and eggs. I'm like, for what? For what? So, yeah, snow.
Okay.
I hate saying it, but snow.
No, well, this might be the answer to the next question. Justin, I love these random ones. All it says is beach or mountains.
I love camping. I do. And there's some special spots that I won't tell people about that I like to go camping.
Yeah.
Like, it's not nefarious. I just don't like to share.
Exactly.
But man, you hear me talk about the beach a ton, and I do love me some beaches.
Mm-hmm.
Like, having lived on both coasts, the Pacific, and I've lived on the Gulf Coast too. Having lived near the coast, there's something about just putting your toes in the water and ass in the sand.
Yeah.
And that's lake too, but so if I get all the beaches, then beach.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, Lake Beach is just as good as Ocean Beach.
Love beaches.
So beach.
I know.
Beach.
There is something that's saltwater air. Yeah, I feel you. Same. Next up from Homebred. What is the key factor for the Hurricanes to win the series? Is the goal scoring going to be our weakness, or will it be goals allowed?
Who's this?
Conebred.
Mm-hmm. All right, Conebred. I appreciate that. Good question. Will we find goaling? Will we find goal scoring? Yes, we will find goal scoring. If the key ice gets tight, I say this year after year after year. It's not some uncommon thing that gets said. In the playoffs, the ice gets tight. Goalie pads, for some reason, get larger. It's just what it is. I expect to hear clinking and clanking of posts throughout this entire series with Ottawa.
Yeah.
It will take more of a defensive effort against Ottawa than it will take an offensive effort, I believe. So I'm counting more on goaltending than I am on goal scoring in this one. But nothing will surprise me at this point. Again, the reminder is these two teams played each other 3 times in the regular season. Canes won the first two meetings. Ottawa won the third meeting. Ottawa did that without the Canes having Jordan Martinook or Jordan Staal in the lineup, which meant your centerman, Jordan Staal, who's had a career renaissance year this year with 20 goals, first time in like a decade, and has been in the faceoff and now is working on the power play, and we know what he does when he's, on the short side of the power play as well defensively. That reminds me of a few things. And there's a million excuses we can put in there about why teams lose and why teams win. But ice gets tight. I think it's going to be more about goaltending. And again, I will take the Carolina Hurricanes goaltenders over the backstops that Ottawa has right now.
Same.
Okay.
So this is basically follow-ups to his question. He's got 2, but one I can answer. First is, will ESPN Plus have the game if out of market? And I can tell you they have posted when they do the out of market games, TBS, Sportsnet, and TVA Sports will all be airing apparently game 3 and 4.
Yeah, there's national television coverage for all games.
Exactly. So
all games moving forward.
Part 2, who do you trust more, Anderson or Bussey?
Anderson, because he's been there. I trust Freddie because he's been there. He's seen it. He's seen it all. Brandon Bussey, magnificent year. Again, I don't want to fly counter to that, but if I'm going to trust a guy in that, I'm just going to trust the guy who's been there before. It's as simple as that. Like, who are you going to go with up Mount Everest? You going to go with the first-time Sherpa, or you go with that dude that puts everything on his back and he's been up there 113 times? I'm taking the guy who puts everything on his back and has been up the mountain 113 times. That's who I roll with. There's no exact science when it comes to that. It's just kind of how I feel when I lock it down in my heart. But it doesn't mean both can't play. It doesn't mean both can't play. It is a Friday. That's Victoria. Paul Ihander in for Adam Gold. Stick around, folks. More fun will ensue, I promise.
His Zamboni is bigger than yours. The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
It's Hockey in Carolina Playoff Edition. It's Game 1 with Ottawa.
Sebastian Aho wins it in overtime.
Storm watch tomorrow at 2:30. Puck drop at 3.
Jordan Stahl has put Carolina up 5-4.
On your official audio home of Hurricanes hockey, 99.9 The Fan.
For 20 years, the North Carolina Education Lottery has been creating winning moments where dreams become a reality and where hundreds of winners are made every day. Moments that add up to billions of dollars in wins. And we're nowhere near finished. Seize your winning moment with the new 20th anniversary scratch-off and digital instance game. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning on the scratch-off are 1 in 3.45. Approximate overall odds of winning a prize in the digital instance game are 1 in 3.75. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
It's time for the Coastal Scholar Athlete of the Month.
Hello, Creighton Blackwell here from Coastal Credit Union and 99.9 The Fan. And today we are at Middle Creek High School where we celebrate the next Scholar Athlete, Eli Johnson.
He's a hard worker and he always tries to lead people. He always checks for his teammates. And if they're down or anything, he'll make sure they're okay.
Seeing him develop over the last few years has been great to see.
He's a dedicated individual. He puts in the work both on and off the field, and it really can show in the classroom a lot and on the field. He's just always a nice individual to have by your side.
So it's not hard to follow a guy like Eli Johnson. And I think Eli's just one of those guys that you can depend on to be at the right place at the right time. Over the course of the last 4 years, he's been our most gifted academically and athletically football player, one of the gifted ones in our football program.
And I put in a lot of work to keep a good GPA in high school, and I think that's rewarded me, and I'm really happy to receive this award.
Congratulations, Eli.
For over 20 years, 99.9 The Fan and Coastal Credit Union have been recognizing scholar athletes at Triangle area schools. If you'd like to nominate a high school athlete, text AWARD to 919-860-5326. That's AWARD to 919-860-5326.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Parenting is hard. Technology can make it harder. The Family Media Plan developed by the American Academy of Pediatrics helps make it easier. Go to healthychildren.org/media plan today to create the media plan that's right for your family.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Workers' comp can be tricky, but my law firm will be on top of all the complicated paperwork and sneaky deadlines so that all of your I's are dotted and T's are crossed. If you've been hurt on the job, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio, WCMC HD1 Holly Springs, 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
Svechnikov down the wing. Wrap around the net and he scores! Oh, a tasty wrap for his 30th of the season. Andrei Svechnikov has this game tied at 1. Goff to spare. Back for Ehlers. Ehlers shot through traffic from Malkin. Makes a save. They'll score! Oh, the rebound! A power play goal! Andrei Svechnikov, a career best. His 31st first, and the Canes have a 1-0 lead.
Coming in, getting the hot tag. For all you wrestling nerds out there just like me. Dennis Cox in for Adam Gold this afternoon. Paul Ihander was here during the first hour of the show. So thanks, everyone, for tuning in this afternoon and joining us ahead of Game 1. Carolina Hurricanes taking on the Ottawa Senators. Also tonight, Victoria, the Charlotte Hornets can actually officially make the playoffs.
Yeah, they can.
That could be a thing.
I'm ready for it.
Now, that game, they play the Orlando Magic. That game down in Orlando.
Which they didn't have to, their opponent didn't have to go very far.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They did not, and that's okay. That's totally fine. I will say this, though. I was just at Carolina Hurricanes practice at the Lenovo Center in Raleigh, so I just came back from that, hence why Paul was covering here. So I talked to Jordan Martinook one-on-one. I just chat with a couple other guys in the locker room. And the general vibe getting Victoria, just talking to guys in the locker room, again, This is literally just minutes ago. They understand, obviously, what it's like to play in the playoffs. I mean, this core group of guys has been doing it for years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just look at the guys who've been here since Rob Brindamore took over as head coach. Jordan Stahl, Jordan Martinook, Andrei Svechnikov, Jacob Slavin, Sebastian Aho. Guys that have been here for even not quite that full time, because obviously when they were acquired, younger players. But a guy who's been around for a long time, believe it or not, is actually Seth Jarvis. He's been around for a long time. You also have some other guys like Jalen Chatfield's been around for a while. Shane Gostisbehere has been in this situation with this Carolina Hurricanes team multiple times before. There are a lot of guys who get it. There are a lot of guys who get it and have done it together as a group. The only guys that are new on this year's team that weren't part of the playoff run last year are Nikolai Ehlers, who's been in the playoffs plenty of times before with the Winnipeg Jets, Keandre Miller, who has played and beaten the Carolina Hurricanes as a member of the New York Rangers a couple times, been to the Eastern Conference Final, and Brandon Bussey. That's it. Otherwise, that group is intact. They've been there and done that together. And you get the sense from, talking to the guys in the locker room, they know how good. And I talked one-on-one with Rob Brindamore as well. They know how good Ottawa is and how difficult that lineup is to play against. Rob Brindamore told me directly, he goes, you look up and down their lineup, you try and find weaknesses, or, okay, what's a matchup that we could exploit, or what's one area of their game that we could exploit? They're few and far between. He's like, well, there might be an area where we're slightly better than them, but there might be some areas of the game, he didn't get into specifics, where they might have a little bit of an advantage against us. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I'm on record, Victoria. I said it yesterday. 6. Canes in 6. But I was talking to some national media people, talking to just other media folks and just people that cover the league and stuff as a whole. They said, I can see Canes in 6. I can see Ottawa in 7. I said, that wouldn't surprise me. The thing that actually, Victoria, that would surprise me most about this series, if this series is less than 6 games.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I would be more surprised if either Ottawa or Carolina wins in 5.
Me too.
I'd be more surprised at that than would be Ottawa winning in 7.
Me too. Yeah. I don't feel like it's going to be an easy series. I don't feel like that's going to happen at all.
I would be more shocked if Carolina wins in 5 than I would be shocked if Ottawa wins in 6.
And if they did win in 5, being the Canes, then I'm like, we're going to the Cup.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's genuinely how I feel. That's genuinely how I feel. They have the depth of scoring and all that stuff. They do. It's a good time.
Yep.
It's a good time playoff hockey. There's a lot of energy around that room. You can also tell you get guys that they're ready to play. These guys are ready for it. They've been building up for this for a long time. They're ready to go. A couple guys I know I was talking to in the locker room that had, got a couple days off or a day off, one game off over the little stretch there of games to close out the regular season. They're like, yeah, it was good to kind of get the legs, give them a rest for a day, but they're chomping at the bit.
Yeah.
They're ready to go for this one. They're ready for it. How pumped are you, Victoria?
Oh.
Scale of 1 to 11. 12.
1,100.
Right? Exactly.
I mean, we just got a whole weekend. Like, we kicked things off with the Hornets tonight, and then tomorrow we've got the Canes. I'm excited.
We actually know the full schedule for the Canes, by the way. We actually got that officially last night. So tomorrow, 3 o'clock at Lenovo, Canes play.
Yep.
Monday at Lenovo, 7:30 game,
Mhm.
which is such a weird time. Like the 7:30 puck drop
yeah,
is so
it is.
weird because it's just like 7 o'clock you're used to. You're like, yeah. Then you're like, oh, I got to wait another half hour.
Right. And then, it takes like 20 minutes for like the whole puck drop and anthem and ceremonies. And
All that stuff. But then it's weird because like 7:30 game, like, oh gosh. But then if it's an 8 o'clock game, like, okay, 8 o'clock.
Right.
I don't know. It's just the 7:30 times.
Yeah.
But
it's odd.
They play Saturday. They play Monday. And then Ottawa, they play Thursday, Saturday.
Yep. The
Then
23rd,
it's back,
25th.
Then it's back Monday, Thursday, Saturday. So that's what this series is. Mondays, Thursdays, Saturdays.
Yep. There we go. We at least got something to work with now.
Which, by the way, Thursday game 3, 7:30. So that's first round of the NFL draft.
Oh, yeah.
That's something to keep in mind
right.
as well. So I'm like, is the draft going to be is the Canes game going to be over?
Yeah.
By the time the Panthers pick.
It's an interesting. Yeah.
That's kind of the thing. Because they shortened Victoria. I don't know if I can't remember if we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah,
they shortened it from 10 minutes to 8 minutes to make your pick.
Yeah.
Which I'm cool with. Which is, by the way, interesting move by the NFL. Is like, actually, we'll do less time.
Right. We're going to make this shorter. What?
By the way, the draft doesn't actually, if I remember correctly, doesn't start until 8 p.m.
Okay.
So we'll be like
right
well into the first period.
Yeah.
By the time the draft. Well, here's the thing as well. The draft starts at 8 o'clock, but Roger Dale's got to come up there and like do his whole spiel.
Of course.
Talk all this stuff. Like, hey, these people are here. Like to thank all these dignitaries, whatever it is.
Yep. Exactly.
Got to do all that stuff. And then probably like 8:15. All right, Raiders, you're on the clock.
Right. And then the Panthers aren't really used to picking at 19.
No.
So now we don't really know when that's going to happen, but now it's going to be 38 minutes sooner than it was any other year to pick 19th.
You know what? I got to look and see. Actually, let me pull this up, Victoria. I'm going to pull this up real quick because I'm curious to see if the Charlotte Hornets win tonight against the Orlando Magic, which, by the way, again, I will say, I'm not an NBA expert, but Hornets can win this one.
Yeah, come on,
right?
Hornets.
It's the Magic.
Yeah.
By the way, they only finished one game back in the standings from the Magic in the regular season. Just one.
Mm-hmm.
Just one. But if the Charlotte Hornets win, okay, they actually wouldn't play on Thursday. That's a bummer.
Yeah.
They don't have that listed because that would actually been really, really cool. Maybe they don't have. Yeah, so they actually would play Wednesday.
Okay.
Wednesday, that actually would be game 2. When the Hornets win, game 2 would be in Detroit on Wednesday. But then now they're coming back for game 3 would be Saturday at Spectrum Center. It's a 1 o'clock tip.
No, what? Oh, wow.
That's Saturday. That's Saturday. Like, again, we're talking about this next week.
Uh-huh.
Next week, this next 7-8 days.
Yeah.
If you're a Carolina sports fan, it's just
it is
packed for you. Because, again, we got the Hornets tonight.
Yep.
Which they're going to win.
Of course.
Canes tomorrow. I think game 1 for Hornets at Detroit would actually be this coming Sunday. Yes, it'd be Sunday. So you got Hornets tonight, Canes tomorrow night. You got Hornets again on Sunday. Mm-hmm. You got Canes on Monday.
Right.
Tuesday, recover. Right. Wednesday, you're back with Hornets. Yeah. Thursday, next week, you're going to have Panthers first round draft. Yep. You have that, and you have Canes that night. And then on Friday next week, 1 week from today, you got rounds 2 and 3 of the draft. Then to get you ready for Saturday, a week from tomorrow, you have the Hornets and the Canes playing.
Wow. Whew, that's exhausting just thinking about it.
And that's day 3 of the draft.
Right.
You got all of it, people.
You're going to have to color code the calendar at home just to be like, okay, wait, what is happening today?
These
okay.
are overlapping. What's happening
teal,
here?
This is red.
Yeah, this is teal. This is red. This is processed blue. Like, we're just doing all this kind of stuff. But I'm just talking again, just saying this, just as a sports fan of the state of North Carolina, When's the last time you had this?
Yeah.
I mean, genuinely, when's the last time you actually had this? Again, after the Hornets win tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying it. That when the Hornets win tonight,
Yeah.
that's what we're getting to.
Right? How many times have we been this excited at this point in the year for the things that we're excited about?
A year ago, we're like, oh, Canes are in the playoffs again. Oh, 8th overall pick. What are we going to do? Now it's like, wow, we got to pick 19. We can go all these different routes. Like after these free agent signings you just had, the Hornets are winning.
Yeah. Now we care about the NBA. What's going on?
And if you're a college sports fan, transfer portal might be driving you nuts. I'm not entirely sure, depending on what team you're pulling for. But if you're a college basketball fan, it's an exciting time of year. NC State's got a new basketball coach. UNC has a new basketball coach.
Yep.
Duke basketball went to the Elite Eight for the 3rd straight year.
Things are
feeling
happening.
pretty good.
Yep.
You got a North Carolinian and Wes Miller down there at Charlotte as well. We're all over the place. High Point went to the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Good time, man.
Paul mentioned baseball. We got a lot of ACC baseball going on, too. So, yeah.
Fun time, y'all. Fun time to be alive.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a sports fan in the state of North Carolina. Fun time to be alive. It's the Adam Gold Show. Dennis Cox in for Adam Gold this afternoon. Victoria Vodenecker producing the show, as always. Coming up in about an hour, Canes color analyst Trip Tracy is going to join us. All right, Canes color analyst Trip Tracy is going to join us.
And he's always a good time.
Absolutely.
He might even talk about Frank, maybe.
We might. Never know. Frank the dog might be brought up. But Trip Tracy's going to join us in an hour, getting a look ahead to the series against the Ottawa Senators. Also, Victoria, Rob Brindamore may have spilled the beans on who's going to start in net. We'll have that audio for you coming up as well here on the Adam Gold Show.
Asheville to Wilmington, Boone to Durham, the Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
One goal.
Taylor Hall. Moving it back. Yukishin. Ehlers. Shoots his scores! Oh, the power play!
Basili in front. Shot. Oh, what a save by Bussy. Absolutely robbing Kirill Marchenko.
Be the last team standing.
Sebastian Aho in. Short hit back in. Scores! Oh, talk to me, Shorty!
The Stanley Cup playoffs begin April 18th on 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friends at FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. We all love the NBA play-in tournament, don't we? Here's another reason to love it. Because FanDuel's got a play-in palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the play-in tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your play-in palooza token. Then you're automatically entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel.com/local. If you didn't like the play-in tournament before, I bet you love it now, thanks to FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and over and present in North Carolina. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit 1 entry. Profit Boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable Profit Boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This is Adam Gold.
He doesn't have many years to choose from.
No, and part of that was COVID. Nobody's picking COVID.
COVID was a great year.
Yeah.
Look, if you invested in Zoom,
oh, that was a good year. Yes.
You had a good year during COVID.
Yep.
The Adam Gold Show.
Victoria, it's funny that you bump with this song, "They'll Raise Up" by Petey Pablo, because I have taken my shirt off in the studio before. I have, on air, live, on video, where people could see.
Right.
When USA beat Canada in women's hockey, I was standing right where you are, Victoria.
Yeah. It's exciting. That was an exciting time.
Game-winning goal hits. Keller scores, boom, tarps off, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
And then that Sunday morning, when the United States on the men's side beat Canada in overtime, tarps off, baby.
Yep.
That's what happens. Tarps off for gold. Tarps off for the Stanley Cup. That's for darn sure.
Oh, yeah.
Tarps off for the Stanley Cup.
Oh, man.
Got to get there first.
I
Got to
hope
get there
so.
first. Again, coming up about an hour, we'll talk with Trip Tracy, Carolina Hurricanes cuddle analyst. Coming up here in about the 12, 13 minutes of conversation we have with Walt Ruff, Hurricanes.com, to get you ready for that. By the way, we are going to do a blind ranking. The NFL draft is next week, and Victoria, we love doing a blind ranking. We're going to blind rank some potential draft picks in the first round for the Carolina Panthers. But until then, Victoria, real quick, the thing that everyone wants to know if you're a Carolina Hurricanes fan, who is starting in goal?
Right.
Rob Brindamore, literally less than an hour ago, was asked such question. Here's Rob Brindamore in his words.
Well, I was actually, and this is the truth, I was just trying to get a hold of Paulie, and because I knew that I give you guys credit. You didn't ask that out of the gate. I was like, but I didn't get to see him because he was having lunch. So so you guys are gonna have to sit on that one. Convenient. Yeah.
So yeah, there's Rod. Just a little tongue-in-cheek there, just having fun. By the way, Paulie is Paul Schonfelder is who he's referring to, who's the goalie coach for the Carolina Hurricanes. So that's who he's referring to in that regard.
I love it.
I just, by the way, bravo, Rod. Bravo on that answer.
Rod is the absolute best. Like,
I'm like, I was in there, I was in the room, I was laughing. I mean, you heard the media members and people in there just chuckling. Yeah, it's because we were just chuckling, just laughing. Because it's like, all right, you know what? Fun, creative answer.
Yes.
That was a fun, creative answer. I don't know if he had that one just off the top of his head.
Oh, he had it
ready. Or just had it ready to go. Which, by the way, that was at the very end of this press availability. That's before someone actually did ask about the net mining. So he was being genuine. Like, hey, well, give you guys credit for waiting to ask. And it was just well done by Rod. Well done by Rod Brindamore.
Oh yeah.
If you want to read into how the Canes structure practice, they have what they kind of refer to as the starter's crease when they practice, either morning skates or day before games. And yesterday at practice, when they're at Invisalign Arena, their practice facility, Freddie Anderson was in the quote-unquote starter's crease. And then today at practice at Lenovo Center, Freddie Anderson was in the quote-unquote starter's crease. Read into that what you think.
Yeah.
Could be Piotr for all we know. But I doubt that that's the case. But I don't be shocked if it is Freddie Anderson.
Yeah.
And as when Paul Ehinder was sitting in here last hour, when he was asked about it, Freddie has been there. He's been there and done it before.
Mm-hmm.
He's been there and done it. If they can just get average goaltending.
Yeah.
Average goaltending. This is going to be a good one. But you know what? People in Ottawa are saying the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Exact same thing. If we get average goaltending from Linus Ullmark.
Mm-hmm.
To be determined. We shall see. All right, Victoria, before we get into some more Canes conversation with Walt Ruff of Hurricanes.com, we got to tap in a little bit here to the Carolina Panthers in the draft. And we're going to it's real easy for us to sit there and go, all right, let's these are my top 5 guys I want the Panthers to draft at pick 19. Here's my top 5. That's boring. Let's blindly rank those people, Victoria. Blind ranking.
Mm-hmm.
Carolina Panthers potential draft picks at pick number 19. Now, I'm trusting Victoria. By the way, I don't know the names. I'm trusting Victoria to actually give me names of realistic possibilities. Like Jeremiah Love, the running back for the Notre Dame Irish coming out of Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to go in the top 10, possibly top 5. He ain't going to be there at number 19.
Yeah.
Now, if he was there at number 19, I'd say go for it. But that's not a realistic possibility. But looking at realistic possibilities, Victoria, let's blindly rank some potential draft picks for the Carolina Panthers at pick 19. Let's go.
Okay, so I know a lot of people are familiar with this name, and he's been tossed around, and honestly, I wouldn't hate it as a Panthers fan if he did somehow come to Carolina or stay in Carolina. Casey Concepcion.
Oh, Casey Concepcion. Okay, this is actually a good one.
I know. I like him a lot.
This is a really good one. We talked to Mike Kay of the Charlotte Observer yesterday, and I asked him about wide receivers and how potential of a pass catcher and adding a playmaker into the mix would potentially be in play. And he mentioned Casey Concepcion's name because he has the ability to make explosive plays after the catch, which is something that the Carolina Panthers need. I mean, even Dan Morgan himself this past offseason, when the season ended, like, yeah, we need those guys that can take a short catch and go 50 yards. I refer to this play against the Buffalo Bills at Bank of America Stadium. I remember because I was sitting there, and I turned to our good friend Chris Lee, WREL TV, who is my co-host on Panthers Playbook podcast. I remember on a play, Josh Allen rolled to his right and just did a little check down to Khalil Shakir, who's their slot wide receiver out there in Buffalo. And he caught it at the 50-yard line. And then about 5 seconds later, he's celebrating a touchdown. The pass was only about 5-6 yards downfield.
Yeah.
Just a little rollout to his right. I don't have anything. Let me just check it off to this guy right here. And before you know it, he's running into the end zone. And I turned to Chris and I said, Panthers don't have that guy. They don't. They don't have that guy. Now, people are going to float out, what about Jimmy Horn Jr.? To be determined. To be determined. I think Concepcion, just again talking to other people, having seen Casey Concepcion play a couple years at NC State, his skill set complements the length and size of Teteroa McMillan as well as Jalen Coker. He'd be a good number 3 option right away. And he can help in the return game. So where do I blind rank him as a potential draft pick for the Carolina Panthers? I'll put him at 3. It's dangerous to go 3 on a blind ranking, but I'm going to go Casey Concepcion number 3 on the blind ranking for potential, at least like ranking these potential draft picks for the Carolina Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
But Casey Concepcion, if they took him, I wouldn't hate it, unless there's some other guys that I like, obviously, more. But I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
okay.
We'll see. So, next up, this guy, he's kind of local, and the Panthers could obviously use more people like him. So Blake Miller, who's an offensive tackle from Clemson.
I think Blake Miller is on the bottom end. I'm going to put him at 5. Blake Miller from Clemson. I think he's more like in that bottom tier of offensive tackles, at least ones that could be drafted in this range, or even in the first round. I've seen some mock drafts where he even goes in the second, but also teams realizing, well, we need an offensive tackle, and sometimes they can get drafted higher than they probably should be. But I'm not super high on Blake Miller as a prospect because I don't think that he starts right away, and I don't know what his long-term potential is. Maybe a long-term right tackle, but I could be 100% wrong on that, obviously. But for me, I'll put him at number 5.
Okay. So on the opposite spectrum of that, this one would involve the Panthers trying to move up. So we don't know what they're going to do.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Also on the offensive side, offensive tackle from Alabama, Caden Proctor. He is, people are looking at him, but do you think the Panthers could go crazy and try to put some chips in on something like that?
I don't think they'll trade up for him. Caden Proctor, the offensive tackle from Alabama, is a massive human being. And again, talking with Mike Kay, the Charlotte Observer, about this, that the Carolina Panthers have built themselves or trying to build themselves in a mold where they're going to just maul people. Like he's a big, he's like 6'8", remember correctly? Huge guy. I don't know what his long-term upside is. I genuinely don't. Again, he kind of falls in that tier of, like, he's not Morgan Freeling. He's not Francis Mauigoa. He's not in that range. But he's also super young. I think he's just about to turn 22 years old, Victoria, so he's on the younger side of things. But I'll put Caden Proctor, I'll put him at 4.
Okay.
So you gave me Casey Concepcion, the wide receiver out of Texas A&M/NC State, who went to Chambers High School, by the way. I put him at 3. You gave me Blake Miller, the offensive tackle from Clemson. I put him at 5. You gave me Caden Proctor. I put him at 4, which means I only have 1 and 2 available.
Right.
Which only have 1 and 2 available. We'll see how much I screwed this one up, Victoria. What's the next name on this list?
Okay, well, so a different position completely. Looking at linebackers.
Go on.
From Cincy, Jake Golday.
From Cincinnati. I'll put him at 2. I don't know if he actually gets drafted at that high. Just because, again, the off-ball linebacker is not a premium position in the NFL. But it's interesting talking to different people and hearing others, like, for example, like Daniel Jeremiah, the NFL Network, and some of these others, that a lot of the top prospects in this year's draft aren't guys that play premium positions. Like Sonny Styles from Ohio State is one of the best players in the entire draft, not a premium position. Jeremiah Love might be the best prospect in this draft. He's a running back. That's not a position that's generally drafted high, at least not now, not anymore. So you're looking at guys that, Arvell Reese, is he truly an edge rusher, or do you want to use him also as an off-ball linebacker out of Ohio State? You also have Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State. Dylan Thieneman, also a safety from Oregon. You have Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, a safety from Toledo. Non-premium position players, but if you are true to your word about best player available, then those are the guys you're going to draft because they are the best ones. So you said Golday from Cincinnati. I'll put him at 2.
Okay.
Which leaves me number 1.
I keep going back and forth between this one.
Don't hurt me, Victoria.
No, well,
don't hurt my feelings.
It's all it's all speculation, right? And so I know that people have talked about, well, if there's a good backup quarterback, would they potentially take one in that spot if they felt the need to?
At 19?
Yeah.
Oh, God, no.
Right.
That'd be stupid.
Right.
If you're drafted a quarterback at 19, that means you're moving on from Bryce Young.
Yes. So I know people talk about that, so we won't say his name then. So one that they are speculating on getting is maybe another wide receiver for the 3rd year in a row.
Yeah.
So what about Omar Cooper, wide receiver from Indiana?
I'm based off everyone you gave me, I'm okay with him being number 1. Again, we talked to Mike Kay of the Charlotte Observer. He mentioned Omar Cooper from Indiana on his own Victoria, I know we got to wrap up this conversation here, but if Carolina drafts a wide receiver at 19, you got T-Mac, you got Coker, whomever you pick at 19, along with Jimmy Horn Jr., you have John Mechie that you signed to a 1-year deal. We know how much Dave Canales values guys like Bryce and Tremaine and David Moore for their special teams abilities and so on.
Yeah.
I don't see a spot for Xavier Legette. I just don't. Which, again, what's the trade value in that regard? And for real, what is the trade value for a guy like Xavier Legette if
he hasn't shown anything that people would be willing to put that out there for him?
Yeah. So I know they got a 4th-round pick for Jonathan Mingo from Dallas. You want to hit them up again? Go for it. Who knows what Jerry Jones will do?
Yeah, sure. Well,
but you might be in a situation where it might be like, all right, we'll trade you Xavier Legette in a 6th, and you give us a 5th back. Like, it literally might be a late-round pick swap in next year's draft, 2027, because it might be one of those things where it's a training camp trade. Hey, Legette, we're going to give you a chance to play and earn playing time, but if there's just not a spot for you, we're just gonna make a move.
Yeah.
It's just that might be a real thing. Which, for as much as praise as we have given Dan Morgan, especially after the way they drafted last year, because that last year's rookie class was tremendous, and he's brought in some good players over the last couple of years through the draft.
Yeah.
But his first draft pick as the GM of the Carolina Panthers might be gone in 2 years. Might be gone in 2 years. Maybe. We'll see what the trade value is. Again, if they go with the wide receiver at pick number 19. All right, that's a blind ranking of Carolina Panthers draft prospects, potentially, again, in order. Again, this is blindly ranking. You gave me Casey Concepcion. I put him at 3. You give me the wide receiver from Texas A&M, which I'm sure people across the state of North Carolina know his name. Blake Miller, the offensive tackle from Clemson, I put him at 5. Caden Proctor, the offensive tackle from Alabama, I put him at 4. You give me Jake Golday, the linebacker from Cincinnati. I put him at 2. I don't feel really good about that one. I would actually put Golday probably 5 on this list if I had to redo it myself. And then Omar Cooper, the wide receiver from Indiana. He's the number 1 of the blind ranking. Draft Thursday next week. Should be a fun time. This coming Saturday, tomorrow, folks, it's Stanley Cup Game 1. And the game that kicks it all off, it's the Carolina Hurricanes against the Ottawa Senators. And we got to bring on the people that know how to talk about it. Carolina Hurricanes, Ottawa Senators. We must acknowledge Walt Ruff, Hurricanes.com. Joining us here on the Adam Gold Show, Dennis Cox in for Adam Gold this afternoon. Victoria Vodenecker producing the show. Again, Walt Ruff, Hurricanes.com reporter joining us. Our OTC. Walt, let's get right into it. I have said this throughout the show today. I'm on record saying it. I'll say it again. This is not an easy matchup against the Ottawa Senators. This is not going to be an easy series for Carolina. Am I wrong thinking that?
No, you are not. You are not wrong, Dennis Cox. Thanks for having me, and happy WrestleMania week to you. I am 100% aligned. This is a very difficult test for the Carolina Hurricanes. The Ottawa Senators are playing some good hockey right now, really dating back to the Olympic break. They kind of came out ready to roll, and they don't have a whole lot of weaknesses. That's what Rod Brindamore has been beating the drum to. It's what he said Tuesday night post-game on Long Island. It's what he said today following practice at Invisalign Arena. He said, you look at their makeup up and down, and they just don't have any weaknesses.
They don't. Is there a matchup, or at least is there an area on the ice where you actually think that Carolina really does have an advantage? I know both teams have pretty good depth of scoring. Ottawa had 5 20-plus goal scorers. Carolina had 7. They have a lot of 50-plus point guys. So does Carolina. There's a lot of similarities between these two teams. Where does Carolina have that advantage?
You're absolutely right. A lot of similarities, but the first area I am looking to, and there really aren't all that many, but the big contrast is Carolina's power play against Ottawa's penalty kill.
Mm-hmm.
Ottawa's penalty kill has struggled almost all season long. They're going to finish the regular season 29th out of 32 teams. And you know how much we've talked about special teams going into the postseason for Carolina in recent years, and their penalty kill has been their bread and butter. But this time around, it's their power play. They're finishing the year 4th out of 32 NHL teams. They've been clicking well lately. They've got 16 power play goals in their last 15 games, so they are well equipped to handle business in that department, and they should be able to take advantage of that if they want to have success against what has been a struggling Ottawa penalty kill all season long.
Walt Ruff, Hurricanes.com reporter, joining us on the Adam Gold Show. Dennis Cox in for Adam Gold this afternoon. To that extent, we know that Brady Tkachuk can be a jerk, to put it nicely. But we also know that he could score. But he's also a player that isn't afraid to get under your skin and also try and goad you into committing penalties yourself. How important is it for, I know Rob Brindamore says, the Brady Tkachuk, Andrei Svechnikov, that's a you guys thing. Fine, we'll make it a us thing. We'll talk about it here in the media. But we have seen at times Andrei Svechnikov get baited into taking some dumb penalties. That's the thing that's happened. How vital is it for Carolina not to bite when trying to get hooked into some of those post-whistle extracurriculars?
Extremely vital. And reading the tea leaves from within the locker room today, I think that message is being relayed pretty heavily because Seth Jarvis said, listen, we know penalties are going to happen over the course of a hockey game. It's almost inevitable, especially in the postseason, but it's just limiting the stupid ones was his direct quote. And so that's obviously going to be a point of emphasis for the team. Again, the penalty kill sits just outside the top 10 in the league, but it was a down year for them. But Ottawa's power play is really good. That's a top 10 man advantage on the other side. So they're going to have to find a way to avoid, as Seth Jarvis said, taking the stupid ones.
And then also on top of that, Walt, when the other team makes those dumb penalties, you have to make it pay. You mentioned about how Carolina's one of the top power plays in the entire NHL. Ottawa's got a bad one. If there's a way to nix all the extracurricular stuff, it's capitalizing on those chances.
Exactly that, and it's cliche as it comes, but special teams can make or break you this time of year. And at the end of the day, all of these numbers we're throwing around it to 6 or 7 month sample size, but really now all that matters is what do you do over the course of 4 days or a week. Really, it's going to come fast and furious. It's a sprint. It's not a marathon anymore. So you have to take advantage of those moments when they do come.
Walt Ruff, Hurricanes.com reporter, joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. Dennis Cox in for Adam Gold today. All right, Walt, the question that everyone wants to know, who's starting in net?
That's the $1 million question.
It really is.
Another postseason in Raleigh.
It is.
And another time where we're going to have to wait until the day of to find out because I would be very shocked if Rod Brindamore tips his hand tomorrow. In fact, he even kind of gave us the precursor today and said we have another practice tomorrow, and then we'll talk about it after that. So, of course, if you want to kind of maybe do some digging, Frederik Andersen was in the what is normally day before starters crease at today's practice. Knowing how this team operates, I would be willing to bet tomorrow that will be Brandon Bussey because gamesmanship is of the utmost importance this time of year. So, the only thing we do know is that Pyotr Kochetkov is not considered an option right now, and that's solely because he hasn't played a full 60 minutes since December 20th. It was great to see him make a couple of rehab appearances with the Chicago Wolves of 20 and 40 minutes each, but again, he hasn't played a full game, so they don't really know where he's at within that department. It stinks that he got robbed of the opportunity on Tuesday, but we know it will either be Frederik Andersen or Brandon Bussey in Game 1.
And Rob Brindamore today, like you said, the gamesmanship said, well, it might be this guy, could be that guy, could possibly see both of them. I'm not entirely sure. So we definitely got that answer for sure. But I thought Freddie played pretty well his last few starts. But then also look and see how Brandon Bussey in back-to-back days, the way he played. I was like, that looked like the Brandon Bussey that was hot out the gates at the start of this season. Is it justifiable to go with either guy?
I think so, absolutely. And I think that's one of the biggest blessings of the whole situation is that they're both playing well and they've played well down the stretch. You're right, Frederik Andersen turned in one of his best performances of the season. I thought the Saturday game in Utah where he turned away 26-27 was a real confidence-boosting performance. And obviously it wasn't the plan to go with Brandon Bussey 2 times in 2 nights on Monday and Tuesday, but he was pretty good in both. I know he suffered the shootout loss on Monday, but that's a good and hungry Philadelphia team on the other side, and then making his first ever start in his hometown NHL arena on Tuesday again, a pretty atypical situation going on back-to-back days. He only let one in. So I think you have plenty of reason to be confident in either guy.
Walt Ruff, Hurricanes.com reporter, joining us. One of the conversations part of the post-practice media scrum with Rob Brindamore, he was asked about young guys like Logan Stankoven, Jackson Blake. The young players, I said this earlier as well, Walt, I'm going to reiterate this with you, or say it with you, is I feel like this Canes team has been so young, at least the young group of this team has experienced so much. Now you get Andrei Svechnikov in his mid-20s. You get Sebastian Aho in his mid-20s. Seth Jarvis is still growing as a player. And even Jackson Blake and Logan Stankoven maturing as players. I think the experience that this young group has had over the last few years is prepared, as will have them fully prepared to handle whatever Ottawa is thrown at them, because Ottawa doesn't get in this position very often. The Canes have. I think that level of maturity and understanding, I think, is going to be pivotal for young guys like Blake and Stankoven to elevate their play in this year's playoffs.
For lack of a better way to put it, this is not their first rodeo, right?
True.
I mean, you look up and down Carolina's lineup, they've got it all. They've got veteran guys who have been through this dance, especially like you'd mentioned, this core. This is going to be their 8th consecutive crack at it. There are no surprises. Even a guy like Alexander Nikishin, who is still considered a rookie, he went through this last year, right? Like, he had his postseason game 1. He got the jitters out of the way. Now he played a whole season. So he is comfortably settled in, and you're right, this is not new to this Canes group. So there should be nothing that catches them by surprise this time around.
And I know Ottawa made the playoffs last year, but I know they missed the playoffs for several years before that as well. So, again, it's still a little bit of uncharted territory where, again, Carolina is the only franchise in the last 7 years, in each of the last 7 years that has actually won a postseason series. In each of the last 7 years, Carolina is the only one. So I think that's going to pay dividends for them. All right, Walt, last thing for you again. Walt Ruff, Hurricanes.com reporter, joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. If there's one player that you think is going to have a massive impact on this series, not a goaltender, I think the player that is going to have the biggest impact on the series is actually, I'm going to say, is Nikolai Ehlers. I'm going to throw his name out there for the fact that his speed and his ability to carry the puck when he's out there is going to really put stress on whomever that top line is that Jordan Staal is going to be matched up against. I think it's going to put a lot of stress on that other team's top line. Who do you think is going to be that big X factor for Carolina?
I am right there with you, Dennis Cox. I'm rolling as your tag team partner
Let's
at this
go.
one. Nikolai Ehlers is my X factor for many of the reasons that you'd mentioned. What a phenomenal first season for the team. The only member of the roster to play in all 82 games. He set career high in points. He's a 20-goal scorer for the 9th time in 11 seasons. But you're right, he also plays a very important role on the team's identity line that is often responsible for the toughest defensive assignments while out there. So not only are they going to be tasked with Ottawa's big dogs, they're also going to be trying to put the puck in the net as well. He obviously plays a critical position on special teams as well on the power play. So when Nikolai Ehlers is out there, that's when I'm expecting the most to happen.
Should be a fun series. I'm predicting, Walt, Canes in 6, but I also said I will not be shocked if 2 games go to overtime. That's how I feel about this series. I'm not going to ask you to give a series prediction. I know you got work to do, sir.
Well, I'm just looking forward to a good one. We've set the table pretty well. It should be a tough matchup for both sides, and it's the best time of year, Dennis Cox, is playoff hockey.
It really is. It really is the best. It's hard to top. Walt Ruff, Hurricanes.com reporter. Acknowledge his work there. Acknowledge him at Walt Ruff. Thanks for your time, my man.
All right, Dennis. Thank you.
Should be an exciting time, Victoria. I know you're looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it as well. But until then, we got to make sure our bodies are ready. It's the Adam Gold Show. Dennis Cox in for Adam Gold this afternoon. Victoria Vonecker producing the show. And the reason why I say we got to make sure we get our bodies ready, we got to make sure we stretch. It's a busy weekend of sports. 7th inning stretch. Play some bets next.
Because your fantasy football team needs all the help it can get, the Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Introducing Bluebell Pro, a dessert with up to 12 grams of protein and 110 calories or less per serving. Low fat, no added sugars, and gluten-free. Dig into a pint. It's more than just protein. It's Bluebell Pro. Never has high protein tasted so good.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream in your local grocer. If you can't find it, ask for it.
This April, join North Carolina Realtors in celebrating Fair Housing Month. Fair housing means everyone deserves a place to call home, regardless of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, or disability. NC Realtors are committed to fair housing for all North Carolinians and ensuring that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing. Let's work together to create communities where everyone can thrive. Visit ncrealtors.org to learn more about fair housing. Paid for by NC Realtors.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friends at FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. We all love the NBA play-in tournament, don't we? Here's another reason to love it. Because FanDuel's got a play-in palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the play-in tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your play-in palooza token. Then you're automatically entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel.com/local. If you didn't like the play-in tournament before, I bet you love it now, thanks to FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and over and present in North Carolina. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit 1 entry. Profit Boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable Profit Boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Have you ever considered a career as a public power line worker? Public power line workers use a variety of specialized skills to build and maintain a locally owned and operated electric system. As a public power line worker, you can expect a career that allows you to work close to home, a safety record superior to other energy providers, and training and apprenticeship opportunities. Learn more about public power and careers in public power at electricities.com.
Your child's doctor shares your goals. A healthy future for your child. Doctors recommend vaccines throughout childhood because they protect what matters most. Your child's future from preventable disease and serious illness. Discuss any questions you have and check that your child is up to date and talk about any concerns. You're right to have questions. Get real answers. Start a conversation with your doctor today. Visit vaccinesforkids.nc.gov. Paid for by NCDHHS.
Hi, I'm Cherie Sample Hughes, Women in Government Board Chair. Alzheimer's disease often starts subtly with a memory slip, lost word, or forgotten appointment. For patients experiencing memory and thinking issues, there are FDA-cleared blood biomarker tests that can help detect the buildup of proteins in the brain that can lead to the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. That's why early detection and diagnosis are so important. Sharing details about your memory and thinking issues with your doctor can help determine if testing is right for you. Find more at womeningovernment.org. One
Adam Gold. One Adam Gold.
I told Jack in the car, you know what the word of the year is? He goes, what? I said it's 6'7". He just laughed.
I know.
It just means nothing. And that's fantastic that it's now the word of the year. What a country.
Can we bring back cool story, bro? That way, like, us millennials can be like, yeah, cool story, bro. I would love
The Adam Gold Show.
Cool story, bro.
Right?
That one should never get old.
I
That one
know.
should never get old.
Exactly.
And if you don't want to get old, it's important that you take care of your body and your stretch. By the way, it's the Adam Gold Show. Dennis Cox in for Adam Gold this afternoon. Victoria Vonecker producing the show. We take care of ourselves. This is why every day at this time during the show, we stretch.
Yes, we do.
Fire away, V.
And so there's a couple. Oh my goodness. Speaking of taking care of yourself, that'll be the second thing I bring up. But first, because we've already talked about it, WrestleMania, big thing. Did you know that Darius Rucker signed a deal with WWE?
What? Wait, Darius Rucker signed a deal with WWE? To do what?
Yep. So, here's the kicker. It's not to wrestle or wrestle. It's actually for clothing. Darius said that, not sure if y'all knew this, but I'm a huge wrestling fan. I have been my whole life. That's why I'm so excited to share a new WWE line in my Fanatics collection. So, I wouldn't have really put the two together, but okay. All right.
By the way, he actually has some clothing like in the Carolina Hurricanes team shop. Like he has a couple of braided stuff that's in there too. At least one or two things.
Wonder if everything has a wagon wheel on it somewhere.
Here's the thing.
The original's the best.
Exactly.
Don't come at me with Darius does it best.
Don't ever come out with me with that. No. I want the old Crow Medicine show.
Yes.
That version. Please and thank you.
End of story.
That version only.
Period.
That's the only version of Wagon Wheel I want to hear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly.
Plain and simple. Which, by the way, also as well, speaking of wrestling.
Yeah.
It's okay to be a pro wrestling fan.
Yeah.
It's funny because I am a massive pro wrestling fan.
Sure.
I don't always watch WWE. I actually haven't been a big fan of their product for a little while now.
Okay.
There are other promotions that I enjoy. And guess what, folks? That's okay.
Yeah.
Like what you like.
Yeah.
Like there are different promotions and styles of wrestling that is for you. People that want just to enjoy like some comedic wrestling. Because guess what? It can be fun. You can make it that, and you can go enjoy that. Some people just like go and watch independent wrestling. That is perfectly okay.
Sure.
Go enjoy it. Some
Whatever
people
you
like the sports entertainment style of WWE. If you like the New Japan Pro Wrestling or All Elite Wrestling, have fun. Go enjoy it. TNA, which by the way, like TNA puts together a pretty good product.
Yeah.
Go have fun. Just enjoy it. And one of the things as well, I'm sorry, I'm diverting. This kind of speaks overall with fandom, I feel like. I see it a lot in the wrestling community. Wrestling community is like, oh, people like make fun of us. Like, you know, people like, oh, you're a wrestling fan loser. It's like, well, no, actually, it's just fun. Like, you like Game of Thrones. That's also not a real thing. You know, like, oh, I'm sorry, there are White Walkers walking around here? Not on a day like today. But it's okay to be a wrestling fan. But the people that tear down the wrestling industry the most, at least from are wrestling fans.
Yeah.
Because they'll tear down another product. It's as opposed to saying, hey, that's not for me. Let me go enjoy this other thing.
Yeah.
It's that kind of deal.
Right.
Anyway, that's
love
just
what you love.
Exactly.
Do you? Well, one thing that you should, going back to paying attention.
Yes.
Apparently a woman at the Sixers game on Wednesday got smacked in the face with a basketball.
Oh, yeah?
And this was because she was scrolling on her phone.
Get
so, ladies and gentlemen, do not do that at games because you could also get like a puck to the face, which had happened at a Canes game. Like, you got to be aware, like, live in the moment. So, yeah.
You hit the nail on the head. Live in the moment.
Yeah.
Enjoy the moment.
Yeah.
If
she was sitting in the front row, why are you on your phone in the front row?
If you're in the front row of a game while it's being played, and if you're just scrolling through your phone, it's one thing being like, hey, do you want this from the concession stand, like a text message?
Right.
That's a different situation.
Sure, or taking a picture of what's going on or something.
Yeah, but if you're taking a picture of what's going on, you should be looking at the ball. I have very little sympathy for these situations.
Yeah, it's not ideal. So this woman, she's apparently fine. It was very sweet because Sixers star Tyrese Maxey immediately went over, even though he was not the one involved with it. So yeah, just pay attention to your surroundings.
By the way, if you weren't looking at your phone and like just the ball gets like zipped across and just a pat or gets deflected and boom, it catches you.
Sure.
That happens.
Yeah.
But if you're just sitting there just doom scrolling.
You're just on TikTok or something, like, come on.
Maybe you're bringing up your sports betting app.
Exactly, which that's what we're going to do.
Place your bets, Here we are. I bet you slice into the woods $100.
Gambling is illegal in Bushwood, sir, and I never slide.
Okay, you can owe me. I owe you one.
All right, fire away, V.
All right, I didn't do too bad yesterday. I went 2 for 3. So Ducks in the over, Oilers in the over. I put no money on it. So
nice.
There you go. But speaking of fighting, whether it's real or not so real, UFC Winnipeg is super real. It's happening this weekend. And I'm going to go with main event Gilbert Burns versus Mike Malott. I am totally taking Mike in this one. I think it could be by TKO. So if you go that route, it's minus 110, but put it in a parlay.
Okay, I'm going to give you all three of my bets right here. Give me the Hornets on the money line, minus 162. Give me the Golden State Warriors against the Phoenix Suns on the money line, plus 130. And give me in hockey tomorrow, Canes on the money line, minus 148. That's what I got. Yeah, one last quick one, Victoria?
I was going to take the Hornets too, under 218. So we'll see.
There we go. Speaking of the Charlotte Hornets, we'll hear from head coach Charles Lee. Wall of Sound coming up.
Because your fantasy football team needs all the help it can get, the Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Listen every afternoon for The Drive with Tim Donnelly.
We've been saying it since the Cane season ended last year. They can't prove anything to us in the regular season. It's all about how far they make it in the playoffs. So they have just a handful of games left to do whatever final polishing, make the last final adjustments, and make sure they are ready to go on a deep playoff run.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 3 to 6 on 99.9 The Fan.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payment, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone. With zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 100 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166171, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
It's bow time. Sometimes the craving for Bojangles Supremes is so strong you've just got to have them. Even when your gas tank is on empty and Bojangles is still 10 miles down the highway. Nothing beats the flavor of Bojangles' juicy golden Supremes, especially when they're part of a perfect combo with 4 boldly seasoned chicken Supremes, a made-from-scratch biscuit, fixin', and some legendary iced tea. The only thing that can satisfy your hunger is that delicious southern flavor. So when the craving is supreme, put the pedal to the metal. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that one-of-a-kind Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles' legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel neglected or unloved? If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Getting hurt in a car wreck comes with all kinds of stress and frustration. But when you call me, I'll be on top of all of it. So all you need to worry about is getting better. If you've been injured in a car wreck, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
You're listening to The Adam Gold Show.
Skylar Brindamore will be surrounded by Josiah Slavin and Eric Robinson. There you go. On defense, Keandre Miller and Shane Gostisbehere. Alexander Nikishin and Sean Walker. Mike Riley will go with Charles Alexis Legault. Earl, a huge Charles Alexis Legault fan.
Does Biff have a favorite cane? Your dog Biff?
Might be Jarvie just because he likes to do whatever mom does. So I probably have persuaded him to be a Jarvie fan.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
I respect that.
Yeah. I feel like they would probably do Zoomies together. So. And then they would pass out hard. I don't know if Jarvis passes out pretty hard, but Biff sure does for both of them. So.
I could see this happening.
Yes.
I just want to say, I could see this happening.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a conversation we'll have for another time. It's the Adam Gold Show. Dennis Cox in for Adam Gold this afternoon. Charlotte Hornets can officially be a playoff team.
Yes.
Tonight, they can officially become a playoff team. And for the Wall of Sound, Victoria, let's hear from their head coach.
The Wall of Sound is a function of this studio. There's no doubt about it.
Charles Lee, the head coach, the bench boss for the Charlotte Hornets. By the way, done a phenomenal job this season. They're taking on the Orlando Magic tonight, down there in Florida. All right, Charles, the matchup with Orlando. How do you feel about it, head coach Charles Lee?
Number one, I think that their style of play is pretty consistent. So no matter who plays, I think that they're a really well-coached team, bring a lot of physicality defensively and a toughness to them. And offensively, they attack the paint in a lot of different ways. They have a ton of talented creators in Banchero and Wagner and Suggs and Bain. And then like Carter Jr. is on the glass, and all these guys are kind of slashing behind the defense and stuff. So offensively, they find a lot of different ways to get to the paint, and defensively, their physicality. But I think the things that we have been able to figure out a little bit are just, how we need to guard. But then also offensively, playing with some pace, I think has really has helped us not allow them to be able to be as physical as they usually are.
So if you look at the counting stats, Paulo Banchero, by the way, mentioned there by Charles Lee. Look at the counting stats. First overall pick a few years ago out of Duke. Again, look at counting stats. The traditional points, rebounds, and assists. 22.2 points on the season. 8.4 rebounds. 5.2 assists. The rebounds, highest of his career. The 22.2 points is down 3.5 points from last season. Last season, he averaged 25.9, so just under 26 points per game. But his rebounding numbers are up. His assist numbers are up slightly. And he's also shooting the ball about 4 shots less per game. Shooting roughly the same percentage, 45.9% compared to 45.2. Again, look at counting stats, but just we hear people like pundits that cover the NBA, just cover the team, like they still say, like, I don't know. There's like questions about Paulo Banchero.
Yeah. He was also the guy that threw that pass really hard that hit the woman in the face during the Sixers game.
See? Got to watch out for this guy.
Exactly.
You never know what is going to happen.
It's dangerous.
Now, against the Charlotte Hornets this season, he only averaged 19 points per game, down from 22, his season average. Only 5.8 assists per game, though, which is actually above his season average as well. Now, on the rebounding side, only 6 rebounds per game. That's in 4 matchups against the Hornets this season. Just saying. Now, having that familiar opponent, a team within the division, the Orlando Magic, Charles Lee, is there any benefit to that?
Yeah, it's a familiarity because you do play each other so many times, so you feel like you understand some of their tendencies or play calls or defensive play style. But the thing that you have to continue to adjust, especially in a game like this where it's just like a winner take all, I know that they're going to throw out a bunch of adjustments or whatever the game calls for. I think that both teams are willing to do that. And just like last game, this time of year, it comes down to those winning plays, those 50-50 balls, who's going to get one more block, who's going to take one more charge, and just really put their body on the line and compete at the highest level.
Can you also get more than like 2 of 20 shooting from behind the arc or whatever it was from LaMelo Ball and Con Knipple? Can Con Knipple make it 3? Again, I still think he's been listed on the injury report for a little while now with back injury. I still wonder how much that's lingering, how effective he can be today.
Yeah, I've heard they have something on his chair that kind of helps him when he's on the bench with his back. So, I don't know. Hopefully it's been working.
I don't know. It didn't work. It didn't work the other night.
It didn't work too well the other night.
The team won. But that's also, you got to give credit to the front office for the Hornets. You went and got a guy like Kobe White that could come off your bench, that could be a 1 or 2 guard. Like he could be that combo guard that you need. He could fill a role, and if you need him to start, he can step in and start for you as well. That's why you go get Kobe White.
Yep.
Because you can never have too much talent. You can have the wrong talent because the guys that just don't, their talent doesn't mesh together. That's a different conversation. But I never heard a team says, yeah, we're too talented.
Yeah, no, you don't hear that.
Too talented. Speaking of those young guys, LaMelo Ball got a little bit more experience, but Brandon Miller gets his first taste of postseason basketball. Con Knipple, at least NBA postseason basketball for these young guys. How much do those young guys get a benefit, Charles Lee, head coach of the Charlotte Hornets, on getting that taste of postseason basketball?
Yeah, I'd say young, old, baby, whatever it is, you taste something good, you want more of it. And so our group, the thing that's been so impressive, not only do they want this moment, not only are they focused on this moment, but they've just been focused on like the everyday process, not only being in love with the good stuff. They like all the work that's got to go into it, the preparation, some of the failures along the way too. So it's great that we're having a little bit of success right now, but we love every bit of this journey.
The one thing you can't replace is, I like to use the term grass time or court time. Grass time in the terms of actually playing in games and then playing in games that matter. You can simulate it in practice all you want. You can do all the mental reps and those kinds of things all you want. Until you're actually in that environment, you don't know how you're going to react. You simply don't know. So even getting that one taste of it is vital. The more you experience it, the better equipped, in my eyes, that you are to handle it. LaMelo Ball, his first couple times in play-in games early in his career, struggled mightily, and they lost the 2 times previous to this year. Now he got to experience it again. Now, he did make some bad decisions and had a couple mistakes late in the contest the other night against the Miami Heat, but he made the layup when you needed it to. That's part of growing. No one has it figured out day one. You always bring up like Michael Jordan. How many years was Michael Jordan in the league before he actually won? He got swept in series early in his career. His Bulls did. It took him time to figure out. Even as immensely talented as he was, it still took him time to figure out. He was in the league for 7-8 seasons before they actually won a championship in Chicago? Well, until 91, if I remember correctly, he was drafted 83, 84, or 84. Takes time. Or 85. 84. Whatever it was. Takes some time. Now, the fact that you did win this past game against the Miami Heat, this past Tuesday night, how much, Charles Lee, head coach of the Charlotte Hornets, how much does that carry over that win
I hope they carry a ton of the confidence from winning that game. There's a bunch of moments where you're like, oh, wow, we're in a good spot, we're going to win. And then you're like, oh, no, we could lose this game. But I think that the guys stayed steady. The communication was really good. The execution at crucial moments was great. I think the last 2 days have been really good for us to be able to kind of, rest, recover, eat, sleep, watch some film, prepare. I think everyone between staff and players watched the game last night and understood the intensity at which both teams were going to play at and stuff. So looking forward to now knowing who we play, putting in the game plan and get ready to hoop.
It's going to be a fun one tonight. It's going to be a fun one tonight. Victoria, I will say this, just because of where we're located. We're located in Raleigh, the flagship station for the Adam Gold Show, 99.9 The Fan in Raleigh. Is that with everything that we cover with Carolina Hurricanes, Carolina Panthers, obviously all the basketball that we have, college basketball in the state of North Carolina,
right?
Sometimes it's hard for us to tap into the Hornets. Like, it really can be. It really can be difficult.
They haven't really given us a reason to recently.
In recent seasons, yeah, absolutely. I thought actually under James Borrega they were actually starting to turn in the right direction. Got into a playing game, finished above 500, then they let him go, and just management changes and all that kind of stuff. But it feels like this young team, everyone, basically the last half of the season is like, all right, there's something here. There's something here. I still feel like they're the betting favorite, by the way, the Charlotte Hornets. I still feel like they're going to win tonight. They're the betting favorite. Now they go up against Detroit. They might get swept. Might get one game against Detroit.
Yeah.
But long term, it's going to benefit them so much.
At least they made it that far if they get that far.
So much. Because it shows you how much more you got to get there.
Yeah. And with the young talent.
Yeah.
That's promising.
Growing, developing. Yeah. Speaking of young talent that grows and develops, we've seen that with another pro team in the state of North Carolina, the Carolina Hurricanes, as they embark on another quest for the Cup as they take on the Ottawa Senators. Game 1, round 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs tomorrow in Raleigh. And the man that's going to be on the call, the color analyst for the Carolina Hurricanes, Trip Tracy, joins us next.
Still arguing whether hockey or golf has the tougher dress code? The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Listen every afternoon for The Drive with Tim Donnelly.
We've been saying it since the Cane season ended last year. They can't prove anything to us in the regular season. It's all about how far they make it in the playoffs. So they have just a handful of games left to do whatever final polishing, make the last final adjustments, and make sure they are ready to go on a deep playoff run.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 3 to 6 on 99.9 The Fan.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friends at FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. We all love the NBA play-in tournament, don't we? Here's another reason to love it, because FanDuel's got a play-in palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the play-in tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your play-in palooza token. Then you're automatically entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel.com/local. If you didn't like the play-in tournament before, I bet you love it now, thanks to FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and over and present in North Carolina. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit 1 entry. Profit Boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable Profit Boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ziprecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
This is Adam Gold.
So, Mike Vrabel, the coach of the New England Patriots, they asked him about birthday cake, and he said there was only one cake qualified for his birthday cake.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to guess what that is?
Is it vanilla?
No.
Oh.
Carrot.
I love him even more.
The Adam Gold Show.
The Carolina Hurricanes embark on the quest for a Stanley Cup once again. The 8th straight season that the Carolina Hurricanes have made the playoffs. Dennis Cox sitting in for Adam Gold this afternoon, being joined here by Trip Tracy, the Carolina Hurricanes color analyst. He'd be on the call against the Ottawa Senators for the Carolina Hurricanes, he and Mike Maniscalco. Trip, let's get right into this regarding the Ottawa Senators. This Ottawa Senators team, I feel like, plays a very similar style that the Carolina Hurricanes do in terms of their puck possession. They obviously have depth of scoring throughout their lineup. In my opinion, Trip, this is a tough matchup for the Carolina Hurricanes. In your eyes, how do you see this matchup between Ottawa and Carolina, just in terms of their style of play, how these two match up?
Well, I mean, first of all, stylistically, with all the success that the Hurricanes have had in all of these regular seasons and out to 8 playoff appearances, there are a ton of teams when you watch teams systematically that, try to mirror the Hurricanes. I mean, it's the narrative in these 2 Eastern Conference finals that Florida's won, if there's something different stylistically. No, they play exactly the same. Florida just did it better. And so that's really not an exception to the rule. I have long really liked Ottawa's roster. Like Buffalo, I thought it, would just, that next step would occur at some point, and then they'd be quite dangerous. I do think going into this series, which is okay, it's a good thing, this is probably, for me, the most challenging series for Carolina since New Jersey back in 2002. I thought Montreal was right there with Ottawa in 2006 because of the way I viewed their roster and the way that they were playing like Ottawa going into the playoffs. And I think that's a good thing. And it's a very skilled team. It's a team that has really been able to be productive on their forecheck, for both clubs. The question of who's going to win the goaltending position, among all the other matchups and questions, that's the one that's going to matter most.
Trip Tracy, Carolina Hurricanes color analyst, joining us here. Dennis Cox in for Adam Gold. All right, let's right into it. Who do you think starts game 1 for Carolina? Is it going to be Freddie or is it going to be Bussy?
Well, I love the statement that both guys made in the 4-game road trip to finish the regular season, because you needed stabilization in that position, and both guys provided it. And, so for me, my hope was that Anderson would make the argument, because for a variety of reasons, number one, there is no substitute for experience. You need him to repeat what his numbers have been as a Hurricane in first rounds, because they have been beyond stellar. And then that, just to, speak about winning that matchup, I mean, he's outplayed Sorokin, he's outplayed Varlamov, he outplayed Markstrom last year. Those are 3 very, very highly thought of goaltenders. And whether it works or it doesn't, Bussy played super in the last 2 games in a back-to-back in Philadelphia and against the Islanders. He played 2 very good games, one at home and one on the road to beat Ottawa this year. So I believe it will be a short leash, but I've always been a huge, huge advocate when you have an experienced guy, like say you had Gerber before Cam Ward came in the Stanley Cup year, or Anderson with an older first-year guy, but in Brandon Bussy. I have always believed with total conviction that for a guy without playoff experience, he's far more favorable to come in second. So, but I needed Freddie Anderson to make the argument for me, and he did in Chicago and Utah, and now it's just a question if history will repeat itself. If it doesn't, you have a Brandon Bussy that just played 2 really, really good hockey games and specifically played well against Ottawa this year.
Tripp, you mentioned again on goaltending on the other side. Linus Ullmark for the Ottawa Senators just a few seasons ago was the Vezina Trophy winner. Now, granted, he was with the Boston Bruins at the time, but was the Vezina Trophy winner back in 2023. We know he can reach a high level of play, but sometimes we've seen in the postseason those numbers aren't quite there. What's the key in your eyes of making life difficult for a guy like Linus Ullmark?
Well, the reality is whether it be that Vezina Trophy accomplishment, which is, of course, the regular season, or the super hockey that he played after returning from a personal absence earlier this season, to this point, he's never done it in the playoffs. And so you have to make it very difficult on him getting to the front of the net, getting there first. I was talking to Justin Williams this morning because he was at practice, and, I reminisced with him about the second round, the Cup year, where Marty Brodeur had won 16 straight games going into that second round against Carolina. You could tell right from the first period of game 1 that Justin Williams and company, but especially Justin, was going to be a disruptor for Marty Brodeur. And it got to the point where, as Carolina won in 5 games in that second round, Brodeur, borderline, this is certainly the best regular season goaltender of all time. Clutch playoff performers, it's an argument, but he's right in that argument. And you got him in a mental position where you wanted him to be in those 5 games. So, Ullmark, he likes a clean game. He's very, very talented when it's a clean game. How do you be disruptive? You make sure that you're getting to the net first, repeatedly. Maybe a little bit of contact legally so, and maybe a little bit of chirping, like it's you can bet with Brady Tkachuk on the Ottawa side, and the fact that Florida, among other things, has had the edge in chirping in the 2 Eastern Conference Finals against Carolina, that Ottawa's going to try to accomplish that same thing. Why wouldn't they? So, I think it's really important, within the legal framework of how you can play the game, that you're as disruptive as you can be, getting to the net front. Whether Ullmark answers or not, a little bit of verbiage in there. So that would be my plan going in. I think in particular, when you don't want to give his glove any opportunity to get confident, because I think his glove is one of the best in the league. Like a vacuum, when it is confident, I would err towards the blocker side. But you want to, and you can't do it other than accomplishing net front. You want to make it a disruptive, not a clean series for the Ottawa goaltender.
Tripp Tracy, Carolina Hurricanes color analyst, joining us. You mentioned those disruptors. Who are the guys for Carolina that you expect and hope to lead the charge to be those disruptors in front of Ullmark?
Svechnikov, the battle of the high end of the 2018 draft, he and Brady Tkachuk, who's going to be more disruptive, who's going to produce more. So I'll say that for that line. I think Jackson Blake and Logan Stankoven on their line can be very disruptive, even for smaller guys. My gut tells me Blake is going to be that pops, the X factor. I look at the Ottawa side, and it was Warren Fogle who was the X factor to get you back in the series against Washington.
That's right.
Back in 2019. Now he's on, part of the Ottawa forward lineup. And then, obviously Jordan Staal and Jordan Martinook. And then all four guys on the fourth line. All four guys that could really be difference makers. And Jankowski, hopefully a very physical Robinson. And we know Carrier will be physical. But the fact that he offensively produced, in particular towards the end of the year, my hope would be that he chips in offensively when it was hard to come from him coming back from injury last year in the playoffs.
All right, final question for Trip Tracy, Canes color analyst, joining us. Dennis Cox in for Adam Gold. You mentioned Jackson Blake just now, and I know you've mentioned his names on the broadcast in the latter part of this season about how he could really pop in the playoffs. What is it about his game from what you saw from him last year to now, but even just how he's playing lately, that gives you that confidence that he could really pop in the playoffs?
Well, just the eye test of how dangerous, whether he gets rewarded or not.
Mm-hmm.
Every night he is. I look at a game in Philadelphia on Monday night. That's as close to a playoff environment as you're going to find because Philadelphia needed to win to get there. And late in regulation and then in overtime, granted it's 3-on-3, but late in regulation at 5-on-5 too, he found another level that I didn't think anybody on either roster could find. So that's very encouraging. And if Carolina is going to win this series, there has to be the commentary after the fact that there's no substitute for experience. And while Jackson Blake is still a young player, he actually has, in his rookie year, 15 games of playoff experience. That's invaluable. I think that on the wings of Logan Stankoven, who has always been a clutch performer that I hope continues, Dennis, the fact that Taylor Hall has a full season under his belt as a Hurricane, my intuition tells me it's going to serve him very well to be more impactful in the playoffs than he was last spring. And the same certainly holds true, whether I'm right or wrong, in my intuition with regards to Jackson Blake.
Yeah, I think that line that you just mentioned, Stankoven, Blake, and Hall, is going to be tremendous and a tremendous difference maker in this series. Tripp, thanks for your time. Really do appreciate and enjoy the series, my man.
Thank you, Dennis. Again,
that's Tripp Tracy, the Canes color analyst. Dennis Cox in for Adam Gold this afternoon. Victoria Vodenecker producing the show here today. Victoria, real quick for you.
Yeah.
Give me one Canes player you hope is that difference maker. I know when we talked to Walt Ruff, I mentioned Nikolai Ehlers.
Yeah.
I think it's a name. Even when I talked to Rob Brindamore earlier today, I mentioned Nikolai Ehlers, and his eyes lit up. And I'll use actually a term Rob Brindamore said. He said, he has made our team better. Talking specifically about Nikolai Ehlers.
Yeah.
Like, he just made our overall team just better.
Yeah. No, for sure.
He mentioned Jackson Blake.
Mm-hmm.
I've said Ehlers. Give me a name, Victoria.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a name. Who do you think?
So, first instinct would be Ehlers.
Yeah.
But if I wasn't picking Ehlers, then I would say Svech.
Okay.
Because Svechnikov has been just that guy to help, in the regular season. And he's been turning things around. So I think he could really be clutch, and also if he stays out of the box. But
I think that's the key for him, staying out of the box. I'm okay with him being an agitator.
Yeah.
And as you heard Tripp Tracy just say, like getting to the front of the net,
Right.
like even a little contact on the netminder, all that kind of stuff.
we're going to need it with the Senators.
Yeah, absolutely. Staying out of the box is key. We all saw what he did last year. Just watching him play, because again, he's had those lower body injuries throughout multiple times in his career. The ACL injury, just the leg injuries and stuff. This year, if he wasn't held out because Rod said, you just sit here today because of late in the season, let's get you healthy, make sure you're healthy and ready to go for the playoffs. He could have played all 82 this season. Last time he did that was his rookie season.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is important because you could tell even late in the season, he looked a little bit faster.
Yeah.
He looked a step faster. He looked a step stronger
Mm-hmm.
compared to what he was at the end of last regular season. Then we saw him in the playoffs. It's like, there's the Svetch that we've been wanting.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a confidence thing, like maybe he's more comfortable and so he exudes this confidence, more so on the ice than before, but you could definitely see it this season.
Yeah, you 100% could. By the way, when we're actually on the other side of the break, we're going to hear from head coach Rob Brindamore, just some of his cuts and clips from his post-practice media availability today. You can hear in the background next to the media room, guy just ripping shots.
Nice.
Like a little side shooting thing they have.
Right.
Svechnikov.
Nice.
Just ripping shots.
For a second, I thought you were going to say they were playing soccer or hacky sack or something
No.
out there because the guys love to do that.
Well, that's usually like a pregame thing. That's usually a pregame thing. But he was out there just ripping shots.
Nice.
Just not on the ice. We have like a little kind of like in the bowels of the arena, just like a little side area where there's a net and there's like basically like plexiglass that you can stand on that simulates the feel of ice.
Right.
And he has his gloves.
Good for him.
He's had a big stack of pucks, and you just hear in the background ping, ping,
Yeah.
ping. You just hear it left and right. But overall, his skating speed. So for people that really want to get deep in the weeds on this kind of stuff, if you look at there's a website called NHL Edge, which is actually sponsored by the NHL, and this is where they track a lot of advanced numbers, like shot speed, where shots on the ice come from, face-off, skating speed, those kinds of things. And they track, again, like what's your fastest speed, how many bursts of 22-plus miles per hour you're skating on the ice, and anywhere between the 20 and 22 miles per hour. If you look at bursts of 22-plus miles per hour in the NHL, he was in the 91st percentile. So like he's that high up in the league. Number of bursts from 20 to 22 miles per hour, he was in the 83rd percentile in the league. So again, that's tops up there. If you go back to last season, he was 52nd percentile in 22-plus mile per hour burst, 79th percentile in 20 to 22 mile per hour burst. He is, in his overall max speed from this year, the top speed that he hit, Andrei Svechnikov, is faster than he hit last season. That step is there. It's noticeable, and it's a difference maker for the Carolina Hurricanes. 100% is.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm with you, Victoria. Svech,
Yeah, let's
big
go,
series
buddy.
with this guy.
Yeah.
It's going to be so much fun.
Oh, yeah.
So much fun. It's the Adam Gold Show. Dennis Cox in for Adam Gold this afternoon. What did the head coach of the Carolina Hurricanes say the day before Game 1 of the series? We'll have audio from the head coach next.
Questioning goalie interference calls since day one. The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
As the health director in Haywood County and a nurse here in North Carolina, I can tell you that the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline saves lives.
No matter your struggle, you are not alone. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is free, private, and always available.
988 Lifeline counselors are ready 24/7 to speak with you, help you cope, and get you connected to the support that is right for you.
988, the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline.
Call, text, or chat 988 24/7. Brought to you by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friends at FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. We all love the NBA play-in tournament, don't we? Here's another reason to love it. Because FanDuel's got a play-in palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the play-in tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your play-in palooza token. Then you're automatically entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel.com/local. If you didn't like the play-in tournament before, I bet you love it now, thanks to FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and over and present in North Carolina. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit 1 entry. Profit Boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable Profit Boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Burrowfest 2026 presented by Window World, delivers music, moments, and memories each year. Hear Allison Krauss in Union Station featuring Jerry Douglas, Old Crow Medicine Show, Charles Wesley Godwin, Blackberry Smoke, Molly Tuttle, Railroad Earth, the infamous String Dusters, Joy Alada Coon, Maggie Rose, Sam Bush, Peter Rowan, Steep Canyon Rangers, the Costellos, the Creekers, and more. Join us April 23rd through 26th in Wilkesboro, North Carolina. For the full lineup and tickets, visit merlefest.org. AmeriHealth Caritas North Carolina is with you on your health journey and helping you over life's bumps in the road. We're a Medicaid managed care plan with extra benefits like adult vision care and weight loss memberships. Plus, earn rewards for healthy activities on our care card. We make care the heart of our work. Let's go. Visit AmeriHealth Caritas North Carolina at AmeriHealthCaritasNC.com or call 1-855-375-8811.
You know the only feeling sweeter than opening a college acceptance letter? Knowing that you'll be able to pay for tuition however far you go. The first step? Completing the free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA for short. Find out how much money for college you qualify for. Grants, scholarships, and other opportunities are waiting. How far can you go? Find out at cfnc.org/FAFSA 101.
Have you ever considered a career as a public power line worker? Public power line workers use a variety of specialized skills to build and maintain a locally owned and operated electric system. As a public power line worker, you can expect a career that allows you to work close to home, a safety record superior to other energy providers, and training and apprenticeship opportunities. Learn more about public power and careers in public power at electricities.com.
Hi, I'm Cherie Sample Hughes, Women in Government Board Chair. Alzheimer's disease often starts subtly with a memory slip, lost word, or forgotten appointment. For patients experiencing memory and thinking issues, there are FDA-cleared blood biomarker tests that can help detect the buildup of proteins in the brain that can lead to the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. That's why early detection and diagnosis are so important. Sharing details about your memory and thinking issues with your doctor can help determine if testing is right for you. Find more at womeningovernment.org.
This is Adam Gold.
He doesn't have many years to choose from.
No, and part of that was COVID. Nobody's picking COVID.
COVID was a great year.
Yeah.
Look, if you invested in Zoom,
oh, that was a good year. Yes.
You had a good year during COVID.
Yep.
The Adam Gold Show.
Hey, Victoria.
Yeah.
You want to feel old real quick?
No.
Okay.
But go ahead.
So the NHL Public Relations released out some statistics from the season, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, for example, fourth straight season with a new NHL attendance record overall.
Mm-hmm.
Over 23.1 million people attended games this season across the NHL. 97.5% capacity of games. That's attendance this season.
Right.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's really cool. That's good for the game.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, there was even a little bit of uptick they actually threw out there. Pre-Olympics percentage of capacity was 97.1%.
Okay.
Post-Olympics, 98.5%. So a slight uptick in terms of percentage of attendance after the Olympics, which is good. The NHL should build on those things. The PWHL, the Women's Hockey League, should build off those things.
Yeah.
You have to capitalize when you have that. Now, this is the old part, Victoria.
Oh, boy, here it comes.
61% Gen Z players in the NHL.
Yikes.
40% of NHL players in 2025 and 2026 did not experience the 1990s.
Oh, barf. Wow.
40%. So, yeah, 61 fall in that Gen Z category, which I think starts in 1996. I think millennial technically is 80 to 95, those birth years.
Right.
I fall firmly in it. I was born in 86.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Firm, like, 90s kid to a T.
Yeah. Wow.
But 40% of NHL players this season did not experience the 90s.
So none of them know how to write in cursive.
No. None of them do. And one of those guys actually, so we have televisions up here in the studio, and you have usually have ESPN, ESPN2, or if they're maybe like an NFL network or something like that. So usually keep it on ESPN and ESPN2 in case there's a breaking news or something along those lines. You know who was just on SportsCenter?
Who was that?
Seth Jarvis.
Jarvis
was just on SportsCenter. He falls in that 40% category,
yeah,
Victoria.
He does. Even though people try to make him older from what he thinks. He's
Well,
like,
yeah.
I'm not that old. God.
It's fun. Yeah, they asked him about, how about the young guys? Remember last year during the playoffs?
I'm
These
only a
young
year or
guys.
two older.
Like Nikisha, he's old. Nikisha's older than me. What are you talking about? But because he's been around for so long.
Yeah.
I liked, grizzled young veteran.
Right. Exactly.
That's
it's like
just-
Svetch. He's been around for so long that it makes you feel like he's older than he is, but he's really not.
That's the thing, is that Andrei Svechnikov was born in 2000.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He just turned 26.
Mhm.
So in that 40% of NHL players that did not experience the 90s, Victoria.
Yep, that's one of them.
Svetch falls in that category.
That's
He's
one
on
of
the
them.
plus side of 25.
Wow. Yeah. There's that.
Yep. By the way, the NHL had 564 comeback wins this season.
Oh, wow.
Most
There
in
was a lot of-
NHL history.
There were a lot of OT games this season.
43% of games had comebacks.
Wow.
By the way, the NHL in their season, 77% of games this season were considered close games. So the highest rate ever, the previous high was 75%. What they deem a close game is a 1-goal game, which overtime would factor into that,
Mhm.
or 2+ with an empty net goal. So again, because it might be 4-3, then you bury one with 10 seconds left into the empty netter.
Right.
That's a close game.
Yes.
So yeah, 77%.
It's a lot.
That's why the sport's so good.
I know. I
Such
love
a good
sports.
sport. It's just hockey. Such a great sport.
I know.
Now, the head coach, Rob Brittamore. By the way, it's the Adam Gold Show. Dennis Cox in for Adam Gold. Victoria Vonecker producing the show today. Going into this series against a team like Ottawa, Rob Brittamore earlier today, we're like, what's the message, right? It's a pretty general question sometimes you get from media is, hey, what's your message going into this series? What's your message going into this matchup for your team? It's best of 7, right, Rob Brittamore? What's the
I
message?
think it's the same always. I mean, you certainly got here for a reason. You got to make sure we have to play your game if you want to win. You're not gonna, if you don't bring it, it's not gonna happen. So I think it's focusing on. Obviously, we know we're gonna go over what they do, this and that, but you gotta play your game, and everybody's got to play to the best of their abilities. That's just this time of year.
You hear that tempo of sound in the background?
Right. It's not a train.
It's not a train. It's a young man out there who's 26 years old, practicing, getting some more reps in. Now, the Carolina Hurricanes are in the playoffs for the 8th straight year. Second longest active streak in the NHL, by the way. Second longest active streak in the NHL. 8 straight seasons where they've made the postseason. Rob Brittamore, is there any pressure? Is it different this year?
No, I mean, not really. It's always there. I don't know how it can get any more when you're trying to be the best team. That's your goal. The pressure's always going to be there. So whether you'd want it or not or didn't, nobody's won it this year yet. So we pressure's obviously there on every team.
Yeah, pressure's there. It's the postseason. The pressure to win a cup, it's there for everybody. It really is. Now, you could sit there and say, at least from an outside perspective, the pressure is there because you've made 2 out of the last 3 Eastern Conference final. You've been knocking on the door, just haven't quite gotten to that final boss of actually getting to a cup final and then winning it there. So yeah, you can easily make the argument you might be feeling a little bit more pressure, but it's the postseason. Everyone's going to feel it for sure. Now, this season, we saw the Carolina Hurricanes early on in the season deal with a lot of injuries. Including to a guy like Jacob Slavin. By the way, Jacob Slavin played less than 40 games this year during the regular season. Now, played the first couple of games at home, then missed a few months, then came back just before the Olympics, played in the Olympics, and then even missed a little stretch of time after that. And then late in the season, Rob Brittamore sitting guys sat Jacob Slavin a decent amount as well. But Jacob Slavin did say in the locker room earlier today that because he played in less games, he may be feeling a little bit more fresh going into the postseason. Rob Brindamore was asked about Jacob Slavin feeling maybe a little bit more fresh playing less this season due to injury.
If you value any of that playing 40 games versus the 80 matters now, then yes, it's great. If you do it all, if everyone would do it, if you could. But you told me at the start of the year that we were going to miss him for 40 games. That's not how you want to draw things up. So I think, though, it goes to your point. We had to face a little adversity. We had to figure things out on the fly a little differently, and we found a way to do that. So that bodes well.
Because of the injuries, you had to tap into that defensive depth that you had in the organization. Not only Mike Riley, the seventh defenseman that you brought in this season, but you had to go down and get Charles Alexis Legault, Joel Nystrom. Heck, it earned Joel Nystrom a contract extension after this season. Rob Brindamore was asked about having that defensive depth, because remember we saw last year when Jalen Chatfield got hurt, when Sean Walker also got hurt, you had to play Scott Morrow last season, a rookie that just wasn't ready. You had to play Alexander Nikishin, who just was still adapting to everything. He was probably still jet-lagged because he just came over from Russia.
And knew like 4 words of English.
If that.
Yeah.
So you factor in the language barrier, the fact that he just came over from his KHL season. He's adjusting to the NHL style of play, new system, like you said, language barrier. Oh, and then it's also Stanley Cup style of play. It's a lot to throw at a young man. Well, how are they, if there are injuries on the back end, how much better are they equipped to handle that this year?
Well, obviously, if it gets to that, where we're relying on those guys, it's probably not a good sign. Any team, if you start knocking off your best players, you're going against the other team at this time of year. They all have really good players. I think you wouldn't be playing. So, but to your point, we did at least get looks at guys for not just a game or two, for a real extended period, which, it gives us a little more, I guess, confidence. It certainly gives them, if they have to get thrown in there, confidence. But let's hope that doesn't really happen.
Experience matters. I think it really does. Now, obviously, it's not an ideal situation if you do have a couple injuries that you would have to go and get Charles Alexis Legault and bring him up, or Joel Nystrom. It's not ideal. But I think you would feel a little bit more confident than what you had last season in that regard. And speaking of guys that have experience, we know Jordan Stahl's name is on the Stanley Cup, but there's a name out there that we forget that has his name on the Stanley Cup that actually just won it just a few seasons ago, back in 2023 with the Vegas Golden Knights. That's William Carrier, who's on the fourth line, but we have seen play a heavy physical game because that's just his style of play, heavy on the forecheck and wear down other teams, and isn't afraid to get to the front of the net either. We talked to Trip Tracy about that. And Rob Brindamore was asked about that physicality and experience of a guy like William Carrier.
There you go. That, to me, that everyone knows the style of play, which is obviously effective this time of year. It's effective any time of the year. But I think it ramps up a little more this time of year. And then that what you mentioned, I think, is actually more critical. It's just he's been through all this many times, and he knows what it takes to get to the finish line. So, I think that was one of the key reasons why we brought him in to begin with.
That experience matters a lot. It does. This Carolina Hurricanes group as a whole, again, we talked to Trip Tracy about it. As a whole, the fact that Taylor Hall got to experience it with the Canes last season and had a full season with the team should be better this playoff go-around than last year. He was very high on Jackson Blake, just ready, as his term is, ready to pop this postseason as well. Logan Stankoven, same thing, which we'll hear from Logan Stankoven here in just a second. But this group as a whole has experienced it together for the most part. Now, there's still Nikolai Ehlers wasn't here last year, but this guy's also played in a lot of postseason play himself with the Winnipeg Jets. He's experienced it plenty himself. Keandre Miller has experienced a lot of postseason hockey with the New York Rangers. Remember, they went to the Eastern Conference Final back just a couple of seasons ago. So it's not that long ago Keandre Miller's been in the same shoes. He was part of that New York Rangers team that beat the Carolina Hurricanes to go to the Eastern Conference Final back in 2024. He's been there. Brandon Bussey hasn't yet, not at the NHL level. He hasn't experienced it yet, which again leads me to believe, I should say, that the goaltender is going to be Frederik Andersen. Now, Rob Brindamore, earlier today, who's starting in net?
Well, I and this is the truth, I was just trying to get a hold of Paulie, and because I knew that I give you guys credit, you didn't ask that out of the gate. I was like, but I didn't get to see him because he was having lunch. So so you guys are going to have to sit on that one. Convenient. Yeah.
So Paulie, he's referring to as Paul Schoenfelder, the goalie coach for the Carolina Hurricanes. I was in the media room when he was asked that question, and I was one of the people that was chuckling during that. So we don't know who's going to start in net. I firmly believe that it's going to be Frederik Andersen that's going to start in net. I think that experience matters. I genuinely think it does. And as Tripp Tracy said, Brandon Bussey is probably better equipped to be the second guy that comes in. Tripp Tracy also did say it might be a short leash. About who's actually going to be in net. Or at least for Frederik Andersen. Might be a little bit of a short leash, and Bussey might be best equipped to come in as that second guy if you need him to. I know Adam Gold, who has said this, obviously it's his show. I know he has said it, and I agree with him. If the Canes just get average, just slightly above average goaltending, they're going to be fine. But that's the question. Can you get that? Ottawa's saying the exact same thing. I was actually talking to an Ottawa a beat reporter earlier today during practice. I said, you know what? Because he was asking me, who do you think is going to start? And I said, I think they're going to lead towards Freddie. But if they just get average goaltending, I think they're going to be fine. And he goes, honestly, I think if Ottawa gets average goaltending, I think they're going to be fine. It's the difference in this series, in my opinion. Both these teams can score. They got good depth. That's really it. It's going to boil down to.
Yeah.
Just make the ones that you're supposed to.
Right.
And stay out of the penalty box.
Yeah.
That's really it. Speaking of experience, Victoria,
Mm-hmm.
Sonu got to experience playoff hockey with the Canes last year and actually got to a conference final for the second time in his career. Because remember, when Logan Stankoven actually got into the NHL with the Dallas Stars, he came in late in the season when he got brought up from the American Hockey League and was part of the playoff run with Dallas to get to the conference final back in 2024. Well, then last year, the 2025 postseason, he makes that run with the Carolina Hurricanes. Now he has a full season with the team. How much does that benefit? Some locker room sound right here from Logan Stankoven.
Is it just like a cold bug or something?
Yeah, it's just like a virus. So.
Yeah.
You've taken huge steps in your development this year, 20-goal mark, 40-point mark, moving back to center as well. How much do you feel like you have that momentum heading into the postseason now? Yeah, I feel pretty confident. I'm really excited for playoff hockey now. I think the season goes on for so long that kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel, and this is what you play for. So I think, like you said, I just tried to keep building throughout the season and felt like I've taken some steps, and I'm excited for what's going to be a tough challenge, but we're prepared for whatever comes our way.
It's your third postseason, second with Carolina. What do you feel like you've learned the most from those previous playoff experiences?
I think just learning how playoff goals are scored and where to go into to get chances. So I think some games, some series, it's going to be low scoring and not many power plays. So I think you just got to be good defensively and check for your chances.
Sorry for the broad question, but what makes going up against Ottawa such a tough challenge in round one?
I think just looking at their statistics and how much depth they have too. Like they have some star players, but they also have a lot of guys that have contributed. And even though they're in a wild card spot, I feel like they're one of the better teams that we faced this season. So it's not going to be easy for us, but I think we can't focus on what they're going to bring. We just got to focus on getting to our game as quick as possible, and then being consistent with it.
All right, so that's Logan Stankoven in the locker room. Just getting to your game. Rob Brindamore emphasized that as well in the postgame as well. It's just about, can you get to your game and what you want to do faster than the other team? Can you dictate the terms on the ice? And speaking of Logan Stankoven, let's not forget, obviously he developed as a center much of this season. First year playing, to remind people of this, It's his first full season in the NHL with the Carolina Hurricanes, because remember last year he split his time. So it's first full season with the Hurricanes and just his second full season in the NHL. And it's the first time he's played center at the pro level. Now, he played it in juniors, but he was playing on the wing in the American League and then on the wing last season with both Dallas and Carolina. So there's that adjustment period. If you look at expected goals scored this season, if you look at some of the advanced numbers, depending on what you're looking at, Money Puck or Natural Stat Trick, his expected goals this season were fourth or fifth highest on the Canes roster this year. That's where he was on the team. So he's creating chances. So it's not a surprise to me that late in the season that the chances actually finally started to go. Let's not forget, last year in the playoffs, he scored the fourth most goals on the team in the playoffs last season.
Yeah.
Fourth. Behind Andre, who had 8, Svechnikov. Aho had 7. Jarvis had 6. And Stankoven had 5. He was fourth highest goal scorer on the team. He was also fifth highest in terms of points last season. He had 8. That was the fifth highest in the postseason last year. We talked about it. I remember last season. It's like, wow, there's a bit of a gamer aspect to Logan Stankoven. As in when there's a big game, he raises to it. Or rises to that occasion, I should say. Using it properly. He's a bit of a gamer.
Hashtag raise up. That was a couple years ago.
I like to see them raise up a Stanley Cup in about 2 months from now. Enjoy the Hornets tonight. Enjoy the hockey this weekend with the Carolina Hurricanes. It's a fun time to be a sports fan of the state of North Carolina. Victoria, thanks to you. You're awesome. You're the best. Until next time we bid you adieu. Goodbye. Good night.
Questioning goalie interference calls since day one. The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Listen every afternoon for The Drive with Tim Donnelly.
We've been saying it since the Cane season ended last year. They can't prove anything to us in the regular season. It's all about how far they make it in the playoffs. So they have just a handful of games left to do whatever final polishing, make the last final adjustments, and make sure they are ready to go on a deep playoff run.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 3 to 6 on 99.9 The Fan.
For 20 years, the North Carolina Education Lottery has been creating winning moments where dreams become a reality and where hundreds of winners are made every day. Moments that add up to billions of dollars in wins. And we're nowhere near finished. Seize your winning moment with the new 20th anniversary scratch-off and digital instance game. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning on the scratch-off are 1 in 3.45. Approximate overall odds of winning a prize in the digital instance game are 1 in 3.75. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
It's bow time. There's something special about the first bite of a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Like an edible alarm clock that slaps you awake with bold Cajun flavor. The moment you sink your teeth into that soft, fluffy, made-from-scratch biscuit, then strike gold with a juicy piece of fried chicken, you'll know. Nothing beats the first bite. Except the second first bite. Get a Cajun Filet biscuit combo today at Bojangles. It's bow time.
It's bow time. Time to satisfy your craving for Cajun with a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Enjoy a Cajun fried filet tucked inside a hot made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. Make it a combo and add your choice of fixin' and legendary sweet tea. And remember, Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuits are served all day, every day. Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payments, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone. With zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 28 500 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
The next disaster is coming. Make a plan. Keep extra medication on hand. Make copies of important documents. Stay informed and be ready. Learn more at americares.org/send-us-in.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits. This hour of the Triangle Sports Leader is powered by Ritchie Law Firm, Injury Lawyers. Ritchie Law is on top of it. Go to ritchielaw.com.
That's ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Elizabeth Gardner. It's another hot one out there. Partly cloudy skies with a high of 90 degrees. And it's a warm night tonight with overnight lows in the low to mid 60s. Even hotter for Saturday, a high of 94, which will be almost a record high. We'll see partly cloudy skies. And then Sunday, a front comes through. A small chance of showers and storms, but cooler with highs in the 70s.
3 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones up 872 points today to 49,451.
Curry again. Collins is there. It's a three. Another one. Oh, he's a machine.
Son of that. Game over! His first of the year. Jacob Slavin, who wins it in overtime.
12.9 left. Hornets are down by 3. White, turn around. Oh, yeah!
The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. It is Friday, everybody. Happy Friday, and it's one of the best Fridays of the year. NHL playoff opener tomorrow, 3 o'clock. Canes hosting Ottawa. You can hear it right here on 99.9 The Fan. There is win or go-home basketball tonight for the Charlotte Hornets. And it might not technically be playoffs, but it's after the regular season, so that's something you don't see that often for the Hornets as of late, and we're counting it. I have a feeling by Monday we're going to have a much better feeling on what the rosters are going to look like in the Triangle for college basketball. With the way the portal is moving, something's going to have to break.
Big visits going on this weekend, apparently.
The type of visits where, if you can, you don't want them to go to their next visit. You want them to sign and stay. There's so much, what do they call it in chemistry? Like kinetic energy, right? It's
potential energy.
Potential energy. That's why I said what. I had to ask a question. But
the opposite.
Long time since I was in school. Potential energy. There's so much potential energy this weekend. And we're going to have fun with it. That voice you heard is Max Gorin. He's producing the show today. I'm Tim Donnelly. This is The Drive, and we start things off with the Big 3 at 3. Number 1. Big 3 at 3 is presented by Maynor Service Company. Check them out online, MAYNORservices.com. Heating, cooling, plumbing, electric, all of it at MaynorServices.com. We will start with the more impending, the closer postseason game. Hornets, do or die tonight against the Magic. They are the early game, being in the Eastern Conference. So it is in Orlando, but it starts at 7:30. Let's hear from Charles Lee, shall we? The head coach of the Hornets, who discusses here his team's matchup, I should say, with Orlando.
Number one, I think that their style of play
is pretty consistent. So no matter who plays, I think that they're a really well-coached team, bring a lot of physicality defensively and a toughness to them. And offensively, they attack the paint in a lot of different ways. They have a ton of talented creators in Banchero and Wagner and Suggs and Bain. And then like Carter Jr. is on the glass, and all these guys are kind of slashing behind the defense and stuff. So offensively, they find a lot of different ways to get to the paint, and defensively, their physicality. But I think the things that we have been able to figure out a little bit are just how we need to guard. But then also offensively, playing with some pace, I think is really has helped us not allow them to be able to be as physical as they usually are.
The Magic are a really strange team to play in this one. Because what he said technically is true, right? With Wagner, Bain, and Banchero all averaging over 20 points. And they, like, on paper, there's so much. But then, I don't know. I've watched them a few times this year, and you watch them and go, I don't think you should be that afraid of them.
I'm really not that afraid on behalf of the Hornets.
Okay, well, give us your reason for disrespecting the Magic.
Well, all the times the Hornets played with a full complement of players, and there's a chance that may not necessarily be the case because Moussa Diabate is actually questionable going to this one with a left hip injury. But every game they played with a full complement of players, the Hornets won by double digits, and most of them were rarely in doubt past basically like the halftime mark or even like early second quarter if you really wanted to, call it early.
If Diabate is anything less than 100%, that is big.
That does make a big difference, and that'll mean big minutes for somebody behind Kalkbrenner. Kalkbrenner will have to step up in his role, and he was good in some crucial moments of that game on Tuesday. But I don't know if I know PJ Hall has kind of been dealing with a lingering injury as well. I don't know if he'll be available in terms of getting that big spot filled. They might go small and have Grant Williams play sometime at the 5 as well if Diabate can't go. So. Something to monitor for sure in terms of that, but Orlando has a couple injury concerns as well. Really just Franz Wagner apparently is available, but don't know what percentage he's at.
There's, I would say, obviously, big stakes as far as winner goes to the playoffs, loser goes home. That's big enough. But there's some side big stakes as well. Evan Sidery, national NBA reporter, has put it out there that it is essentially Jamal Mosley, head coach of the Magic, coaching for his job. Whether like they win, obviously you're not firing a guy who's in the playoffs. If they lose, they would be expected to move on from him this weekend. So they got some big stakes for the Hornets. Their draft picks are on the line, and not just in the first game, but also the second game, the Warrior game. If Hornets and Golden State win, their picks are 14 and 17. If any other category happens, those picks start getting worse. If it's Charlotte and Phoenix, it's pick 16, neither 17 or 18. If Charlotte, they just keep getting worse unless Charlotte loses and Golden State wins. Then one of them gets better, the other gets worse. It's a whole crazy deal. But my point is, there are stakes beyond just the natural, obvious stakes that come with being a winner-go-home game.
But regardless, they'll have 2 first-round picks in the top 20.
Correct.
So
worst case scenario being 16 and 18.
And being in the playoffs.
True. Best case scenario being 14 and 17 and still being in the playoffs. If you lose, you need Golden State to win, then it becomes 13 and you're good. There's a lot going on there. Either way, The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan, that is number 1. Let's ride to number 2.
Number 2.
You don't have to win a play-in game if you're the Carolina Hurricanes. You're in the postseason. You get a full series against Ottawa, which, by the way, we do now know more of the schedule. Yesterday, we knew that Game 1 was going to be tomorrow at 3. That is true. Game 2 will be Monday, again at home at the Lenovo Center, 7:30 p.m. for the puck drop. Then Thursday on the road in Ottawa, 7:30. And Saturday, 3 o'clock, again, 3 p.m. on the following Saturday on the road. Game 5 would be the Monday if needed, and on and on and on and on. But that is the schedule as it sits right now. Looking at Canes Ottawa, you're going to hear me say a bunch of things. I do think this is a personal challenge game, personal challenge series for many of the Canes. And what I mean by that is Ottawa, they play a similar game. They play with grits. Don't disrespect Ottawa. They're a very good team. But also don't disrespect Carolina, as I think the pendulum has swung too far nationally, where they're acting like maybe Ottawa is the number 1 seed and the Canes are the 6th seed or beyond even. I think you should take that as disrespect. I think you should look at across the way at your matchup and feel some type of way about how you're being spoken about. And I'm going to look for that type of attitude from the Canes. Right? The difference between regular season and postseason hockey is obviously the physicality, the intensity, all the things that everybody talks about. But also, you can't just wait on big sample size. You can't just go, if we do things right for the next 80 games, we're going to win more often than we're not, and we're just going to be able to stay the course. You have to take the fight to them in more ways than you'd have to in the regular season. So I hope that there's some almost building up of the slights. If somebody says Ottawa's a pretty good team, I hope the Canes are hearing that as Ottawa's way better than you.
Trip Tracy has been making sure. I think he showed something from Spit and Chicklets. He showed it to Jordan Stahl. Apparently Taylor Hall reached out to Ryan Whitney of the Spit and Chicklets to say, I'm so glad you picked us because you're such a mush. So they definitely hear people picking against them and they're taking that motivation. And as far as getting up for the playoffs, I have no concerns about that. I think you're going to be able to tell from the first shift. They're going to be finishing checks. They're going to be buzzing around, and I think they're going to score early in that game tomorrow too.
We will have first goal score predictions. I know we don't have the game on a show day, but for the postseason, we want to get as many as we can in. So we'll do first goal score predictions at 4:33 for that game. And just to build off of what you were saying, so Ryan Whitney, Spitting Chicklets, I guess their thing, and I don't watch. I watch interviews that I'm interested on Spitting Chicklets. I don't watch it or listen to it religiously. I guess their thing for the Canes has been that their third and fourth line haven't lived up.
Yeah, because they think Kotkaniemi is still playing every game.
They forgot Jordan Stahl existed. They didn't mention him as one of the centers for the Canes.
And Whitney played with him for 3 years.
Yeah, and it's he's not forgettable. But Trip Tracy, as he should, being part of that crew, has set up a bet with Ryan Whitney where, in Trip Tracy's words, when the Canes advance, Whitney, I would assume next year, is going to have to come sound the siren, and dressed in all Canes gear. He's going to have to come sound the siren. And if the Senators win, Trip Tracy has to use the biodegradable, pet-friendly paint to paint his dog's Senators colors. That's the bet as it stands on social media right now. So I hope that Ryan Whitney has to come sound the siren, and I hope, by the way, he owns the Gargoyles, right? He owns a part of the Canes franchise.
Biz may have made a joke about it too. He was like, "This guy we own a small percentage of this organization." He forgot Jordan Stahl's our third line center.
But I look forward to hopefully having the chance to boo Ryan Whitney as he sounds the siren for the Carolina Hurricanes. That's just a taste of the postseason atmosphere we'll have at number 2. Let's get to number 3.
Number 3.
6 days to the NFL draft. Next Thursday is when the NFL draft kicks off with the first round, but also, we always count down to the first round. It's a week to the second round. And if you are the Carolina Panthers, obviously you have to nail your first round picks. There it is. Obviously you have to nail your first round picks. But the way you really make up ground, the way you go from an 8-win team, which is what they are, to a 12-win team, is you hit on the second, the third rounders, and they become long-term starters at even more of a steal when it comes to how much you're paying them versus the production you get. So, first round, we're going to debate it all the way up until Thursday, right? Is it a tight end? Is it a left tackle? Is it a defensive player? Is there a wide receiver that's going to fall? We're going to talk pick 19. Should they trade up, trade back? Over and over and over again. Because that's at minimum what you have to do well in. You have to nail your first round picks. But if you want to throw gasoline on that fire, a week from today will be every bit as important as a week from yesterday. That second round pick, that third round pick, the mid round picks, if you find the stars there, it changes everything. And you might be more willing to take a risk, some high ceiling swings, which obviously would help out if you hit some home runs. That is the Big 3 at 3 here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan. Up next, we talk more Canes, Ottawa. It is a postseason series. We've been waiting months and months for this opportunity for the Canes. Stick around.
Warmer weather is here, which means truck time. Take advantage of Declaration of Deals right now at John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington and get geared up for a great summer. Drive home a brand new 2026 Ram 1500 for 20% off. Plus get 2.9% financing for 72 months. America's best-selling truck comes with a terrific powertrain limited warranty. 10 years or 100,000 miles. Excludes RHO and tungsten. See dealer for details. So get off your keister and get to John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington today.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite too. Extra value meals are back.
Now for just $5, get a sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, hash browns, and small premium roast coffee. Price and participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Let's go, Canes. They are a really fun team. If we're being real, maybe we wouldn't say this to ourselves a couple years ago, but this team is the more fun version of the Canes in the last 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with most goals scored in a season in franchise history.
Most goals scored in a season in franchise history. Also, more like options, right? There are no lines. There really are no players that have the puck that you're just going like, all right, just don't mess it up. Just don't like everybody has the chance to make a play. It's part of their depth. It's why I get so baffled when the national media is talking about 3rd and 4th lines as if that's an advantage for someone other than the Canes. I think their depth and their scoring top to bottom is something that's going to be a huge advantage for them this year. But let's not mince words about it, right? Let's not dance around it. The postseason is an opportunity for stars to play like stars, right? Do I hope that, Mark Jankowski has a multi-goal game? Sure. Like, I'm not going to disrespect that. Do I hope that Sean Walker is able to, come up and impact the game as an offensive presence and scores a couple goals? Absolutely. Am I more realistic in saying that if a goal needs to be scored, Aho and Jarvis and Svech and Ehlers should be the ones clamoring to score that goal? Absolutely. Right? The cliches are cliches for a reason. Big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games, and that's never more true than in the NHL postseason. Right? The opportunities become more rare. The high-leverage chances become more critical that you convert, and you want to have those chances being on the stick of your best players. And that's why I brought up that I do think this is a series of like mano-y-mano. I do think this is a series of, I was never on this team, but in high school football, when you have all the athletes, you play dude defense. Some people call it cat defense. I don't know if you're all familiar with this. Dude defense is you stand out there and before the play, you just go, I got this dude, you got that dude, you got that dude, and you don't care if the quarterback hears it, you don't care if the receivers hear it, you don't care if the opposing team's coach hears it, because you just know you're better athletes than them and your dudes are going to be better. Again, cat defense, same thing, right? You got that cat, I got this cat, you got that cat, same deal. And you travel with them and you pick somebody that you know you can beat, and you just that's your matchup. Now, I know in hockey that's not going to be the case, right? Especially home and away, last change, and different special teams and different time on ice and everything. But what I've seen quite a bit of, and this happens before every NHL series, and they probably we should branch it out into other sports because I like the idea of it. As soon as the matchup is announced, people start ranking who the best players in the series are, and you know. Oh, look at this. This team's got 3 of the top 4, but the team they're playing has, 6 of the top 8, and you go back and forth with that, and they list them all. And the number one argument I've seen between Ottawa and Canes fans when they put out their list is Aho versus Stützle.
I don't think so. I feel like I've seen more debate over Jake Sanderson versus Jacob Slavin.
Interesting. I haven't seen a ton of that. But also, that's they're different archetypes.
Thankfully, most of what I've seen is fairly more consensus putting Aho above Tim Stützle.
Okay,
because of his defensive acumen,
which is what all the Canes fans are arguing, and then what all the Ottawa fans are arguing that you're looking at some of the offensive stuff and putting more there. But either way, I actually like both of those. Sanderson, Slavin. I like Aho seeing that type of discourse and going out there and wanting to win that matchup, right? Step up and say, all right, you think that guy's better than me? Watch this, right? And if the thing Aho brings to the table, although Stützle is, I guess he's killing penalties for them then. That was kind of the return.
Aho kills penalties
even
too.
Though he's not Aho in that light. But it's you think he's better than me? Watch this. And if what you do better than him is locked down as a defensive forward, go make that extra obvious. If what you do, if they think they're a better offensive player, go out and score more goals. Like, take on those individual mano-a-mano challenges. Slavin, we know what he does, right? But Slavin might lead the league, and unless you watch him, you don't get it. Which is why, you go to 4 Nations, you go to the Olympics, and for the 4 months or 4 weeks after that, everybody's super high on Slavin, and then it just peters off. It just wanes away because guess what? The people stopped watching him, right? They started watching their favorite teams again. So make Ottawa recognize what you are when they watch you for the length of a series.
Yeah, and honestly, he hasn't really been like his full form.
100%.
Obviously, he's still been ramping up from the injury. He had to miss basically half the season, had the Olympics in there. But he also mentioned that, and Rod Brindamore talked about this in his media availability today, he's actually feeling a little bit fresher because he's only had to play half the season. So that would maybe mean he's got even more to give in the playoffs, and it may be even tougher than it is already to get around him. Factor in the tight margins of the playoffs and the him ramping up to another level. It may be tough. It may be tough for Ottawa or whoever they're going against to score if Jacob Slavin is a fresh version of himself back at near 100%.
Rod Brindamore, we have the audio on Jacob Slavin feeling fresh after playing less due to the injury, particularly in the first half of the season.
If you value any of that playing 40 games versus the 80 matters now, then yes, it's great. If you do it all, if everyone would do it. If you could, but you told me at the start of the year that we were going to miss him for 40 games. That's not how you want to draw things up. So I think though it goes to your point. We had to face a little adversity. We had to figure things out on the fly a little differently, and we found a way to do that. So that bodes well.
The thing that I will always say Slavin does that is most impressive to me is he's like a great rim protector in basketball in that he gives everyone else a very comforting feeling that they can be more aggressive knowing that Jacob Slavin has their back. And if he shows, especially early in the series, that he is fresher, that he is back to his old tricks of I'll bail you out for that mistake you made or that chance you took, I'll bail you out for it. It opens up the best scoring Canes team we've seen, more goals than any time in franchise history, to be even more of that style of team, because you have Slavin behind you.
And that reason exactly is why the top D pair of the future is him next to Alexander Nikishin. Yes. Because Nikishin will just be able to fully unlock that offensive bag of his, and then you have Slavin there to kind of protect him in the back. I know they're both left-handed, but I think they'll be able to throw someone on the offside, whether it's one of the best defensive defensemen in the NHL or Nikishin playing on his offside. That just means Slavin's even more comfortable being back there to cover for him on the defensive side of the ice. So
I'm right there with you. I think that is an ideal future, but for right now, they both have their own pairs, and they'll be fine with it. And
Nikishin's been so good with Gostisbehere, and then Slavin and Chatfield is just such a shutdown pairing. It's a little reminiscent of like early in his career, it was him and Brett Pesce. Mm-hmm. Like that was just the lockdown pairing on the Canes and one of the premier ones in the league, even when they were kind of in the earlier stages of their careers.
Could not agree with you more. And that was even more before anybody knew what they had in Slavin. That was even more when he was a if you know style player. And going back to just one more point here, when you look at their guys, right, whether it's Tkachuk, Cousins, the two guys we mentioned earlier, they're skill guys, right? Those are a lot of their quote unquote skill guys. They also they can hit, right? So I think you have to bring the fight to them, right? I always talk about the person that wants to be in the fight usually ends up winning the fight. The person that wants to be in the fight the most. The Canes are more talented. In my mind, the Canes are more skilled. The Canes are a better team. If you bring the fight to Ottawa, your skill will then outplay them. If they are taking the fight to you, you'll find yourself in a dogfight, right? Then you find yourself on your heels where your skill shines less. So be aggressive, right? What Max said he expects to happen, I hope to all get out happens, right? I hope they come out and they're landing the first punches and they're scoring early and they're establishing their own tempo. If they do that, I think this becomes a launch point for their postseason. If they, get punched in the face first and they're on their heels, it'll be a completely different series, which obviously they can still win. They're a resilient bunch, but you're leaving with more damage done if you do that.
Look, don't be surprised if they come out on that early shifts, start finishing checks, buzzing around. I'm telling you, I will not be shocked if they get a goal on the board the first 5 minutes of the game tomorrow.
When you say they, you mean the Canes?
The Canes, yes. They're riding the high of the environment. The first time they play the intro video and everyone starts waving the towels and the energy is just so high. Again, I would not be shocked if they get on the board early, especially given how Ottawa's goaltending has had some struggles at points this year.
I would like that very much. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We have the Dean's List coming up next, so don't go anywhere. Find out who makes it coming up.
Hey, folks, Dennis Cox here for my good friends over at Law Tigers. Folks, I want you to win, but you got to help yourself. You got to go to caniacsbike.com. And I say that as a motorcycle rider because I want you out there on the roads with me. The Law Tigers are once again teaming up with your Carolina Hurricanes to give one lucky Caniac a custom.
For 20 years, the North Carolina Education Lottery has been creating winning moments where dreams become a reality and where hundreds of winners are made every day. Moments that add up to billions of dollars in wins. And we're nowhere near finished. Seize your winning moment with the new 20th anniversary scratch-off and digital instance game. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning on the scratch-off are 1 in 3.45. Approximate overall odds of winning a prize in the digital instance game are 1 in 3.75. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
This is the sound of Jack buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Before we get to the Dean's List, about an hour from now at 4:33, we'll open up the phone lines for your first goal scorer predictions. So if you haven't done so already, start thinking about it. Who scores the first goal for the Carolina Hurricanes, and in what period will they score it? This is for tomorrow's Game 1 against Ottawa. Max thinks it'll come in the first 5 minutes, although he hasn't revealed who it will be yet. So we'll have to wait around to find out for that one. We'll let you know when to call in, but start thinking who scores the first goal for the Canes and in what period. And if you don't think you'll be able to hang around, if you don't think you'll be able to call in at that point about an hour from now, you can jump in the YouTube live stream comments, 99.9 The Fan on YouTube. Head right to the live stream. Down below the video, comment just a player and a period. That's all we need. If you want to add more details, if you want to say 5-hole, if you want to say deflection, if you want to say power play, whatever you want to do, you can add that. But the two things we need are the player that will score the first goal for the Canes and in what period it will be scored. And this is a good time to remind you, or let you know if you haven't heard already, for Monday's show, we will be out at the Plaza. Leading up to, so the plaza between the Lenovo Center and Carter Finley, there's like a fan area. We will be there doing the show as long as weather allows. So stop by and say hi if you're going to Monday's game. And I believe we'll have a presence. We won't be doing a show, obviously, because we don't have a show on the weekend, but I believe we'll be doing something, giving some stuff away, something out on the plaza.
Yeah, the promo team should be out there tomorrow before the game as well.
So if you just want to say what's up to the 99.9 The Fan as a station, I think they're going to have some stuff to give away.
Yeah, rumor has it. 99.9 The Fan sunglasses will be available.
If you're interested in that sort of thing, outside the Lenovo Center for Game 1 of the playoff run. I saw they already turned over. I haven't been over there since, but they've turned over all the graphics and everything. They have the places to put the storm flags, and it's playoff time, man. There's always these little things that, it doesn't feel like playoff time until, right? It doesn't feel like Christmas time until you watch the Santa Claus. There's all these things that are happening. It's playoff time for the Carolina Hurricanes. With that being said, it's also Dean's List time here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly, so let's put class in session. All right, here we go. Let's get it started with, we talked about it yesterday, but I do think it deserves to be mentioned again. Duke head football coach Manny Diaz makes the Dean's List for signing an extension. Now, ESPN did report, and the school announced yesterday that the deal will go through 2031. Certain early reports were through 2032, so want to make sure we're accurate on that one. Obviously, Manny Diaz, right, outright ACC title. First one for Duke in like 50, 60 years. And he's won 18 games in 2 years, which is very good for the Duke program. And they're going to look to build off of that. And now they have their guy, their leader, locked up to a contract extension. And not a moment too soon. More Dean's List. How about Arizona State wide receiver Jordan Tyson? And this is actually really just to talk about a funny thing that I think every, wide receiver should know. So Jordan Tyson, Arizona State wide receiver, is getting ready for the draft. He hasn't been able to work out much, and he wasn't able to do the combine, wasn't able to do pro day due to a hamstring injury. Today, he finally worked out. They had like 20 teams out there to watch. He didn't run the 40, but he ran full-speed routes and did all of those things. Do you know what it might be? Do you know what the hamstring reason might be? Just because this is exactly what it was for Jackson Smith and Jigba, I guess. So Jackson Smith-Njigba at Ohio State dealt with some hamstring stuff, went to Seattle, and Seattle's director of equipment, the Seahawks director of equipment, claimed that on the John Schneider show, claimed that the hamstring issues at Ohio State were caused by him wearing the wrong sized shoe. He was wearing, at Ohio State, a size 12. And then he got to Seattle and they measured his foot and did all the scans, 10.5. They thought he was in a size and a half shoe too big. And that was leading to hamstring injuries. So maybe all you got to do for Jordan Tyson, grab that shoe, shrink it down a little bit, you'll be good to go. I don't know if that's how it works, but it's worth a try. Hamstring injuries are annoying as heck. I might go buy smaller shoes. I've been dealing with hamstrings since high school. Max, do you have some Dean's Listers you'd like to throw out here?
Yeah, I'll give a Dean's List shout-out to Jalen Reese, former LSU guard. Entered the transfer portal today. In his final 8 games of SEC play, he averaged 12 points and 6.8 assists, shooting 37% from 3. So, Jalen Reese, best of luck in finding a new spot for you. Seems like a talented young player. And just opens up another roster spot for Will Wade. He's actually got no players on the roster right now. Maybe a interesting strategy where he's going to try to bulk buy and maybe get all the players at once. I'm not sure.
You think he's bundling? You think he's out there bundling home and auto? He's out there going like
he's going to Costco and getting the bulk pack.
I'm gonna buy in bulk in the transfer portal. Get my whole roster one-stop shop
for success. LSU winning the SEC next year, surely, with their great players such as.
Do you think actually now? First of all, obviously this is all to poke fun at Will Wade, right? You up and leave and mess over NC State. Turns out, oh look, people can up and leave you too. Do you think that's possible in the transfer portal world? Like, if take the deepest, say Kentucky. Say Kentucky looked at a there's a I don't know, a group of 5 or a lower major conference team that they absolutely love. Do you think they could just go and make an offer for the whole roster? Like if they really just loved Illinois, right? They watched Illinois, they said, we want that. Could they just go to the Illinois, one of their agents, and say, if you get the whole roster, we'll give you $20 million. You can divide it up however you want. It's free agency every year for every player.
I mean, if all the players agree, like,
I'm interested now. Like, because what was it? Western Kentucky did that with like Houston Baptist one year, the Bailey Zappi year. I think it was Houston Baptist had the best passing offense in like lower division football. So they just took all the wide receivers and the quarterback and the coach and brought them to Western Kentucky, and they broke records. Like, there's a world where that happens. Maybe that's what he's doing. He's just negotiating with like Hofstra, and he's just trying to get everyone off of Hofstra. Perhaps. More Dean's List here on the Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan. I took my first gander at the ESPN 2027 football recruiting rankings. 4 players from the state of North. This is college football recruiting, class of 2027 recruiting class. 4 players from North Carolina in the top 100. From Cornelius, North Carolina, Joshua Dobson, cornerback, 5-star, 7th best player in the country, according to ESPN in the class of 2027. Xavier Hassan, 4-star, corner as well, 55 overall, meaning the 55th best recruit overall. From Raleigh, North Carolina, he's already committed to Notre Dame. Rashad Streets, defensive end, also from Raleigh, 79th overall, 4-star, already committed to Oregon. And ready for this name? This is a tight end / H-back, 81st recruit in the country from Denver, North Carolina, 4-star, Jackson Dollar. His last name is Dollar. It's pretty good. Those are the 4 in the top 100. They went to, I believe, the top 300, something like that, but I decided to put just the top 400, or sorry, the top 4, aka the ones in the top 100, on the Dean's List. And my last Dean's List member, earlier football, week 0, I guess might be the deal. Beginning in 2027, college football could have an official earlier start to the season. The NCAA's Football Oversight Committee on Thursday, that's yesterday, recommended a standard start before Labor Day. That would mean what we know as week 0 would be basically week 1. That's when everyone would start, which means they're getting closer to what I think is the right way to do college football. Now, the issue they're doing is they're having everyone start week 0, but then they still want the season to end the same time, so they're just adding in more bye weeks. I have to give credit to Dave Doran. This was 2 years ago now, I think. Maybe 3 years ago. I was talking with Dave Doran on this show, head coach NC State football, and he proposed just moving the entire season up a month. He was like, just take the whole thing, pick it up, slide it forward, make it a month earlier. That way, right, because then all the preseason and even some games are happening in the summertime when players don't have school, which is better. But also, it ends on New Year's. National championship on New Year's. So players have absolutely no reason to go in the portal before the national championship because they don't have to worry about being eligible for the next semester at their next school. It just pick it up, move it forward, put it down, have the national championship on New Year's Day, and you're done. And you get to move on. It's perfect. So moving it up a little bit, while not ideal, they didn't do it all. It's a baby step towards the right way to handle it. Because it's just so stupid when a team is still alive for a national championship. And even if it's backups, but they have people going in the portal because they need to be enrolled for the next semester at their next school to do spring ball there. Just move everything up. And you would have like a month of football before the NFL was even competition. So you would have all of that TV rights coming your way. Play on Sundays, right? Go crazy. And that's it for the Danes List here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan. Yeah, that's right. We worked some college football talk into today's show. There's a win and move on play-in game for the Charlotte Hornets, which we're going to talk about here in a second. There's playoff hockey tomorrow. There's transfer portal for college basketball, and we got like 2 minutes of college football in there for you.
You must work for the SEC.
We're doing it all. No, the SEC, just ask them. They're a basketball conference now. Huh? They didn't have a team in the national championship, did they? The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We get Max's 3 keys to the Hornets in their game against the Magic tonight. Coming up next, don't go anywhere.
Hi friends, this is Mark Pons with Chapel Hill Tire. Spring break is here. Whether you're heading to the beach, the mountains, or just getting out of town for a few days, make sure your car is ready for the trip. At Chapel Hill Tire, our team of ASE certified technicians can help with brakes, oil changes, and the routine maintenance that keeps your drive smooth and stress-free. With 13 locations across Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, Carrboro, Apex, and Cary, there's always a Chapel Hill Tire close by. Schedule your appointment today at chapelhilltire.com and drive happy.
This is Gordon Miller from Miller Lending, the original home of the no-cost mortgage. If you've been in the market for a new home or just wanted to take advantage of lower rates, recent events have shown exactly why Miller Lending chose to offer a way around bad timing with our no closing cost program. With no fees rolled in or charged, including the cost of title insurance, you can simply close on today's rates and refinance free of charge as rates improve. Over the past several months, we spoke to numerous borrowers who had heard rates were coming down and chose to wait. We explained that if rates did fall, you could simply update a few documents and refinance again, but why take the chance? So when rates spiked to 0.5% recently, not only was I disappointed that we couldn't help those who waited, but also for those buying a home who just saw a sharp increase to their monthly payment. So while we can't control the market, we can offer an alternative. Eliminate timing and say goodbye to closing costs forever. 919-447-3377, or simply apply online at millerlending.com. Miller Lending is an equal housing lender and MLS number 250-2146.
Hello, I'm John Heister for the Heister Automotive Group. And we're constantly looking for ways to serve you better. One of the ways we do that is with something we call a Go-See. And that's where you select a vehicle from our inventory, and we have thousands, and we get one of our product specialists to bring that vehicle to you at your convenience. How do we do that? Well, it's simple. We have a group of employees that are evaluated based on the number of presentations they do. They're glad to do it. So it's just one more way we get off our keister and bring Heister to you.
It's bow time. Sometimes the craving for Bojangles Supremes is so strong you've just gotta have them, even when your gas tank is on empty and Bojangles is still 10 miles down the highway. Nothing beats the flavor of Bojangles' juicy golden Supremes, especially when they're part of a perfect combo with 4 boldly seasoned chicken Supremes, a made-from-scratch biscuit, fixin', and some legendary iced tea. The only thing that can satisfy your hunger is that delicious southern flavor. So when the craving is supreme, put the pedal to the metal. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that one-of-a-kind Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles' legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Here we go. 12.9 left. Hornets are down by 3. White, turn around. Oh, yeah!
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We've been talking quite a bit about the Canes. There's also some other postseason action going on. And it's actually before the Canes get going tomorrow at 3 o'clock at the Lenovo Center. The Charlotte Hornets have a win and advance to the playoffs, lose, go home game against the Orlando Magic. Now, Max is, I would say, our resident kind of analyst for the Hornets. He follows them the closest in the office, and he's pretty darn confident about the Hornets' chances against the Magic tonight. So before the show, I said I need my 3 things. I need 3 things from Max Gorin that are the keys, that are perhaps the reasons why you think they are so likely to not only beat the Magic, but what was it yesterday? You said 3.5 was not a big enough favorite.
No, yeah, it should have been like 7.5.
Okay, so that's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the reasons why. Give us your 3 things for the Hornets going into their matchup against the Magic.
The number one thing is definitely need Con Knippel to positively contribute in some fashion. I mean, he was 0 for, at least in terms of 3-point shooting. In that game on Tuesday, got benched in the last 2 minutes of regulation and throughout all of overtime. The guy shot 42% from 3 all year, led the entire league and made threes, and has contributed in a bunch of other great ways, but we just didn't really see it in that game on Tuesday. It was not a good one. I don't think he's at full health. I think he's been dealing with that lingering back thing, but he's got to give us something. Even if it's like 10, 12 points, 2 made threes, he's got to give us something in this game for the Hornets to be able to advance.
What about the mentals of that? What about the mentals of
Everybody gets benched at some point as cold. I mean, if it's a physical ailment, that's a different thing, but,
Everybody gets benched. Not everybody is. What was it? Doc Rivers was talking with Bill Simmons today, and he gave Con Knippel credit for changing the culture of the entire team. He said he was a KG, a Kevin Garnett-style player that showed up and changed everything, and now LaMelo Ball was playing well, and he passed kind of all of that praise onto Con Knippel. Not everybody is that guy, and then in the most important 2 minutes in overtime of the season, they're on the bench watching. So, I mean, obviously, Con Knippel has said and done the right things throughout the entire season. He's very well media trained, right? You end up with that experience when you go to a school like Duke. You just have the spotlight on you. But I think it's important that not only he has positive contributions, but it's like early. Something that makes it very obvious that, okay, that last game was a different game.
Got to see one go through the net.
Yeah, if he misses his first 3 open threes, that's an issue beyond just, he needs to make a few, because I'm sure there are a bunch of games this year where he missed, his first 3 threes and finished, 6 of 12 or something like that. Like he needs to see one go through early is exactly what it is. What's your number 2?
Defensively, I think there's going to be a big emphasis on keeping Desmond Bane at bay. I think quietly he may even be the Magic's best player a lot of nights, and honestly maybe even in general, because he is a dynamite shooter. I loved him coming out of college. I think that was the 2020 draft. I think originally it was the Celtics that drafted him, or maybe it was a draft day trade, but it was like late first round. He can be a dynamic shooter. And in a do-or-die, win-or-go-home, single-game scenario, you don't want a hot shooter to come out and just start killing you from three. So it's going to be a big emphasis on stopping him. I'm interested to see who they end up matching up with Desmond Bane defensively. I think it's going to be probably Bridges on Banchero. I don't really know what they're going to do with LaMelo Ball. Probably not going to put LaMelo Ball on Desmond Bane. I'll tell you that. So I'm intrigued to see what...
or Brandon Miller?
Yeah, I'm thinking it might be Knipple, but he's going to need to be playing a little bit better for that to be the case. It'll be an interesting matchup. I'm curious to see what Charles Lee does in terms of that, but limiting Bane is going to be the number one thing because I don't think Banchero is going to kill you from three. Wagner is dealing with all sorts of left leg injuries. He had that ankle thing that he missed a ton of games for earlier this year. Then he hurt his knee during that game on Wednesday. And he's not even that great of a three-point shooter anymore. He's got some kind of hitch or something in his shot. But stopping Des Bane, that's the big thing for me defensively in terms of my keys for this game tonight.
Has that always happened, by the way? The like weird later in your life, like not kids, not high school, developing the hitch. It seems like that's happening across basketball way more often than I've ever remembered it happening. It could be something to do with pressure and how much more than money and everything that's on there. Because it's very obvious. It's like, I don't know, there's like 5 dudes that I know in my lifetime that have gotten like the Charles Barkley golf swing hitch in their jump shot. And these are the best, most finely tuned athletes in the world that are watched constantly by shooting coaches. And it's just crazy that happens. And maybe it did happen in like the 80s and we just didn't have enough cameras to pay attention to it, but it's wild. Also, Desmond Bane, I love reminding people of what that trade was.
It was like 5 first-round picks, wasn't it?
I have it right here in front of me. The Grizzlies traded Desmond Bane to Orlando this was during the obviously prior to the most recent draft. The number 16 pick in the 2025 draft. Also Orlando's 2026 first-round pick. Also its 2028 and 2030, both unprotected first-round picks. And a pick swap, which is only top 2 protected in 2029 for Desmond Bane. So Desmond Bane, like, you said low-key might be the best player. Maybe it's low-key to fans, but, like, if you're giving up 4 unprotected first-round picks and a pick swap, as well as they also included Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and Cole Anthony. If all of that is given up for one player, there's no like low key about that guy being somebody you need to have a really good defender on. That is as high key you need to have a really good defender on him in a win or go home game as you can possibly have.
And he just dropped 34 points against the Sixers on Wednesday.
In a loss, by the way. Let's clear that out of the way. Shout out to the Sixers. Let's go ahead to number 3. What is your number 3 key to the Hornets getting the victory against the Magic?
Would really, really prefer to have Moussa Diabate on the floor for this game tonight.
There's just hope. Hope is the strategy.
Hope is the strategy. Well, I mean, the key is always what he brings in terms of rebounding. Like, he's not necessarily the biggest center in the NBA
at all,
but he rebounds with aggression and effort that not necessarily every big has, especially on the Hornets roster. And that's not to discredit Ryan Kalkbrenner or PJ Hall or anybody else on the roster, but Moussa Diabate, just simply put, he kind of just has that dog in him where he's able to go in there into traffic in the paint and go and come down with the ball. And the impact he has, the way that they create like open threes off of that too. There's a lot of times where he'll grab it and he won't even look back up at the rim. He's looking immediately out to the arc to try to find an open 3-point shooter. Oftentimes ends up being Con Knipple.
He averages almost 4 offensive rebounds per game. That's a ton.
The way that rebounding affects the offense, it's hard to overstate how important that is. So hopefully with whatever hip injury he's dealing with, they're able to get him to go. He was questionable as of the last update. There hasn't been another one since I think the latest update, at least the injury report, was maybe 3 o'clock. I think they're doing everything they can to try to get him out there on the floor, because if he's not in, Kalkbrenner's going to have to step up. PJ Hall, as far as I'm aware, I think is still with the big team, and now that the G League season is over, so he may get some spot minutes, and then we may see Grant Williams kind of playing a small ball 5 at times. I don't hate that because he's got really good experience. He's been to the finals. He's been around the block a little bit. But if we want to dominate the rebounding, like Moussa Diabate is going to have to be on the floor, and if not, that becomes a little bit more of a toss-up. And, again, in these one-game do-or-die scenarios, you'd want as few toss-ups as possible. You want to dominate the matchups and, keep it as stress-free as possible and try to book your ticket to the playoffs.
Can I read between the lines? By the way, if you're just tuning in, that's Max Gorin's 3 keys to the Hornets' victory against the Magic tonight in their play-in game. Winner goes to the playoffs, loser goes home. Number 1 was you have to get some kind of positive contribution from Con Knipple. He was largely ineffective in their first play-in game. 2, defensively, find a way, have someone take on the challenge of stopping Desmond Bane or at least slowing him down. And 3, you need to get the Moose. You need to get Moussa Diabate healthy-ish enough to go out there and play with that dog in him. Can I read between the lines a little bit? I don't know if I ever thought I would say this phrase, let alone into radio, like even in regular conversation. Is LaMelo Ball the steady Eddie, like the guy who you depend on, and it isn't like a huge what if on what he brings to the table?
No, I think you know what you're going to get out of LaMelo Ball, and hopefully it's not another 2 for 16 from 3 performance. But again, that's such a
But
that's
you're
such an
getting
outlier.
the 16.
You're getting the volume. No, there's definitely going to be volume in terms of shots from LaMelo Ball. But I mean, he's the engine of the whole offense, and I think he's shown enough now that he's been on the floor. Because I don't think for LaMelo Ball that the issue was ever his play when he was on the floor. It was just the fact that he couldn't stay on the court. And it's the constant ankle injuries and everything were adding up. Well, this year he finally plays 72 games. His second most of his career. He played I think it was 75 his second year in the league. And you see what's happened to this team and what's happened to this offense. It's been explosive. It's been exciting. And he's given that, Tuesday night, even with 2 for 16 from 3, he still had 30 points. And I think it was either, was it 10 assists, 5 rebounds, or 10 rebounds, 5 assists, one of the two. But he had a 30-point double-double, and it was on a pretty bad shooting night. And he also hit the game-winning layup with less than 5 seconds left in overtime. So, he kind of is that kind of steady presence on the offense. And even if he has to go out, you can insert Kobe White right on in the bench. He's going to give you the scoring. The whole offense isn't going to die out just because LaMelo needs a breather for a few minutes, or they need to manage his minutes for whatever injury he's dealing with. Not that he's injured right now, but that was kind of the theory this season, right? But yeah, I've faith in LaMelo Ball. That's why it's not really a key. It's just kind of this steady kind of presence, kind of running the floor and getting the offense up and down the floor.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That's 3 Hornets keys to victory from Max Gorin. Up next, should the Panthers draft a quarterback in the NFL draft, which starts less than a week from today? That's our question. We answer it next.
Hey, folks, Dennis Cox here real quick. My friends over at Law Tigers, something that I want to make sure that all riders are aware of. It's hot outside. Obviously, we know that. But something that you should still do, even when the weather's warm, you want to ride your motorcycle, wear proper gear. Believe it or not, they actually make a ton of clothing. A lot of manufacturers out there have clothing that's built for warm weather. As a motorcycle rider, that still keeps you protected, that has the proper armor, that has the proper materials, so in case you are in an accident, you can stay protected. But if you are injured in a motorcycle accident, make sure you contact Law Tigers at 1-800-LAW-TIGERS before you contact your insurance company. Case evaluations are always free, and you don't pay a dime until your case settles. And Law Tigers, by the way, started 25 years ago, built for riders by riders. Injured in an accident, contact the people that are there to protect you. 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. Law Tigers is a network of independent law firms who are members of the American Association of Motorcycle Injury Lawyers. Law Tigers is not a law firm.
Think only current and former smokers get lung disease? Well, before you breathe a sigh of relief, WakeMed would like to remind you that even if you've never smoked in your life, secondhand smoke or environmental toxins can put you at risk. So go to wakemed.org and take our free online lung health assessment. It takes just a few minutes. And who knows, it could keep lung disease from taking your life.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at deatakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's deatakeback.com.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Inc. Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Big truck accidents can cause life-changing injuries, and life-changing injuries deserve life-changing money. I know big truck wrecks, and I know how to fight those big insurance companies. If you've been hurt by a big truck, contact us at ritchielaw.com. I'm on top of it.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio, WCMC HD1 Holly Springs, 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Elizabeth Gardner. It's another hot afternoon out there. Partly cloudy skies with a high of 90 degrees. Low 60s overnight tonight, and Saturday will be the hottest day this week at 94. But Sunday, a front comes through. Highs will be cooler in the 70s, and we could have a few isolated showers and storms.
4 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones up 878 points today to 49,457.
Let's move the chains. Time for Football at 4.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is now time for Football at 4. But before we do that, I'm going to pass along some information for you from the Lenovo Center themselves. The Lenovo Center, which is obviously the home of the Carolina Hurricanes, tweeted this out about a half hour ago. And it was retweeted by the Carolina Hurricanes. Traffic alert. Delays are expected on Saturday, April 18th. That is tomorrow. Due to a capacity crowd for Game 1 of the first round between the Canes and Senators, as well as events at the NC State Fairgrounds. Guests are encouraged to carpool if possible and arrive early. Plan accordingly and expect heavy traffic closer to game time. Parking lots open at noon. 3 o'clock game, parking lots open at noon. Heavy traffic. If you plan on tailgating, I would definitely err on noon for your arrival, maybe even a couple minutes earlier. But it's a good problem to have, right? First world problem is, right, you have so many fans showing up that all want to get there early, all want to be there for the game, that there's going to be some delays. So just plan accordingly, right? We're trying to pass it along to you so you aren't bummed. There's nothing worse. Actually, I don't want to say there's nothing worse. But it is a real buzzkill if you plan on doing the whole shebang for a tailgate. You got the food, maybe a grill, you got the drinks in the cooler, and then you're sitting for an hour in traffic. Like, you can see the stadium. It's right there. I just want to come on. But you're just sitting waiting because of traffic. So err on the side of early is what I would suggest. And thank you to the Lenovo Center for passing that along. In the meantime, let's get to a little Football at 4, as you heard the intro say. And the question is simple. It's not even a question. It's a series, right? Every day, and we started it earlier this week. We started at the beginning of the week, knowing that we had only X amount of days until the NFL draft, and the NFL draft is next Thursday, so we're officially on the less than 1 week countdown. We're giving you a different position and asking, what's the likelihood that they draft that position? Where in the draft would they draft that position? Is it a disaster if they don't draft that position? How much would that position help? And today, on a Friday, we thought we'd get a little spicy. Quarterback. 19th pick. You got to take Ty Simpson, right? You got to get the replacement for Bryce Young. Clip that, put it on social media, see what everybody says. Not what I'm actually saying, though. Listen, you picked up Bryce Young's fifth-year option. or at least you've said you're going to pick it up. They haven't actually done it yet, but they have said they will. And once you do that publicly, you kind of have to, unless something crazy happens, just to keep your honor and so agents keep doing work with you. So you're picking up Bryce Young's 5th-year option. This next year is his, okay? This next year is his unless the absolute wheels fall off, the bottom falls out, and everything goes to the complete dumpster. Other than that, barring that, this year is his. So you're not drafting somebody to give actual competition, okay? And actually, the fact that you've brought in Kenny Pickett as a backup and given him really, really good backup money, you're not even bringing someone in who you need to or expect to really be active on game days even, right? Like you're not even bringing somebody in, if you draft them, who is expected to compete to be your backup, or else you just wasted a bunch of money on Kenny Pickett. But I still think it would behoove them. I still think it would be smart of them to draft a quarterback in the 4th round, say, or I think they have a couple of 5th-round picks in a 5th round, right? And the reason being, not because of this year at all, but because of the future, right? If you're drafting a 4th or 5th-round quarterback, you are not drafting them for what they are now. You're drafting them for what you think they can be. You're drafting them for what you hope and wish that they might develop into. And also, you have them on that rent-controlled rookie contract. So let's paint out the future, okay? If Bryce Young is what the Bryce Young hive imagines him to be, and this year he takes another gigantic step forward, he throws 32 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, they win 11 games, and after only 8 other guys turn it down, he gets a Pro Bowl invite, rather than if 35 guys turn it down, he gets a Pro Bowl invite. So let's say that happens. Well then, yeah, you only have so much time to get him signed to a long-term contract, and you're looking at signing bonuses, and I don't know, you're probably starting at like $45 million a year for a guy with that has that season and has put together some things already. So if you have that, you're not going to be able to pay the Kenny Pickett's high back-end money, high backup money. So instead, you hope you have, hey, remember that young guy who we actually really liked when he was the 3rd quarterback, and he was really good in the room, and he learned and he developed and he took it seriously. And, if there's an injury, we think he can keep the car on the road for 3 or 4 games while Bryce gets better, then yeah, I think we should roll with that guy. That's what you're looking for. You're not drafting a 4th-round quarterback for this year. You're drafting him for certain situations in the future. Same is true if it doesn't work with Bryce. Okay, because let's say this year the bottom falls out, okay? Or it's just not good enough that you want to sign him to a long-term extension. You still have to pay him that 5th-year option money, and you have to bring in a new quarterback, whether that be a free agent, whether that be a top draft pick the following year. And that means you're paying 5th-year option and new quarterback money, and you probably don't want to have Bryce around that much, which means you're going to want another cheap backup. So that's where you're going. Middle round quarterback, I think it would be a smart, cover all of your bases in multiple different situations pick. The other thing that I would do if I were them is I would look just traitsy, toolsy. And what I mean by that, I don't know if it's Taylon Green. I don't know if it's Cole Payton. I don't know if it's Drew Aller, who is a traitsy, toolsy guy in a different way than those 2 others. But the reason why I say that is, I mean, you might as well swing for the fences, right? You might as well, if you're going to try to develop a project, and mid-round quarterbacks are always kind of long shots anyway to develop into any kind of starters, you might as well grab somebody that has some form of an elite trait and do your best to get the rest to catch up.
Yeah, get some freak athlete and see if you can unlock some of those talents.
If it is a Taylon Green who went to Arkansas and had one of the craziest combines that I've ever seen from a quarterback, just be aware that if he ends up being a backup at any point in time for the Panthers and your starter gets hurt, you're gonna have to call the game differently. Like he becomes a knuckleballer out of the bullpen, right? He becomes part of his effectiveness is just that, the defense got ready to scheme up Bryce Young all week, and they were watching an undersized pocket passer, a little bit of movement, who's trying to get you with accuracy and a million completions. And if Taylon Green comes in, it's, you zoomed in, you fast forwarded, you did a whole bunch of different stuff, and it's not what they were preparing for. It won't always be pretty, but it would be different in a way that is very difficult for anybody to put up with. If it's Drew Aller, you're just betting on can you coach out the skittishness, right? He looks the part, looks great when he's healthy and throwing in shorts and a t-shirt, and he's got the big strong arm, and he has all those comparisons and everything. But had the success and the moxie hasn't always followed. Can you, mature that out of him? Those would be my ideals, right? You're going for mid to late round. We're talking day 3, probably not, the first 15 picks day 3, not trading up for it. Day 3, somebody who has some trait that you could potentially build around to make elite and cheap and solid in the room, right? The other thing, and I don't agree with much of what this guy says, but Chase Daniels, the quarterback from Missouri back in the day who bounced around, I think he ended up getting paid like $500,000 a completion in his career because he just kept signing high backup salaries. One thing he mentioned, a backup quarterback's job is to serve the starter, right? It is whatever the starter needs. If the starter needs you to watch safeties during the game and he's going to come off and ask you a bunch of questions, you need to do that. If the starter needs you to bring donuts to 5 a.m. food or to 5 a.m. film, you need to grab the donuts. If the starter needs somebody to be super honest with them or somebody to be a yes man, like you got to read that room. The backup's job is to serve the starter in the NFL. You need to make sure you're not bringing in a player who is going to be combative, I guess, with Bryce. Bryce Young, we've seen him, and it was, I think, 2 years ago, the best example I can give you. We've seen him when his confidence gets rattled. There was a play, it was 3rd down. He scrambled to his left, had an open man, and it was as if like his whole body froze. Like there was a pause, and just like you disconnected the controller and ended up taking a sack. And I think almost everything in that period is before he got benched for Andy Dalton. About everything in that period was about his confidence being rattled. So once you see that, I think you have to be careful with everybody you bring into that quarterback room, whether it's coach or player, because if you bring in Taylon Green, let's just make sure we call it what it is. And Taylon Green and Bryce Young walk out to practice together. There's going to be pictures, and it's going to look like Taylon Green is walking out with his little brother. And I'm not saying that disrespectfully. I'm saying that actually more impressed by what Green is as a physical specimen. He would look more like Taylon Green would look normal walking next to Cam Newton. Like that's kind of how crazy this dude is. Right? So if Bryce is struggling and you have this guy who looks like Megatron on the sideline, just be prepared for what that is. If Bryce is, you're not dressing Taylon Green because Kenny Pickett's the backup, and Bryce is standing there in full pads and Taylon Green is standing next to him, you won't see that much of a broadness difference. Better be aware of that. Same thing with Drew Aller. Drew Aller's a big dude. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That's a little football at 4 for you. Don't forget, by the way, we have first goal scorer predictions coming up in about 20 minutes. We will open up the phone lines. We want to know who's going to score the first goal for the Carolina Hurricanes and in what period they will score it. We don't always do it for games that are not on show days, but we shouldn't even call it, for today, we shouldn't call it first goal scorer predictions. Because that's first goal scorer of the game. We should first playoff goal scorer of the entire playoffs. Who's going to score the first goal of the playoffs for the Carolina Hurricanes, and in what period will they score it? Tomorrow, 3 o'clock puck drop against Ottawa. We'll open up the phone lines in about 20 minutes for that. So start thinking if you haven't done so already. I also have all the predictions for those of us here at 99.9 The Fan that I will reveal to you, except for Max. He's going to keep that a mystery right up until game time, or right up until first goal scored prediction time. That's all coming up next, as well as more Canes conversation. But first, Tim Donnelly here from Maynard Service Company. What is it, 8 straight playoffs now for the home team? Maynard Service Company's on a similar run. And just like the 8 straight playoffs, I do think it starts with the leader, right? I think it starts with the coach. Maynard Service Company, they derive everything from their owner, Brett. I've talked with him, and the coolest part is I've walked around their training facilities with Brett, their owner, heating, cooling, plumbing, electric, where they have water heaters and air conditioning units, and they've sawed them right down the middle so they can show their technicians everything going on. I've walked around, and everybody knows, and at least it seemed like everybody liked Brett. Right? You walk around, hey, Brett, everybody from, the people that work with him every day to the people that are out in the field most of the time. It starts at the top. That's why Maynard Service Company feels like such a community-based, because they are, company. You see them around the Triangle at your favorite philanthropic events. I guarantee you see those blue trucks there supporting, whether they ask for the publicity or not. I'm going to give it to them. Maynard Service Company, heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical. They're on a streak of success that is unheard of. Give them a call, 919-361-0993. That's 919-361-0993. Or visit them online at MaynardServices.com. That's MAYNOR services.com. We'll be back after this with the most important Canes for their contest against Ottawa. Stick around.
Hey, Carolina Panthers fans, it's Dennis Cox from 99.9 The Fan.
And me, Chris Lee from WRAL TV.
We're in the offseason, but our podcast, Panthers Playbook, presented by Wake Orthopedics, rolls on.
In every episode, we'll keep you up to date on Panthers news as the NFL Draft approaches.
Insights on free agents and prospects.
Plus all the insider info on who the Panthers want to pick at number 19.
Follow and subscribe to Panthers Playbook wherever you discover your favorite podcasts or watch on YouTube.
Golf season is here. Time to score big savings on pre-owned, tailor-made QI35 and Titleist GT medals. Plus, upgrade your bag for less. Bring in your current clubs and take advantage of our trade-in program towards your next purchase. And all month long, every fitting is absolutely free. Just call to schedule your appointment. Visit the Global Golf Outlet Store at 7320 ACC Boulevard in North Raleigh. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6. Global Golf, home of the best deals in golf.
Step between the lines when you download the High School OT mobile app presented by State Employees Credit Union. It's easier than ever to find the coverage you want for the sports and schools you cheer for the loudest. Receive up-to-minute alerts, scores, videos, insider content, and the latest high school sports news across the state of North Carolina. Available now on the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store. The High School OT mobile app, presented by State Employees Credit Union.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. You can listen to the Canes game tomorrow right here on 99.9 The Fan. You can listen to the game on Monday, Game 2, right here on 99.9 The Fan. You can listen to the entire series right here on 99.9 and the entire playoffs for the Carolina Hurricanes on 99.9 The Fan. Should be really fun. We're looking forward to it tomorrow. There will be a 1-hour storm watch for the postseason, just as we've done in years past. Adam Gold will give you 1 hour of table setting and making sure you're ready to roll.
It'll be Dennis tomorrow.
Oh, it'll be Dennis tomorrow. But for the postseason, as we've done in years past, traditionally Adam Gold, Dennis tomorrow for 1 hour, a little prep time for you. And if you're caught in some of the traffic that the Lenovo Center was warning you about, just turn on 99.9 The Fan. It's a good way to get ready for the game. All on 99.9 The Fan and the 99.9 The Fan app. which is also available in the Google Play or App Store. I thought we'd do this. I thought we'd ask, going into the Ottawa series, who are the most important Canes, right? Anytime you look at a series, you look at a matchup, there's going to be different responsibilities that fall on different individuals, right? And in some matchups, you're more important than others, and you just have to deal with that. Okay? So why don't we go ahead and ask that exact question? We'll go back and forth, Max, if that's cool with you. And if you have if there's overlap here, feel free to.
Is there a certain number of players you want to do? Or
I would say we'd each do about 3, right? If there's ties or whatever, I'm fine with that. I'm not a stickler on this one, but I also don't want to get to the point where you realize like it's playoff hockey and everyone's important, so you're just throwing like, you know. I'm as much of a, you know, Jordan Martinook fan as anybody, but if you start getting down to like, you know, if a couple injuries hit, it could really be, you know, a Bradley Nadeau opportunity. You're in too deep. So let's get it started. I'll lead off, and I'm going to take the easiest answer. Freddie Anderson. Which, by the way, Walt Ruff, team reporter, did tweet this out earlier today, and I will pass it along to you, that for the second straight day, Freddie Anderson has been in the, quote, day before the game starters crease. Given, and again, according to Walt Ruff, given that it's the second consecutive day in that position, he's likely to be in line to be the Game 1 starter. Can't say I'm surprised. Right? The Canes, rightfully or wrongfully, I don't think there are right and wrong answers in this case, although I know many of you do. They lean on experience. They lean on veteranship. And Freddie Anderson has been around for a lot longer than Bussy, right? Bussy's eyes might be a little wide tomorrow, simply because, you know, this guy went from being claimed off waivers to suddenly being one of the main goaltenders on a Stanley Cup favorite. So yeah, Freddie's getting the start, it appears. I'm not surprised by that, and I think that does make him one of, if not the most important person in the series. There's going to be challenges. As good as Ottawa is, they are not going to, you know, be shut out of shots. I know that the Canes are very good at preventing shots, but there's going to be high leverage chances. There's going to be opportunities for them to score. And if Freddie can make the saves he needs to make, that can change everything, as everybody knows. So Freddie Anderson, I'm taking that one off the board. I'm going chalk with it. Max, I'm taking Freddie.
It's a good pick. Obviously very important because there's only one goaltender on the ice for each team, so you shoulder a lot of the load.
I will say, I think I don't want to say short leash, but they should not be afraid to go to Bussy later in the series and go to him in I don't know, different ways than you would normally treat it, because they've both been good down the real recent stretch here and bring different things to the table.
I feel like, honestly, the plan, and I don't have any insight, like personal insight on this, but I feel like they'll probably just, no matter what, unless Freddie gets like a shutout in game 1, I feel like Bussy is going to start game 2.
I don't know. I've thought they should have done that in the past. There were points in the last couple of years where Piotr and Freddie going one game in the regular season felt like it was in a huge rhythm, and I was going like, just keep doing that, and they really haven't. So maybe I'm just conditioned by wanting that in the past and not getting it, but I think as long as Freddie is solid, they'll kind of go traditional goalie one treatment in the postseason. But that doesn't mean that if he doesn't have an off game or something, or look like he needs a rest, that you can't go to Bussy and expect good things from him, because he's played well as of late as well.
All right, my first important player, I mean, this is a position that's been, you know, debated at, you know, to the ends of the earth among the Canes community this season, last season, for however long, basically, since I think Vincent Trocheck departed, and that's the second line center in Logan Stankoven. Especially now that he's dealing with an illness, so he wasn't able to practice yesterday. Hopefully not anything too severe. He was back at practice this morning. He's been playing really, really well down the stretch.
Super productive.
Yes, he's been excellent after he was kind of struggling to find the back of the net, although that line was, you know, dominating possession and chances. It just wasn't always going in. Mm-hmm. Now he's starting to really find the back of the net. I think he's going to be a difference maker. He's going to continue to be a difference maker. Ottawa is the number 1 team in the league, or number 2 in face-off percentage, though, which is kind of an area of struggle for him as a new center. So hopefully he can step his game up in that regard. But he's been hot scoring the goals, obviously playing on that line with Hall and Blake. They've been excellent in most regards for the whole second half of the season. And we saw he's a playoff riser last year, and especially in that Washington series. He really helped them break through and win that one in 5 games. He's still a young player, and I think his best moments are still to come. He's probably going to put in some pretty clutch goals at times during this playoff run. I almost come to expect that at this point, and the growth for him is going to continue to come. So Logan Stankoven, very important player for me in this series. Hopefully he gets off to a good start in his playoff run.
The hilarious part about Logan Stankoven is that he is the exact opposite of what I want to see the exact opposite from him of what I want to see from most young players, because what I always say is, like, young players don't know that the postseason isn't assumed, right? Like, if your rookie year, you're on a good team, you're just like, all right, cool, play the season, go into the postseason. And then you see some grizzled 35-year-old who's, been in the league for 16 years and has been to 3 postseasons, like, no, cherish it. Like, this doesn't happen every year. Logan Stankoven, this is technically his second. Like, he was a rookie last year. So this is the first year he hasn't qualified for rookie status. And he's already played in both the Western and Eastern Conference Finals. And he's played well in both of those. Like, when he was traded from Dallas to the Canes in the Mikko Rantanen trade, I love checking the reaction of a fan base to see what, a player does well. And they loved Logan Stankoven largely for what he did in the postseason for Dallas. And then this offseason, I think at times the Logan Stankoven expectations for the Canes got a little too far ahead because of what he did in the postseason last year, right? What was it, 5 goals in the postseason? And so when he was kind of like a normal second-year player going through peaks and valleys this year, there was a lot of disappointment, even though it's like, he's not going to be just because he was really good in the postseason doesn't mean he's never going to have a struggle month ever again.
I don't know. I'm not saying he'll never struggle again. But.
No, I'm saying I want him to continue thinking that the postseason is like an every year thing. I don't want him putting it on a pedestal because whatever he's been doing in the postseason works. Like I think both fan bases, Dallas and Carolina, through 1 year of him producing, probably thought he was better at this point in his career than he is. Obviously, the ceiling is high eventually, but they both thought he was better than he is at this point because he shined in the biggest games and played well and played above his talent level. So if he can continue to do that, like, I want him to think, yeah, every year you go to the postseason and you play great and you move on and you make it happen that way. My next one, I was tempted to go Stankoven just for everything you said. I'm going Nikolai Ehlers. Nikolai Ehlers, to me, and I'm blue in the face having said this so many times, he's the biggest difference between last year and this year, right? He is the biggest difference between last year's Canes team and this year's Canes team. He replaces some of, I know they're not the exact same player, but some of what they lost when they traded away Martin Necas, as far as speed, carrying it into the offensive zone, a little bit of that finishing ability. Again, I know that it's not an apples to apples comparison, but there is something there that was missing last year in the postseason. I always talk about what a player looks like in your peripheral vision when you're watching something else and you just see a flash of them kind of on the other side of the ice. And can you know who that is? You always knew when Necas was making a run because it would just be like that little flash. I think Ehlers is a little bit more smooth, but he's quick, right? He's fast. And when you see him in your peripheral making that run, it's important. So Ehlers, not just for how good he is, not just for what he does, not just for the fact that he's a 71-point player, which is good for second on the team, and he's, one of the best free agent signings in Carolina Hurricanes history, kind of already. Not just that, but also because of what role he's being asked to play and how important that role was filled. So I'm putting Ehlers on the list of most important Canes going into the Ottawa series.
Yeah, I mentioned this to you when I came into the office. I think it was the Philly game on Monday, but I was hanging out with a buddy. I was watching the game, and we were talking about, man, like, we're so excited to see Nikolai Ehlers in the playoffs. Like, he's so good. And then they immediately went on a power play, and he scored the power play goal. And we're like, case in point right there. And he's been such a big factor in the power play, actually, like, kind of ascending from, they were at, like, it was early in the season, like December or November, but they were like 6%, which is absolutely atrocious. And they finished the year converting basically a quarter of their power play chances. It was like 4th or 5th in the league. So he's been such a big part of that turnaround.
What I really like about Ehlers is he has the speed, but so often somebody with that skill set doesn't have the patience because they're like, go, come with me. The setups he has where he has it kind of behind the net, around the net, and he's just waiting, and as soon as a defenseman commits, he sets up one of his teammates. It's very, I think, aesthetically pleasing when it comes to like different ways to play hockey, to know somebody can have it on their stick and fly, see what I did there, up the ice, but then they can also kind of slam on the brakes, go slow motion, and play at whatever tempo they want. So Ehlers is one of mine. Who's your next?
My second one is the guy we actually discussed a little bit earlier, is Jacob Slavin back on the blue line. Very encouraging signs that he's kind of mentioned that because he had to play fewer games due to his injury in the first half of the season, he's actually coming into this playoff run feeling a little bit fresher. And that's good to hear because, at times here in the second half, he maybe hasn't looked like fully himself, especially kind of earlier on as he was coming back from that injury and coming off of the Olympics, which is obviously, an intense tournament. And they end up getting the gold in part thanks to him. But, are we going to be able to see him at his full 100% level here? And if so, I mean, you've got to like the Canes' chances of really shutting down that Ottawa offense, especially with the size that they've added on the back end in, Nikishin becoming like a roster regular, Keandre Miller, the addition of another, big, rangy defenseman. And they might not all necessarily be the most physical D-men in the world, but all that size is going to be tough to get around. And the stick work of Miller and especially of Jacob Slavin, that's what he's known for, his gap control, his positioning, his stick work. It's all elite. And they're also going to ramp up the shot blocking as well as they get into the postseason. So a fresh Jacob Slavin coming into the playoffs, that's going to be one of my other most important players to watch in this first series.
I've said this before, but I probably need to say it more often. My favorite thing about Slavin is I almost call it like how anticlimactic he can make rushes for the other team, where it's like, oh, never mind, it's over. Look at that. All right, cool. You poked it away. Like you get tense because there's a 2-on-1 rush or whatever, or there's a badly played puck at the center line, and it's like, oh no, what is this going to be? And you get all nervous, and then it's just over, and it's just very quickly just never mind. Oh, look at that. And he's got it ahead to Aho, and it's taken for granted, as I think every good defenseman is, defensive defenseman especially. It's taken for granted, but it's Jacob Slavin. All right, I have two here that I'm struggling between. I'm going to take one, but then I do want to have an honorable mention when we're done here. I'm going Jordan Staal. Most importantly, against Ottawa specifically.
Don't tell Ryan Whitney.
Yeah, he did. Well, Jordan Staal is not even on the team, according to Ryan Whitney. I'm putting Jordan Staal specifically for his work in the faceoff circle. Ottawa is very, very good and has a bunch of dudes that are high percentage in the faceoff circle. Obviously, Jordan Staal is that for the Canes. Second most wins in the faceoff circle this year of anyone in the entire league. What do you have, like a 23-win game the other day?
Yeah, 23 faceoff wins in a single game.
That's insane. So he's going to have to continue to be good there. He's going to have games where he's 70%. He's going to have games that are abnormally good. Just when both teams are puck possession, you have to steal those possessions when you can. So Jordan Staal for everything he does, but specifically for the faceoff circle. Who's your last one? And if you take my honorable mention, I'll be mad.
I feel like I know who you're going to pick, so I thought about talking about him, so I'll save it for the honorable mention. Or maybe I don't even know. But
let's see how well you know me.
We'll see. I'm pretty sure. I think I know, but I'll pivot.
I'll write it down just so there's
you write it down. I'll pivot
shadiness.
because I think I was going to say him too, but I'll pivot.
Okay.
And I'll just say Alexander Nikishin because I love watching him play.
Oh,
it was him.
Nikishin.
I thought it was going to be Svechnikov, so maybe I'll just go with it and let you talk about Nikishin.
Go ahead.
So we saw Andre, elevate back to the level of player that we kind of knew he was capable of being this year. Finally, he's fully back, I think, from that ACL injury that, kind of threw a wrench in his progression into his career. He wasn't playing as powerfully. He wasn't skating as hard and dominating to the level that we know he can. Well, finally, we saw that goal-scoring kind of power forward ability come back out this year. He got his second 30-goal season. He got another 70-point season. And he was basically, after the first 8 games where he wasn't scoring any points, he basically went, point per game the rest of the way throughout the season. But we need him to carry over into the playoffs. And he's got this come through in a lot of runs with some big-time goals. I remember Was the hat trick against Washington, was that Game 5? That wasn't Game 5 last year. That was earlier in the series, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Regardless, I think he had, 8 or 9 goals through the first 2 rounds of the playoffs.
Yep.
If we can get that level of goal scoring from him in the postseason again, would love it. Absolutely love it. But he's playing with confidence. He's playing well right now. And the fact that we have that kind of cornerstone line of him, Aho, and Jarvis, that line can go up against anybody in the NHL.
It was Game 4, by the way, against the Devils.
Game 4, against the Devils. I was thinking he had one against Washington, but now it's my whole timeline from the playoffs last year is messed up. But regardless, if we get Svechnikov at the level he's been playing for the last 70 games of the regular season, he's going to be a problem for Ottawa to deal with, and he's going to be a matchup nightmare if he ends up across from Brady Tkachuk. There could be some interesting antics going on there.
Which leads part into my honorable mention. But I do want to say about Svech, it did feel like regular season this year. We got postseason last year, Svech. It just was more consistent over a longer period of time. I thought he was really good, obviously scoring the puck last postseason, and it led to a really good season this year. I went Nikishin for a reason that I think we both acknowledge, which is postseason's pretty darn physical. And they added 6'4", 220, whatever you want to call him. If Brady Tkachuk needs to be answered to, I think Nikishin has as good a chances or as good a option as anybody to go ahead and send him out there. There's always going to be those sorts of things in the postseason, and he's a big dude. The reverse hits kind of becoming his thing, and I don't even know if he knows it's happening. It's just people are bouncing off him, and then you mix in some of his offensive ability and the growing defensive comfort that he has. I think Nikishin could have a little star-making opportunity here in the postseason if he plays up to his potential. With that being said, maybe some of these guys will be your first goal scorer predictions. There it is. Call in now, 919-860-5326. With your first goal scorer prediction, who scores the first goal for the Canes tomorrow against Ottawa in Game 1, and in what period do they score it? 919-860-5326. Heister Automotive Group hotline. Call in now, 919-860-5326 if you want to have your prediction live on air. If you don't, you can always jump to YouTube, 99.9 The Fan on YouTube live stream. Make your predictions in there. We need a player and a name. We need the name of a player and a period would be the way to say that. While Max lines up a few of you on the call-in line, I will give you the 99.9 The Fan personality predictions. Adam, who's I guess on the IR a little bit here, dealing with a sickness, but he is leading our internal competition here of personality fans on 99.9 The Fan. Martinook in the third. He thinks it goes all the way into the third without a Canes goal. Martinook in the third, first goal scorer. Victoria, the producer of Adam's show. Ehlers in the first, but not in the first 10 minutes. Paul Ihander, next up with Paul Ihander, weekday mornings 9 to 10. Max Traditional, the producer of that one. He said Svech in the first, goes inside corner, just barely sneaks through. Max and I will give you ours in a second, but first let's hear from a few of you. We have Ryan in Spivey's Corner up first. Ryan, welcome to the show. Who scores the first goal and in what period?
My son and I are going to go with Aho in the first on the power play.
Aho in the first on the power play. I can tell you that you will have at least one person matched up with you and rooting alongside of you. So in our predictions. But good luck to you. You are locked into Aho in the first. And next up, we have Alex in Raleigh. Alex in Raleigh, welcome to the show. Who scores the first goal and in what period?
I'm going to go with the captain, Stalzy.
Stahl. In the first? Second? What period are we talking?
In the first, 12-17.
12-17. All right. That's about as detailed.
Out there just to see.
That's hey, if it's right, you better go buy a lotto ticket.
That's right.
Alex, we appreciate you. You're locked in. Good luck to you. And finally, for the callers, we have Liam in Cary. Liam, welcome to the show. Who scores the first goal and in what period?
I think, like in previous playoffs, they will start hot and they will score 3 minutes in, and it will be Nikolai Ehlers.
All right. I like that.
His first playoff goal as a Hurricane.
All right. You are locked in to Ehlers in the first, about 3 minutes in. Thank you for calling in, Liam. good luck to you. I like that mix, right? Because it's like as the Canes always do, and then you bring the new guy into it. So there's little old, little new, like a wedding. Max, you have yet to make your prediction. Who is your first goal scorer and in what period?
I've kind of just been like sitting on it. I hadn't really thought about it too much. But
let it speak from your soul.
I think, and there's always a lot of talk about the refs not calling as many penalties in the playoffs, but I don't know. That doesn't necessarily always hold up. But I'll still go with Shane Gostisbehere with a power play marker in the first period.
Oh, I failed to read Dennis's either because he's usually the one that I'm waiting for. He has Gostisbehere in the first as well.
Oh, wait, he was here when I heard him say that. Dang it.
That's why it's in your soul. It was like subliminal advertising. He had him causing a turnover in the neutral zone and then gets the puck back from Svetch to score. What were your details? Did you have any? Or going power play?
It's just power play.
All right. Mine, as I have said, I will keep going. I really wish this didn't get into the postseason because now we're getting high leverage. But I'm a man of my word. Until I get it right, Sebastian Aho in the first. He was over a point per game in the post-Olympic break portion of the season. I think it was 1.05 it ended up being. In his, 89 playoff games, I believe I read that he has 85 points. So he's a guy with a lot of experience. Since I started doing this, I'm going to pick Aho in the first until I get it right. It has been right in 2 games. They just have both been on weekends when I haven't made the pick, so I've had to keep doing it. So it might just be a weekend thing. And since we're doing it for the postseason every game no matter what, that includes Saturday games, I'm rolling with it and hoping that the planets align and it's always the weekends where he scores early. You didn't want to put a time on it? You said they were going to score in the first 5 minutes, and I asked you for details, and you just said power play.
I feel like early power play is fair.
Early power.
So I don't know if the refs are going to swallow the whistle. I don't know.
Well, then you could have just gone early. It doesn't have to be a power play.
That's true. But if Gostisbehere is going to score, it's probably going to be on the power play.
Yeah, true. I'm going to say first shift for Aho. I'm going to say
that'd be awesome. Is he going to start?
Really out the gate.
Oh, his first shift.
His first shift, yes. Not
I bet you Stahl's out there to start the game.
I agree with that as well. No, his first shift is what I was rolling with, which would be absolutely electric.
What time do you think the game will actually start? Because we got double anthem too.
Yeah, I've stopped trying to predict
playoffs
this game.
Too. I think this game doesn't start until 3:17.
I also don't like talking about that much because then somebody out there, like we all have friends that if you say 3 o'clock, they're going to get there at 3:15, and that's for everything, right? That's not even just for sporting events.
The Canes have already told everyone, be in your seats at 2:45. If you're going to the Lenovo Center, be in your seats. There's all sorts of pregame shows and stuff, but
so
we know this game's not. We know that puck's not hitting the ice.
Make it 2:25. Make it, because then some of you will get there at 2:45 because you think it's 2:25.
Well, and then they also said to account for the traffic, so maybe get there at just like.
Well, that's for. I believe you have to tailgate this one. It's going to be really hot.
Getting in the arena at 2:25.
Yeah, start. It's like make sure you're packed up, right? You don't want to be 2:45 and all right, let's put the grill away. Like you need to. If I were running the show, if I were the one with the power, I'd make it about a 10:30 opening to the parking lot. But with it being noon, you're gonna have to be efficient. You're gonna have to be there right at the open. You're gonna have to be moving. You're gonna have to be efficient. Everybody needs to be on their A game. It's the postseason. We've had a lot of practice. Let's execute. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We have real bold predictions coming up next. One of our favorite segments of the entire week. That's next right here on The Drive. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, folks, Dennis Cox here real quick for my friends over at Law Tigers. The weather's warm outside, folks. Couple things. First of all, planning your ride out in advance. Make sure you stay hydrated. Make sure you build in a couple stops along the way, especially if you're going on a long ride. Stop, relax, get some water, get some shade. That way your body is operating fully. So when you're out there on the road, you can control your motorcycle best in case there might be a car that swerves in your lane. You're ready to react. Just being physically ready to ride is so important for a motorcycle rider. But unfortunately, some things that can happen on the road, accidents can happen, and this is where Law Tigers steps in to help you. Give them a call if you're injured in a motorcycle accident, 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, even before you contact the insurance company. Your case evaluation with Law Tigers is always free, and you don't pay a dime until your case settles, because Law Tigers attorneys, they're part of the motorcycle riding community. They know what your bike and your gear are worth, and they are there to fight for you. Law Tigers, North Carolina's motorcycle lawyers. Law Tigers is a network of independent law firms who are members of the American Association of Motorcycle Injury Lawyers. Law Tigers is not a law firm.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Everything we have said about Pittsburgh, we can apply to the Heat. Playoffs 6 consecutive years, but you're not there anymore. Even when you made the playoffs some of those years, we didn't really view you as contenders. They don't have that big star, just like the Steelers don't have their franchise quarterback. So the Steelers have a new era. What are the Heat going to do to make sure that this doesn't become their reality for many years to come?
Mornings from 6 to 9 on 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Your boy, Bert Kreischer, is back.
Woo! I'm back, baby!
And he's giving you permission to party. So grab a friend, because he just added a second show in Durham on April 18th.
Done, son.
Tickets at dpacnc.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health
With Bet365 early payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in North Carolina.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Before we get to real bold predictions, and we have a few of them here, I wanted to make sure we addressed this Finnish interview with Jesperi Kotkaniemi. First of all, the timing of it's not great, right? There's a Finnish interview with a Finnish newspaper with quotes from Jesperi Kotkaniemi. Now, I want to be extra clear here and say the best I can do with it is Google Translate, right? I don't have any Finnish friends. I don't know people that read Finnish. So I'm sure there is certain context or I don't know, like vibes that are missing, and just a cold plug it into Google Translate type of interview. But the interview or the article came out on Wednesday, and listen, the quote seemed like an exceptionally frustrated player. I think I'm alone in this, or maybe there's a handful of us out there. We're just of the very, very quiet side of the fan base, and there's a louder fan base that likes getting mad on either side. I don't think anyone in this situation has done anything wrong. Rod Brindamore, as a head coach of an NHL team, has no obligation. There is under no obligation to give Kotkaniemi every chance to do anything, right? If he doesn't think he's worthy of playing big minutes or getting a true second-line center opportunity or any of that, he doesn't have to. And he's proven pretty darn well, meaning Rod Brindamore has, that he knows how to put a really good hockey team together. Right? It would be one thing if he were going into year 4 running the team and they hadn't made the postseason, or they did once and they got smoked, but they go to the postseason every year and they pretty much win at least one series every year. So I don't look at Rod Brindamore and say, everything that Kotkaniemi is saying about, they're not playing me and I don't know why, or everybody says I've been proven I'm a second-line center, but I really haven't been given the chance. And these are paraphrased quotes, but that's the gist. But on the other side, I don't think Kotkaniemi's done anything wrong, right? By all accounts, he works hard. By all accounts, he's engaged. He has handled it as a professional. I know a lot of professional athletes out there that I've covered, spoken with, whatever, that have put in the same situation would what I call go full James Harden, right? Like, if you don't start doing everything I want to do, I'm going to raise heck until you either trade me, move me, cut me, or start doing what I want you to do. And he has done the exact opposite of that. He's been really professional about it. And then the second part for him is he should be frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely frustrating, but he just isn't better than anybody else that's getting put on the ice, and that's it's an unfortunate situation just because of the contract that was signed and the expectations that come along with that.
And the draft pedigree.
Yeah, him being a third overall pick,
and the flashes he shows occasionally of physical ability that aren't consistent enough, but I
hadn't seen a ton of flashes of that.
He hasn't played a ton.
Yeah.
He's a bigger dude. Like, there's a reason why he was drafted where he was, because there are certain measurables that he has that not everybody has. But like, the way athletes are wired, especially professional athletes, are like, I just need one more chance. I'm gonna prove it. You just got to let me go. Like, I'm gonna get him next time, right? They're not wired to go like, oh no, I get why he's not playing me. If he had that mindset, he never would have made it as far as he already has. If he was like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, coach knows best. I'm gonna chill on the sideline. Like, that's not how it works.
It's a shame because the second half of 2022-23, like, he was actually like really good, two-way player. He scored a decent bit in that season. And then at some point, I don't know what it was, but he just lost it. He got plenty of opportunities playing that second line. It was like him, Natchez, and Teuvo Teravainen for a while, a line of all guys that wore the 80s.
Yep.
And that line was okay, but he just lost it at some point. I'm not sure what it is. It's clear at this point maybe the environment's just not perfect for what he needs to maybe try to recapture that. But yeah, with this article coming out at this time is definitely very interesting. And to me, it's kind of pointing towards there's going to be a separation of these two sides.
Correct.
Probably at the conclusion of this playoff run.
Correct. And the last part of the article does have some, again, Google Translate. They always say a departure is coming, but it hasn't happened yet. Kotkaniemi wonders. Rumors keep coming in. It's hard to say, but the most important thing would be to get to play. Again, a quote from Kotkaniemi in this article from is.fi. The future here doesn't look very good, at least not in the moment. But here's the part that makes me go, you know what? He gets it. The last line in the entire article is from Kotkaniemi, and it says, "It would be great if we could finally play for the Stanley Cup. We have a good group full of good guys, which has helped this season." Again, frustration is okay. Would you like this article to have come out at a different time? Fine. But as long as he's showing up to practice every day, as long as he's in that locker room and he's pulling for his guys and he's not being an anchor or a parachute holding them back, I don't see a problem with anything.
Yeah, and it seems like he's a good presence in the locker room,
exactly.
too. They obviously he's buddies with Jarvis.
Yep.
Everybody seems to like each other in that locker room, so that can be a good presence for the team. But you just hope he can, if he gets another opportunity, I hope he does do something with it.
I completely agree.
He had a couple chances here as guys were sitting at the end of the year, and I feel like he didn't fully capitalize on that opportunity. I know it's hard to jump back in the lineup, but you got to show us something, man. You got to show us something, and show that you can provide something, even in a reduced role. I need to see something from you.
And thus, but I agree with everything you're saying, but I also understand that in his mind, he's like, exactly, I will. Just put me in. I'll show you, because that's how elite athletes are wired. With that being said, let's jump into real bold predictions. That's the bold enough bell. You'll hear the not bold enough buzzer if I can't find a bold enough prediction. And we'll go from there. It's a game we play. If you haven't heard it, you'll catch on. Should I go Canes, Kotkaniemi scores this postseason? Probably won't even get the opportunity to. Let's start with Hornets Magic. This is partially a prediction, partially willing it into existence, and we'll see how bold I have to go to make Max give me the bell. We'll go 3 threes for Con Knippel. 4 threes for Con Knippel. 5 threes for Con Knippel. The guy went 0 for 6 last game.
Yeah, he went 0 for 6 last game, but I'm pretty sure he averages like 3.5 made threes a game.
Not in the postseason. Postseason, the average is 0.
Average is 0 in the postseason. You're right about that.
I think that's as much me saying like that needs to happen as it does 3 probably needs to happen. 5, 6, however much we got to there would be luxurious. Canes versus Ottawa tomorrow. I'm going Jackson Blake goal scorer. Not bold enough. What if we go Jackson Blake, Logan Stankoven, Taylor Hall line combines for 2 goals and however many points you want to add on to that to make it bold.
You said add on as many points. I added it on to 6 points.
6, so it's everybody's.
Well, it's really that's just 2 goals for the line.
I was going to say everybody's contributing to all 3 or all 2. That's fine. I think that line is buzzing. I think they can be. If the Canes do go have the season that achieves their expectations and raises the bar and potentially raises some hardware, I think those 3 will be seen as a reason why, right? That line has to do something special, and I would like to see it 5-on-5, right? Those guys, their expected goals and everything 5-on-5 are important. Canes playoffs overall. We'll go with they beat Ottawa in 5.
I'm torn on what to hit here because I agree with you, but I feel like that means it's not bold.
So you're going to make me call for a sweep to be bold?
I'll give you 5.
All right. I think they win both at home, lose game 3, win the next 2, finish it off at home.
That's like their formula. I think the Canes have done, whether it's game 3 or game 4, you give the other team 1 home game so the fans can feel good. And then they come back to Lenovo Center and they beat them in Game 5.
Out of the goodness of their heart, you'll let you see 1 home playoff game because we know what it's like. We had that streak where we weren't winning many or getting to the playoffs. So we'll give you 1, then we'll finish it at home. This is our last real bold predictions until the first round of the NFL draft is over, right? Because we'll be doing it next Friday. So Panthers, that 99.9 the Panthers. Panthers first round pick number 19 Makai Lemon, USC wide receiver.
Wide receiver 3 years in a row.
As Dan Morgan said, there is not a rule against it. But also I don't really count, like he is a first rounder, but I don't really count Leggett as a first rounder. He's a second round pick. You trade it up a little bit, but whatever it is. And also, he definitely should not be stopping you from drafting a first-rounder. You got to address your misses. And I think Makai Lemon will fall. Apparently, Jordan Tyson did pretty well today. Everybody seemed pretty excited about it. He had his kind of only workout before the draft. So I think he'll go earlier. If one of the big 3 are going to fall, it looks like Makai Lemon, maybe because he was a little strange in interviews during the combine is what some of the rumors are. And if that's the case, you get a guy who's great at yak and can make some plays downfield. That's it for Real Bold Predictions here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan. We'll take a quick break, but right after that, we will look at the starting 5 brought to you by Ritchie Law Firm. Stick around.
1 goal.
Taylor Hall. Moving it back. Nikishin. Healers. Shoots. On the power play.
Tilly in front. Shot. Oh, what a save by Bussy. Absolutely robbing Kirill Marchenko.
Be the last team standing.
Sebastian Aho in. Short hit back in. Scores! Oh, talk to me, Shorty!
The Stanley Cup playoffs begin April 18th on 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite too. Extra value meals are back.
Now for just $5, get a sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles
hash browns, and small premium roast coffee. Price and participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Adam Gold in studio with my friend Ryan Monsine from the Aluminum Company of North Carolina. Because you guys do everything for the exterior of your home, these things can add up. And there are a lot of people who think, I can't afford this. How can the Aluminum Company make it easier?
Yeah, well, Adam, we have plans that are 12 months, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months, which make it super affordable for people to do anything on their home, whether it's windows, siding, doors, roofing, gutters, any kind of exterior home improvement. The Aluminum Company has financing plans that can fit in your budget and make it easy.
So wait a second. I can get everything done, no interest, and no payments for 12 months?
Yeah, and you get a lifetime warranty once the project's done.
I get a lifetime warranty once the project is done?
Yes, sir.
What about my down payment?
No down payment, no
What?
deposit.
No down payment, no deposit.
No payment until the project's done.
No payment till the project's done.
Exactly.
Where do I sign up? Aluminum Company of North Carolina, aluminumcompany.com.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Workers' comp can be tricky, but my law firm will be on top of all the complicated paperwork and sneaky deadlines so that all of your I's are dotted and T's are crossed. If you've been hurt on the job, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WREL meteorologist Amy Wilmoth. It's a hot start to the weekend with highs approaching 90 this afternoon. Mild tonight, mostly clear with temperatures down into the low 60s. Partly cloudy and hot again Saturday with high temperatures in the mid-90s.
5 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones closes the week up 868 points to 49,447.
It's 5 o'clock. Time to serve up the biggest sports stories of the day. Here comes your starting 5.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. There's some comments going on in the YouTube channel. Max, is there anyone from the comments you want to address specifically in our YouTube live stream comments?
There's just a heated debate about the fourth line centerman of the Carolina Hurricanes, and I'll just say I think they got the right guy right now, but I digress.
So what you're saying is Mark Jankowski is way better than the other options that are being suggested in the YouTube live stream comments?
In terms of cost per point, that's undeniable.
I'm just setting up Max to get yelled at by certain commenters in there. It's fun to troll a little bit on the internet on a Friday. Hopefully everyone's Friday is going well, by the way. Friday, 5 o'clock. If you do work that traditional Monday through Friday job from 9 to 5, you've made it through the weekend. Congrats. And thank you for starting your weekend with us here on 99.9 The Fan. It is the starting 5. Our starting 5 is brought to you by Ritchie Law Firm. Ritchie Law is on top of it. Injury Lawyers, Ritchie Law, is on top of it. Go to ritchielaw.com, RICCI law.com. Let's get things started, as we always do, with number 5.
Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Curry again. Collins is there. It's a 3. Another one. Oh, he's a machine.
So we've been talking a lot about the one that we haven't been. We've been talking a lot about the Panthers. No, we've been talking a lot about the Hornets and potential playoffs. We've been talking a lot about the Canes and playoffs. But obviously, there are entire other brackets that are going on. So let's look at what could potentially happen. We'll start with the Hornets. If the Hornets win tonight, they beat the Magic, they will take on the Pistons. The Pistons are the top seed in the East. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, Max. They seem like a very gettable 1 seed.
Gettable in some ways, but they're just so physical.
They
and
are.
That is going to be a problem to deal with. Cade Cunningham is so good. He's back from that collapsed lung. You wonder if he's 100%, but the fact he was able to return it all during the regular season, you got to figure he's probably close to full strength. He was basically an MVP candidate before he ended up missing time.
There is a legendary story where Steve Kerr earned the respect of Michael Jordan by punching him in the chest. Did the Hornets earn the Pistons' respect when they got into that brawl, whatever, a month ago, whatever it was?
I think the NBA would be happy to be seeing these two facing each other in the first round of the playoffs, because that's just a new budding rivalry that you can market based off of their beef from earlier this season. So
the future of the East lies in Detroit and Charlotte. Are you saying it?
There's a chance.
There's a chance.
That could be said based on at least production out of 2026.
Let's play a real quick what-if game. Say the Hornets win tonight. They beat the Magic. They go to the next round. They take on the Pistons. They beat the Pistons. Shock the world. Who'd you rather see, Cavs or Raptors?
Definitely the Raptors. 100% would rather play against the Raptors. The Cavaliers have, they have James Harden, who's like the merchant of death for the Hornets, but they have so much size. They've got Mobley. They've got Jared Allen. And they've got, there's guys I'm not even remembering that I'm not naming, but they've got such a deep team. The Cavs is like the number one matchup.
Donovan Mitchell is the one that
Donovan Mitchell is the one
okay.
I'm forgetting about.
Okay.
And that's how scary of a matchup it'd be. I think they're going to handle the Raptors probably in 4 or 5 games.
The fact that you didn't say Donovan Mitchell made me think I missed something and he was hurt.
I literally was just forgetting about it top of mind because the other things are so scary about the Cavs for me in terms of facing the Hornets. So I would definitely rather face the Raptors if they manage to get that far.
The only good news is the Sixers are on the far other side of the bracket, so you wouldn't have to worry about them until the Eastern Conference
If
Finals.
Embiid's not playing, I don't care at all.
Tyrese Maxey.
He's good.
Thank you. Let's go to the similar conversation about the Stanley Cup playoffs. Obviously, the Canes laser focused on Ottawa, right? There's maybe it's a good thing. It's probably not, but I'm spin zoning it into a good thing that Ottawa is so good that there is no looking ahead, right? That they are good enough to have all of your attention. But if you are looking ahead, you're looking at Pittsburgh or Philly. Who'd you rather have?
Probably Philly. I don't really love
their
chances of getting through to the second round.
I would agree with that as well.
But they've been red hot to climb up into the playoffs and make it in this spot. I mean, they got a regional rivalry there with Pittsburgh, and it could be a heated series. You never know who can come out on top. I'm sure Pittsburgh is a big favorite.
Mm-hmm.
You never really want to bet against Crosby, right? The way that he just continues to get it done, like 20 years into his career, still being like a point per game guy.
There's a few guys that have been around for that whole thing.
Yeah, Malkin, and Letang, just running it back yet again. Pittsburgh's goaltending's not great, though.
I agree with that.
They ended up getting Stuart Skinner over from Edmonton this season. Philly has been leaning more on a defensive style with Vladar and net making a big piece in them climbing up. But I'm not too worried. I'm much more worried about the matchup with Ottawa than either of those two teams, if I'm being honest.
We'll talk about the Canes Ottawa later on, but I do think there is some you take care of business here, and there's a slingshot effect for the Canes based on that next matchup. That is number 5. Let's get to number 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, all together.
The college basketball transfer portal continues to turn, but I don't know if we give players credit or not, but it seems like everybody is being very deliberate in their decision-making process. I thought that coaches would have a little bit of leverage to say, here's our offer. If you don't take it, we're going in another direction, and they could fill out their rosters maybe a little bit quicker. But it seems like the players are taking their visits. You know what I mean? They're going to be around. They're going to have their conversations. And because of that, even we're a good amount into the portal being open now, and there are rosters that are still very much up in the air.
LSU doesn't even have any players.
LSU, as of right now, has a coach that they stole, a bunch of assistants and front office guys that are really all jazzed up, and no players, not a single one, which is hilarious. But then you look at a school like NC State doesn't exactly have their 12 men lined up.
Yeah, they only got 2 guys right now.
But
some big visits apparently happening this weekend. I know I talked with you earlier today about them hosting Preston Edmeade from Hofstra. I was big on that Hofstra backcourt of him and Cruz Davis during the tournament. Didn't end up pulling off the upset, but he was like the Robin to Cruz Davis's Batman, is also an electric scoring guard. So a potential backcourt of Christian Hammond with Preston Edmeade is a very exciting proposition.
I've already been on record saying this. They need big guys. If you look at Evan Mia did a bunch of good research on it, who's an analytics guy in college basketball. The positions that are being overpaid center. That's the one where you like. I don't even want to say it like this, but I think it's the easiest way to get the point across. You don't even have to be good. You just have to be tall.
They're trying to get. They're also apparently there's potentially a meeting with Anton Bonk from Charlotte, 7'2" from where even is this? Vanuatu? I've never heard of this place that he's from.
Oh, Vanuatu.
Yes.
That's
where he's from. Where is that?
I believe that is out there near like New Zealand. Yes, it is east of Australia.
And I'm 25 years old. That's as of recently. This is the first time in a long time I've ever heard of like a country or a territory like that I've never heard of before.
Well, it's like New Zealand, Vanuatu. Why? I lived in Hawaii, so obviously I'm a little bit aware of Polynesia, but there's a reason why I know that Vanuatu. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Regardless, Charlotte 49ers transfer. He's from Vanuatu.
Is that the 7-footer?
Yeah, 7'2", 270. Yeah, averaged 10 and 8 last year.
He has options as well.
Michigan State was hosting him as well.
I saw a list that said, some insider was updated by his agent, said he's taken visits to like team A, B, C. He's looking forward to visiting team D and E. He's been in contact with teams F, G, and like the whole alphabet was represented. Like they had 15 teams, so he's got options. But my point is, at some point, the spots are going to fill up, right? At some point, players are going to have to make decisions. I wouldn't be surprised if by the time we host our show on Monday, which will be outside the Lenovo Center for Game 2 of the series against Ottawa for the Canes, I wouldn't be surprised if we have 7 new names coming to the Triangle.
Yeah, maybe Terrence Brown from Utah potentially to North Carolina.
That's a possibility. Juke Harris is a possibility. Probably less likely. He's getting mocked or predicted to Tennessee. But depending on who stays and who leaves for Duke, they could add a couple. I think State will add him in bundles. I think Carolina will add him in bundles. Could have a couple European prospects. I would put the over-under at like 5.5 new Triangle commitments by Monday.
5.5 just this weekend?
By Monday, yeah.
Oh, wow. I'd like to see that. We'd have a lot to talk about.
There's going to be a dam-breaking situation where 5 guys are going to commit and everybody's going to get real nervous about their spot, and it's going to go bing, 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 bing all the way on down. And then you'll see, even guys like Nick Hamania haven't committed yet, although they've been predicted.
Yeah, I know he's crystal ball to UConn.
UConn,
right?
Correct. I think all of that will just kind of start rolling. That is number 4. Let's get to number 3. Six days to the NFL draft. I don't know if this is just we're bored or if insiders, occasionally somebody is off the record but says the same thing to everybody, and then everybody starts doing the, I wouldn't be surprised if. It's one of my favorite things in sports media when somebody with an obvious connection starts hitting the, I've got a feeling that this player is probably going to be traded. And it's like, oh, and you went to high school with the GM and you just have a feeling? Or did that GM tell you off the record? And you're going to look smart by going like, if I were the coach, what I would do is I would wait till the bye week and then I would bench the quarterback. And it's like, oh, and you were just playing golf with that coach the other day and now you're just having that completely unique opinion off to the side. But there's also, if every insider or like, I don't know, 9 out of 15 insiders suddenly all start going like, you know what I predict for this year's draft? And they all are predicting the same thing. It usually means there was a mass text sent out that says like, hey, you didn't hear it from me, but blah, 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 blah. Within the last 24 hours, I've probably read from, 10 different reporters that there's going to be a trading frenzy in the first round of this year's draft. Now, again, posturing, smokescreen, doesn't have to be true. Could be somebody who wants to trade back, trying to build it up as if there's a market. There's a lot of ways where it could be complete fabrication. But if I'm an insider, and I think nobody's willing to trade up, and suddenly like 3 or 4 teams legitimately tell me like, hey, we're actually considering moving up. That's the kind of way I would tell it. I would just go like, hey, trading frenzy could be happening here, because there are teams that are looking to move back. What you're not sure is if there are teams that are looking to move up. So as soon as you have confirmation that there's some teams looking to move up and they're willing to pay a price, all of a sudden I would start saying like, I'm just feeling it's in the atmosphere. I think there's trades coming. Like your ancient navigator or something. You're just like, the tides have changed. The fog is coming from the east. Trades are on the way. When in actuality, somebody just told you trades were on the way. If that happens, I think the Panthers could very well be active. I think 19 is an interesting spot in the first round, in that I think it's very obvious to me that there's a tier that you're kind of in the middle of, right? I think from pick 10 to pick 25 isn't a ton different. But if somebody else just has a little bit different opinion on 5 of them, then 19 is going to be right at the bottom of a tier, and they're going to want to get in. Also, I think if the Panthers can get up to, if they have a tier of 10 people and one of them falls to 15, moving up might be an opportunity. So I still don't think there will be a lot of trades, but you got to read the room when all of a sudden all of those same reports come from different sources and go, all right, somebody wants this information to be out there. Why would they want that information to be out there? It could mean we're going to see more trades than I was expecting, is all I'm saying. I still don't expect it. But they're telling me, so I'm passing it along to you, so at least, I've done my duty as a communicator.
They want it to happen because more trades is more exciting and more news for them to break. So,
oh, you think it's a selfish thing? Do you think that actually, I was having this conversation, and I'm not going to go into the Diana Rossini thing, but somebody was asking me, like, how much could an insider's reports really impact what happens in the NFL?
You would figure not much, right?
I don't know. I think what it does is it gets people on the phone. Like if I were to say, and this is hypothetical. If I were to say, Schefter just said Jahmyr Gibbs is available, I think
probably 20 GMs would pick up the phone and be calling Detroit if that were the case.
Exactly. And it might not lead to a Jahmyr Gibbs trade, but it does lead to oh, you're that desperate for a running back, huh? Oh, who else called? Oh, look at this. And then, whether it's a Jahmyr Gibbs trade or not, maybe that's why David Montgomery gets moved. You know what I mean? It starts conversation. So you can steer the conversation a little bit. I don't think anyone's accepting because of what any insider says, but you can start the conversation for sure. That is, what number was that? 3. Let's get to number 2.
Just the 2 of us. Here we go. 12.9 left. Hornets are down by 3. White, turn around. Oh, yeah!
Let's run through. By the way, the Hornets play tonight. They are the early game, 7:30. Is that here?
Yes, we will have coverage of both of the NBA play-in do-or-die games tonight. Pre-game coverage starts at 7 o'clock, Hornets Magic at 7:30, and then I believe the Warriors and Suns tips off at 10 o'clock.
Late night. Earlier today in the 3 o'clock hour, we did Max's 3 keys to the game, 3 keys to victory for the Hornets. Max, I'll read them, and if you can give us a 20-second breakdown. We'll give you a minute each. We have some time here. Of why those are so important. 3 keys to victory for the Charlotte Hornets against the Magic. Number 1 was you need a positive contribution of some kind from Con Knippel. What did you mean when you said that?
I mean, look, everybody knows he went 0 for 6 from 3, and I think he only scored 6 points on Tuesday night in that game against Miami. Charles Lee had to make the move ultimately to bench him for the final minute 45 of regulation and then the entirety of overtime. He let Kobe White stay out there in the overtime because he was hitting some shots. We just heard the highlight clip of him hitting the huge 3 to tie the game late in the fourth quarter. I mean, Con Knippel's a guy who has shot a 42% clip from 3 this season. He led the NBA in made 3-pointers. He's going to be either the Rookie of the Year or the runner-up for Rookie of the Year. You got to get something out of him in this game. When the stakes are this high, you need your best players who have been awesome all year long to be the best players. So he's going to have to hit some shots and help out the Hornets. And we can't have they don't want to need like a 14-point third quarter outburst from Kobe White to win the game. You don't want to need LaMelo getting the bucket to go with 5 seconds left to win this game. You want to hit your shots early and try to maybe put some distance between you and an opponent that they've seen many times and they have handled at full health every time they've played them this season. So you need something from Con Knippel. And I think it's whatever's the opposite of progression to the mean, if that were a term. It's the opposite of regression to the mean. He'll bounce back to his equilibrium, hopefully, and start making some buckets. Hopefully an early three goes down and we know, okay, he's back.
Number 2 was defensively find a way to slow down Desmond Bane. Why? Why not Paolo Banchero? Why not Wagner? Why is Desmond Bane the key?
I just think Desmond Bane is the most dangerous to potentially put up a huge game, and with the risk of that variance when you're talking about a one-game scenario where either you win or your season's over, you don't want a guy to knock down 6 threes, 7 threes and have a huge game and drop 30 points and potentially flip that result on you. Banchero, I think they should just dork him and just let him shoot, because now granted he may bounce back as well, but his overall numbers shooting the ball from outside are not great. And then Wagner is dealing with some injury stuff on that left leg. He had a left ankle injury that made him miss a ton of games this season. Also banged up his left knee in the play-in game on Wednesday. And him shooting the ball so is not as much of a risk because he's kind of lost that shooting touch that he had earlier in his career. He's still young, so it's kind of weird to say earlier in his career. But, I mean, Bane is the threat from outside, and you don't want him, really heating up and dropping 30, 40 points or whatever if he goes off. And all of a sudden you lost the game because Desmond Bane had the game of his life. So I don't know what Charles Lee's going to do in terms of the defensive assignment there, but Bane is the guy that I'm looking to shut down if I'm Charlotte.
And your third key to the game, key to victory for the Hornets, was letting the Moose loose. Moussa Diabate.
Yes, if he's on the floor. And actually, let me see if there is any update in terms of his injury status. But he's questionable with a left hip injury coming into this game. The way that he rebounds is so important on both sides of the floor, but particularly, you mentioned this earlier when we were talking about it, he averages 4 offensive rebounds a game. And oftentimes, he may not even be looking to go back up with that ball. He's looking to throw it out to the perimeter and find an open three. And typically a guy who can catch that and shoot it is Con Knippel. So hopefully that connection will both be playing and will be kind of on their game and at the level that we're used to out there. So again, we'll see. Let's see if there are any updates in terms of his injury status. I'm not seeing anything yet, but I bet they're doing everything possible to get him out there on the floor because he's an important presence inside. And if he's not out there, Ron Kalkbrenner's going to have to step up. PJ Hall presumably will get some spot minutes, and Grant Williams will probably play some small ball 5 as well. But ideally, you'd like to have your full complement out there because, again, they have not lost to the Magic with the full roster out there, and all of the wins were by double digits.
That is 3 keys to the game for the Charlotte Hornets over the Magic, where if they win, they're in the postseason. They're dancing. That's number 2. Let's get to number 1.
The one! Nikisha. Side of the net out in front. Good chance to score on the power play. The rebound. And Logan Stankoven continues to stay red hot. His 18th of the year. 3rd on the power play. 1-0 Carolina.
Carolina opens the postseason NHL Stanley Cup playoffs against the Senators. First postseason game these two teams have ever played against each other. First playoff game these two have ever played against each other. Tomorrow at 3. I said it earlier. I'm going to say it again. If I am a Carolina Hurricane, matter of fact, I hope the Carolina Hurricanes are doing this. I'm taking receipts. I'm being aware. I am understanding of what the reputation is of you, what the national media, what the other teams, what everybody is too comfortable saying about you. You're the top seed in the East. People are acting like the Senators are, right? And I mean, let's all be real. We know the reason why, because the Canes have gone into the Canes have gone into the postseason as a favorite a few times already with this core, and they haven't been able to get over the hump. And it's almost like now it's become a safe prediction to make, right? Like, think of it like this. If you're a national media member and you're filling out your playoff bracket, and you're going. It's just like, by the way, they're just people that they're not any different than us. If you watch, they know the game a little bit more, but predicting, right? If they were great at predicting it in a way that is astronomically better than us, they wouldn't have to be in the media. They would be professional gamblers. You're filling out your bracket. Just like when you're filling out your March Madness bracket, right? Maybe your first run at it, you look around, you go, I can't have all the 1 seeds, right? Oh, this is too chalk. I want to have some fun. So you just start looking for upsets that you're comfortable making. And because the Canes have been very good for a while now, and they haven't made it to the Stanley Cup Finals, it's like a comfort. It's like, oh, yeah, I can put them. It's like Gonzaga, right? Gonzaga in March Madness, they're like a 1 or a 2 seed, and you're always just kind of like, oh, I'm going to be spicy. I'm not going to have Gonzaga making the Sweet 16.
But then they make the Sweet 16 like 15 years in a row, or I don't know if it was that many years, but they made it like a bunch of times in a row.
But they never won it all, right? So you never had a team that you had losing in the round of 32 winning the whole thing. That's kind of where I think the Canes are. It's like, oh, I'm picking Ottawa. I'm so spicy. I'm so look at this. I'm picking such an upset. It's disrespectful, right? Like the Canes have been better than them most of the season, right? Not at every aspect of the game, but they're a better team when you look at resumes. But you've probably picked against the Canes in the past, and even if you were wrong in that round, you weren't wrong to the point where a team you had losing in the first or second round won the Stanley Cup and made you look real foolish. So look at that and recognize it and get angry about it, right? If somebody wants to say Sanderson's better than Slavin, if somebody wants to say Stützle is better than Aho, go out there and go like, I'm going to make you look foolish for saying that.
Oh, yeah. And you tried to make it your real bold prediction when you said that the Canes could win this series in 5, but that was just my regular prediction for this series because we've seen it. And look, it's no disrespect to Ottawa. Very, very good team, especially in the second half of the season. But again, very similar in many ways, whereas like there have been kind of some questions about goaltending at times this year. Their offense is pretty good, even down to the uniforms. You look at the home uniforms, Canes are wearing black in the postseason. Really not that dissimilar to the Ottawa jerseys. But if it's two similar teams, you would maybe tend to go with the one that's better in all the categories other than like face-off percentage, which Ottawa, admittedly, I think has like a 4% edge on. And Carolina dominates everything else. They score more goals. Ottawa actually maybe allows to make slightly fewer, at least in terms of like expected goals against. In terms of the real goals against, I think maybe Carolina has a slight edge. But I don't know. Like I can see why maybe a national or a Canadian hockey fan or media member would want to pick Ottawa over Carolina. That's not even the upset that I would look at in this first round, though.
Give us the upset.
There's a couple that I'm interested in.
You can't tease us with that and not pass it along.
There's 3 series where I think the underdog has a really good chance to win. It's Montreal and Tampa. Tampa's actually lost in the first round the last 3 years of the playoffs.
Montreal they're good.
Yeah, they're young too. Yep. They don't know any better, as we mentioned before. Utah
there
over
could
Vegas.
be a little passing of the torch. There's some age on Tampa. There's some youth on Montreal.
Utah over Vegas is one, although Vegas has been playing well since they made the coaching swap and brought in John Tortorella, but I also don't really have that much belief in terms of John Tortorella leading his team on a deep playoff run. And then I just really like Minnesota. And Dallas has a couple injury questions. I don't think it's too bad, but I just really like Minnesota. I wouldn't be surprised if Dallas wins that series, but I'm just a fan of like the core that they kind of built there in Minnesota. Some of the young guys that they've had brought up, their
adding
D-cores.
Quinn Hughes helps.
Yeah, that helps. Their D-core was already good, and then they added Quinn Hughes to it and made it really good. And I would like to. It's been a while since they've been out of the first round too, so I'd like to see that. Just see things swapped up. We don't need to switch up the Canes advancing from the first round, but maybe Minnesota not making it, we can switch that, and they can win one.
Am I misremembering this, that Quinn Hughes had the most points for a defenseman in Minnesota history, and he got there like in December? Am I making that up? Maybe there was a facetious thing there, but he had like 1 million points. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Oh, quickly, I'll put you on the spot one more time. I've been putting you on the spot a lot. I need an if-then statement. If blank happens, then the Ottawa Senators lose, and obviously the Lenovo faithful are pretty jacked up.
So just the if-then for the Canes to win?
If blank happens, then the Canes win. I've been saying like they get the 2 points, but obviously that's gone. So I stumbled through it.
I'll say if whatever starting goaltender, whether it's Frederick Anderson, who I think it's
expect
trending
it to
towards
be
being,
Fred,
or
yeah.
Brandon Bussey, if whatever goaltender just has a solid game, they don't need to. They don't need
What
to
is
steal
solid? What is solid?
I don't know, like allow 2 goals or less. If
goodness,
if the starting goaltender allows 2 or less, they win.
That's fantastic. I think
that'll probably only be on like 11 shots.
That'd be nice. 2 or less, yeah, I'll take that every game. Like that's just from now on, 2 or less. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That is the starting 5, brought to you by Ritchie Law Firm, Injury Lawyers. Ritchie Law is on top of it. Go to ritchielaw.com. That's RICCI law.com. We need numbers game contestants. Your last chance at Billy Idol tickets. So if you want to play the numbers game and potentially win a pair of tickets to see Billy Idol at Coastal Credit Union Music Park on August 23rd, call in now. The number, 919-860-5326. That's 919-860-5326. Call in now. Play the numbers game. Coming up next.
It's Hockey in Carolina Playoff Edition. It's Game 1 with Ottawa.
Sebastian Aho wins it in overtime.
Storm watch tomorrow at 2:30. Puck drop at 3. On your official audio home of Hurricanes hockey, 99.9 The Fan.
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payment, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone. With zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Golf season is here. Time to score big savings on pre-owned, tailor-made QI35 and Titleist GT medals. Plus, upgrade your bag for less. Bring in your current clubs and take advantage of our trade-in program towards your next purchase. And all month long, every fitting is absolutely free. Just call to schedule your appointment. Visit the Global Golf Outlet Store at 7320 ACC Boulevard in North Raleigh. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6. Global Golf, home of the best deals in golf.
Warmer weather is here, which means truck time. Take advantage of Declaration of Deals right now at John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington and get geared up for a great summer. Drive home a brand new 2026 Ram 1500 for 20% off. Plus get 2.9% financing for 72 months. America's best-selling truck comes with a terrific powertrain limited warranty. 10 years or 100,000 miles. Excludes RHO and tungsten. See dealer for details. So get off your keister and get to John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington today.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. It is time to play the numbers game. Our contestants for today, Tom and Clayton and Heather in Goldsboro. They will battle it out in numbers game trivia, jersey number trivia, for tickets to see Billy Idol. Billy Idol will be coming through the area to Coastal Credit Union Music Park on August 23rd. The winner will receive a pair of tickets. As always, we'll bring each of them onto the show, ask them the same question. Our judge for today will be Max. He'll pick his favorite answer, and that person will get to go first. Tom, we'll start with you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. It is Friday, which means we are staring right ahead at the weekend. What are you looking forward to most about this weekend? But because we are a sports show, make sure you keep it sports related.
The NHL playoffs, specifically the Hurricanes tomorrow against Ottawa. Looking forward to them getting a win.
All right. Any follow-ups there, Max? Nope. All right, we're good to go. We'll go to Heather in Goldsboro. Heather, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, same question to you. It is Friday. We're looking right ahead at a weekend here. What are you looking forward to most about the weekend? But because we're a sports show, make sure you keep it sports-related.
Okay, well, it's finally gotten nice outside, and it's nice and warm, and I like to take my kids to go play some basketball.
All right.
Outside at the park.
There you go. You are locked in for your answer. We'll see who Max chooses. Max, NHL playoffs and a Canes win, or weather's getting nice, going to be some sun out there, going to take the kids, go and play some basketball at the park.
While a very wholesome answer from Heather about the family playing basketball, obviously I'm super jacked up about Game 1 of the playoffs. So Tom will go first, but that's just a bad draw. If someone takes that answer, like Game 1 of the playoffs for the Canes, like it's hard to beat that. So.
All right, so Tom will go first. Heather, don't worry, you will have your chance. Just have to sit on hold for a minute or two. Tom, are you ready to pick a category?
Yes.
All right, the categories are NFL, Panthers only, Major League Baseball, in-season home run leaders, NBA, play-in round ballers, or Hurricanes throughout history, that being NHL.
NFL, Panthers only.
NFL, Panthers only. All right, I will give you the team and the player. Give me the jersey number as quickly as you can. 30 seconds on the clock, one pass if you need it. I will say the team in this category, even though we know it, just to keep it fair timing-wise with the other categories. Do you have any questions before we get started?
No.
All right, your time will start when you hear the horn. Cam Newton, Carolina Panthers.
1.
Correct. Ryan Fitzgerald, Carolina Panthers.
14.
Incorrect. Jimmy Horn Jr., Carolina Panthers.
15.
Correct. John Beeson, Carolina Panthers.
Pass.
Eric Metcalf, Carolina Panthers.
2.
Incorrect. Ryan Fitzgerald, Carolina Panthers.
10.
Correct. John Beeson, Carolina Panthers. That was well done. That was kind of matriculated your way around the board a little bit. You ended up with 3 out of 5. Cam Newton 1, Ryan Fitzgerald 10. We also would have accepted 35 for Ryan Fitzgerald. Apparently he's worn both. Jimmy Horn Jr., you got it with 15. For those of you playing at home, Beeson 52, Eric Metcalf 82. But 3 is the number to beat, and stay on the line. We'll see if it holds up. That brings us to Heather in Goldsboro. Heather, are you there?
Yes.
All right. The categories remaining for you to choose from are Major League Baseball in-season home run leaders, NBA play-in round ballers, or NHL Hurricanes throughout history.
I'm going to be honest with you and say I don't know hardly any of them.
Okay.
I'm just going to let he can have it because
you don't want to give it any kind of a try?
I mean, I can guess.
Yeah, just throw numbers at a dartboard. See what we can do here.
There's only so many numbers it can be. I mean, you have a non-zero chance of getting some right.
Okay. Yeah, baseball. You said.
Okay. All right. Baseball. These are all baseball players who are part of the in-season home run leaders. I will give you the team and the player. Give me the jersey number as quickly as you can. 30 seconds on the clock. One pass if you need it. You do need at least 4 for the victory. I'll tell you the jersey numbers are between 0 and 99, including 0 and 99. So if you're going to be guessing, just throw those darts. Do you have any questions before we get started?
No.
All right. Your time will start when you hear the horn.
All right.
Aaron Judge, New York Yankees.
33.
Incorrect. Kyle Schwarber, Philadelphia Phillies.
9.
Incorrect. Aaron Judge, New York Yankees.
22.
Incorrect. Kyle Schwarber, Philadelphia Phillies.
1.
Incorrect. Aaron Judge, New York Yankees. Come on, let's get 1.
12.
Incorrect. Kyle
12.
Schwarber, Philadelphia Phillies.
1.
Incorrect. Aaron Judge, New York Yankees.
2.
Incorrect. You said 12 for Judge. We needed 12 for Schwarber. We were so close.
Oh, dang. 12 was my lucky number, too.
Well, unfortunately not enough for the win there, but I'm glad you called in and hopefully you had some fun.
Yeah, I did. You guys have a great day. I hope he enjoys the concert.
All right. She's going to play basketball with the kids this weekend. I think you might have to bring the kids into it and pick the basketball category next time. Have some ghostwriters there yelling numbers at you. But either way, Tom and Clayton, you are the winner. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
You are seeing Billy Idol. You're getting a pair of tickets, Coastal Credit Union Music Park on August 23rd. Congratulations once again, and stay on the line, and Max will grab the info he needs to make sure you get your prize.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. That is a first. We've been doing the numbers game now for like 3 years. We've never had somebody go, you know what, actually, I don't know any.
Well, it was she called in, and I answered. Typically when I screen the callers for this game, I'm like, have you played before? Mostly because I'm just like, I want to see if they're still eligible. Because if you're not aware of the rules,
point of time,
it's a 30-day window before you can play again if you win. So usually I just do that screen, and she's like, no. It's like, I just moved here to North Carolina. Like, I was just scrolling through the radio stations, and I called in. I was like, all right.
I respect it. Gosh, if she would have gotten one, it would have been a pop. If she just any of them right, it would have been like, yeah. She wouldn't have won the tickets, but it would have been exciting. It actually is kind of a hilarious thing to think about, just playing the numbers game with no knowledge, knowing every guess. You just have a 1 out of 100 shot, and you're just shooting in the dark and seeing what works. That's essentially what she just did, which is absolutely hilarious. And I respect her for trying, right? She tried to bail. We kind of talked her into doing it, so she was a good sport. Thank you very much for playing Heather. And the tickets go to Tom, a deserving winner. I thought he played a good game as well. We're talking a lot about Heather. Tom's actually the winner, so congrats to him. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Don't forget, everybody, to download the app, 99.9 The Fan, Google Play Store or App Store, depending on what type of phone you have. You can listen to Canes games on the app, okay? So if you're going to be out there, especially once we get to the later rounds, we will still have Mike Maniscalco and Trip Tracy. So if you want to listen to the guys that you know and love, 99.9 The Fan on the app is a good way to bring that with you wherever you go, whether it's inside watching the game somewhere or if you're out, walking the dog, working out, doing yard work. I don't know, whatever it is that you do. 99.9 The Fan, Google Play, App Store, 5-star ratings. We appreciate it. Have you written some hockey stuff up there recently?
I actually did. I don't know if Paul posted it, so I got to go check.
All right.
But I did write a revisiting my preseason predictions for the NHL. I had predicted who would make the playoffs, as well as a couple other little odds.
Do you have like a highlight and a low light you can give us? Because there's always both when you have predictions.
This is posted on the 99.9 The Fan app or the website. Just go to the news tab. I will say I nailed the Western Conference pretty much to a T in terms of playoffs. I got 7 out of the 8 teams. I did not do as well in the East, and I will allow, instead of telling on myself, I will allow anyone who wants to pull up that article to see how I did for themselves.
Look forward to it. That's all on 99.9 The Fan, the app, as well as 99.9 The Fan, the website. Go ahead and check them both out. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. There's only one thing left to do. We have to send you off into the weekend the right way by making some picks. Speaking of predictions, that's coming up next.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Everything we have said about Pittsburgh, we can apply to the Heat. Playoffs 6 consecutive years, but you're not there anymore. Even when you made the playoffs some of those years, we didn't really view you as contenders. They don't have that big star, just like the Steelers don't have their franchise quarterback. So the Steelers have a new era. What are the Heat going to do to make sure that this doesn't become their reality for many years to come?
Mornings from 6 to 9 on 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
It's bow time. There's something special about the first bite of a Bojangles Cajun filet biscuit.
like an edible alarm clock that slaps you awake with bold Cajun flavor. The moment you sink your teeth into that soft, fluffy, made-from-scratch biscuit, then strike gold with a juicy piece of fried chicken, you'll know. Nothing beats the first bite, except the second first bite. Get a Cajun Filet Biscuit combo today at Bojangles. It's bow time.
It's bow time. Time to satisfy your craving for Cajun with a Bojangles Cajun Filet Biscuit. Enjoy a Cajun fried filet tucked inside a hot made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. Make it a combo and add your choice of fixin' and legendary sweet tea. And remember, Bojangles Cajun Filet Biscuits are served all day, every day. Bojangles Cajun Filet Biscuit. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Dauntless Transmissions has been the trusted transmission shop in Raleigh for more than 27 years. But why do they call it Dauntless Transmissions? Well, dauntless means showing fearlessness and determination. Now, the experts at Dauntless Transmission are dauntless when it comes to caring for your vehicle. Whether that means a total transmission rebuild, complex engine or brake service, or just a routine tune-up, your vehicle will be dauntless when they're done with it. Visit DauntlessTransmissions.com. Dauntless Transmissions, your local source for exceptional service.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. So as I said before the break, and I do want to remind everybody just because it's not always the usual, tonight you will hear NBA basketball here on 99.9 The Fan. We have the play-in games right here, both the 7:30 Hornets Magic game and then the Warriors game later on tonight. Why am I blanking on who they're playing? Is it Phoenix? I would have gotten there. That's going to be the late night game. You can hear them both right here on 99.9 The Fan. Obviously, tomorrow, 3 o'clock puck drop, you can hear the Canes take on Ottawa. Monday, Canes taking on Ottawa again, both at home, because the first two games for home ice are the Canes at the Lenovo Center. Our show will actually be live outside of the Lenovo Center on the plaza between the Lenovo and Carter Finley Stadium. As long as weather is permitting, we'll be out there. We'll be hanging out. We'll be taking first goal scorer predictions. You can walk up and just tell it to us if you want to. And if you get it right, we'll give you the love and adulation that you deserve. So that's all happening on Monday. There's always something going on 99.9 The Fan. And we'll have a good time with it. So tonight, NBA basketball. Tomorrow, playoff hockey. Monday, playoff hockey. Our traditional coverage all the time of everything else. But I wanted to make sure you knew all of the insights. Now, every Friday about this time, we do our best to send you off into the weekend the right way, and we do that by making some picks.
And right before I do that, I just want to handle a little bit of business here. Got to pay the bills. I just want to remind everyone that this hour of The Drive is brought to you by Law Tigers. Injured in a motorcycle accident? Call Law Tigers before you call your insurance company. Case evaluations are always free, and you don't pay a dime until your case settles. Law Tigers, North Carolina's motorcycle lawyers. And now, Tim, it's time to make our picks.
Let's do it.
I'll go dealer's choice here. What are we feeling? Where do we want to start? What's your sport of choice?
Let's start basketball since that's coming up more recently.
Well, we'll go out of order because
Okay.
we'll save the Hornets. Although I think I know where we're going with that pick. So we got the Warriors going to Phoenix tonight in the second play-in game. Again, both games will be available to listen to right here on 99.9 The Fan. 10 o'clock scheduled tip. Phoenix is a 2.5-point favorite. They were the 7 seed in the original standings before losing at home to Portland earlier this week. Now they face the Warriors, who took down the Clippers in their play-in game, and Steph Curry had 35 points in that one. So who do you got grabbing that 8 seed and taking on Oklahoma City in the first round? Is it going to be Golden State or is it going to be Phoenix?
You know, earlier, I'll mix the sports here a little bit. We were talking NHL, and the Pittsburgh series came up, and you went, it's just tough to pick against Sidney Crosby for how long he's been doing it. It's tough in this situation to pick against Steph Curry for how long he's been doing it and how comfortable he is in those closeout games. And I don't like it. I don't like that he gets, a couple of fake Game 7s, essentially, like fake staving off elimination games that he hasn't really earned. But that doesn't mean he's going to be any less suited for the moment. I would expect another big game, another shooting extravaganza from Steph Curry. And even though, what'd you say, they're 2.5-point dogs? Is that what the number is? Yeah, I think if I were betting on it, and I'm not, I like to make sure everybody knows when I'm actually have my own money on there. I'm not betting on it, but if I were, I'd be taking the Warriors' money line and getting a little extra juice.
Yeah, I think maybe he just has another vintage performance and makes like 6 threes and scores 30 points. And he was willing them to the win. And they were down in that game against the Clippers earlier this week, too. And they went off in the fourth quarter, especially Steph, and got the win. And look, that hasn't been the best season for them. He's missed a lot of time, but now he's back, and they're never going to be an easy out. Even if they advance to play on the Thunder, I'll take the Warriors in this game as well. It's not going to be an easy out for the Thunder by any means. That's not the 1v8 matchup you want if you're the top seed in the West.
I've said this a few times, and it hasn't happened in a while, but one of my favorite texts that I would get from my buddies is like, Steph just hit 3 straight threes. Turn on TNT or turn on whatever station it's on, because it might be like a 12-3 game. And he's special in that way, in that when he catches fire, it's just a rap-ski. So maybe he catches one of those again today. Either way, I'm just confident that he's going to come away with a win.
All right, well, let's go ahead and go to the other play-in game, the one that we are potentially playing just a little bit more attention to. It's going to be the first game, and pregame coverage will start at 7 o'clock here on The Fan for a 7:30 tip between the Charlotte Hornets and the Orlando Magic. This one is at the Kia Center down there in Orlando. Hornets got the win against Miami on Tuesday. Magic lost to the Sixers on Wednesday to create this matchup here with the 8th seed and a first-round date with the Detroit Pistons on the line. Charlotte is a 3.5-point favorite in this game, finished just 1 game behind the Magic in the regular season. They won the season series 3-1, won every game while the whole team was healthy. Obviously, I'm going with Charlotte in this one. What do you got here, Tim?
Yeah, I'm going with Charlotte as well. I would feel a lot better about it if I had the medical records of Con Knipple and Moussa Diabate, and if you told me they were like at least 85% each.
Yeah,
I would.
Moussa being questionable definitely makes this, not as much of a. You don't know. There's some questions.
And if you listen, Con Knipple's going to play, and he'll play whatever minutes they need to, but if the shooting off night was caused by something physical rather than just a shooting off night that happens to every shooter, I would be much more worried. I just don't know why, right? I don't know the cause. But if both of those guys are healthy, or like I said, 85% or better, I'm taking the Hornets, and I'm giving whatever points I have to give to get the payment up to where I feel comfortable and get a good sweat out of it.
We'll stay on the hardwood because after these play-in games tonight, the first round of the NBA playoffs will also begin tomorrow. And I'm going to go to the 2 series that I think are the most intriguing.
Okay.
You've got the Western 3-6 matchup between the Denver Nuggets, the 3 seed, and the Timberwolves, the 6 seed. And then you've got the Lakers and the Rockets. That's the 4-5 matchup. Lakers have home court there. Interestingly enough, and this is likely due to the Luka Doncic injury, Houston's actually a 5.5-point favorite in Game 1 against LA. Denver, 6.5-point favorite at home against the Timberwolves in Game 1 of that series. Lakers, Rockets, and Nuggets, Timberwolves. Who do you have winning Game 1 in each of those series?
I'll start with the Lakers. It's not just the Luka injury. It's the Austin Reeves injury. I hope we get 2 games in this series, which are LeBron throwback games, and he puts the whole team on his back, because I really don't know how many more even if he comes back to the Lakers next year, he won't put the team on his back. He's kind of playing like an Aaron Gordon role when everybody's healthy. But for right now, he's going to have to try to do everything. He's going to have to try to make it happen. So if he does that, I'll be interested. I don't think they win the series. I don't think they win the game. That's just injuries. You can't replace. I think it's like 58 points of scoring between the two of them, between Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. That's just too much to replace for a team that doesn't play great defense. What was the other one you wanted? You wanted the
Nuggets and the Timberwolves.
Yeah, I'm not picking against Jokic. Similar reasons, like just in the playoffs, especially in basketball, having the best player on the court matters so much, and Doncic might be the best player on every court right now. So Give me the Nuggets to win that series. I don't know, give me 6, right? Like, Timberwolves will win a couple, but give me the Nuggets.
Yeah, it's just a brutal timing for that Luka injury. A grade 2 hamstring strain. Not likely to see him anytime soon, but, crazier things have happened, I suppose. We'll go over to the ice now. I was going to try to save this Hurricanes game 1, although we can just go straight to the Canes.
We don't have a ton of time.
Because we know what we're picking here, but we'll set it up anyway. Hurricanes Senators game 1, 3 o'clock tomorrow at the Lenovo Center. Hurricanes are favored in this one. They're minus 148 on the money line. I believe the series price is around like minus 170 in favor of the Hurricanes, so still decently heavy favorites in a series where a lot of folks are picking against Carolina in terms of the national and Canadian media. What do you got for game 1 here, Tim?
If you made me choose between bookmakers and national talking heads, bookmakers, I think the Canes win. I think the number that I would set, like over under, would be 5.5, and I think I would take the under. I think I'd go 5. But it's going to be one, like, you see this in the NHL probably more so than the NBA, where even a 5-game series can leave you like bruised. You know what I mean? Like you finish the series quick, but you're leaving with a limp. Like you had to earn it. So that's how I kind of see Ottawa. Like, Ottawa's a tough team. They're going to win their face-offs. They're going to, play both ways. They're going to do actually a lot of the things that the Canes pride themselves on. But I just think the Canes are going to do those same things better. Couple good games from whoever's in goal, and I think 5 is the number.
What's the score prediction for tomorrow?
For tomorrow,
I'm going 5-2.
5-2. I would is with an empty netter. I think 4-2. 4-2 is kind of, and maybe with an empty netter. 3-1 into the third, they score. Canes get an empty netter is kind of the way I look at it. Yeah, I think it'll be feeling it out, right? Anytime you get the boxing matches, there's going to be some jabs in the first round. I think this is very much going to be them feeling it out. They don't have the history that they have with many of the teams that they've played in the postseason, a bunch of times over the last however many years. So there'll be a little bit of a feeling out period. I just hope the Canes bring the fight to them. I hope they're aggressive early, and if they do that, I see them winning the game.
And I think that will be the case. 2 more NHL Game 1s tomorrow. The first one immediately following the Hurricanes and the Senators at 5:30. It's Minnesota taking on Dallas. Dallas, the 2 seed in the Central. Minnesota, the 3 seed. These are 2 of the better teams in the NHL. Yep. And unfortunately, due to the format of the playoffs, they will be facing off in the first round, and the winner will likely get to play the President's Trophy winning Colorado Avalanche in the second round. Dallas, slight favorite in game 1 at home, minus 120 on the money line. I'm a big fan of Minnesota. I don't know if they'll win game 1, but I don't hate their chances in the series. What do you got for the Wild and the Stars kicking things off tomorrow?
Dallas is got a little bit of the injury bug going around, and I think that's the difference. I think
Miro Heiskanen.
I think
tough.
Is he out?
I don't know. I think there's some uncertainty.
If he's out, I definitely like Dallas, or I definitely like Minnesota. If he plays, it's more of a pick 'em for me, but I'll lean Minnesota just for that.
Last one: Pittsburgh and Philly. Penguins, Flyers. Battle of the Keystone State. Penguins are favored at home tomorrow against Philadelphia, 2 seed versus the 3 seed in the Metro Division. I'm going with Pittsburgh.
Yep.
What about you, Tim?
I'm going with Pittsburgh. If there's a tiebreaker goes to Sidney Crosby is a pretty good way to think about it. So give me Pittsburgh in that one until they face a team that's just the level above the Flyers at least. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan, coming to a close. We will talk more Canes to start off Overdrive. We'll also get to some Hornets talk, some keys to that game as they play tonight, and a winner goes on, loser goes home game. On Monday, we will be outside of the Plaza at the Lenovo Center for Game 2, hopefully with a 1-0 lead for the Canes. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the basketball. Enjoy the hockey. Enjoy everything. We'll see you on Monday, everybody.
One goal.
Taylor Hall. Moving it back. Nikishin. Ehlers. Shoots. Oh, the power play.
Tilly in front. Shot. Oh, what a save by Bussy. Absolutely robbing Kirill Marchenko.
Be the last team standing.
Sebastian Aho in. Short hit back in. Scores. Oh, talk to me, Shorty. Carolina.
The Stanley Cup playoffs begin April 18th on 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
Hello, I'm John Heister for John Heister Chevrolet in Fuquay-Varina. You know, people are asking us, how are you selling so many cars all of a sudden?